Welcome one and all to the road to the international qualifiers for the China region. We of course are trying to figure out which one of the 8 teams present before us will go on to cover the entire region in glory and compete on the grandest stage of them all. My name is Snare, and yet again I'm joined by my brother Lizard. I'm glad that today you're wearing white and I'm wearing black. You know, it gives some nice symmetry to the camera.
Yeah, we switched it up from yesterday. Actually, we didn't. We did the same thing yesterday, but okay. We are giving some symmetry. How was your night, by the way? Did you sleep well? Like, I rose bright and early for this good CN qualifiers at like 5 a.m. What about you?
Mm-hmm. So yesterday, right, I struggled to sleep the night before, so I only got like 3 hours of sleep. So after we finished all the China games, I kid you not, I think I slept for like a solid 10 hours straight. But that screwed me up because then I couldn't sleep this morning, and I only got another 3 hours of sleep, man. You know, the great wheel is tough.
You did that mistake of crashing out after. You had to power through. But yeah, speaking of, you're not the only one that crashed out. What's happening? Tell me.
Hold on, we'll get there. We'll get there, right?
I feel like you have some info. I feel like you have some info for us.
We do have some info, but I want to tease the audience a little bit before we get to that info and why it's relevant for today's proceedings. Of course, the reason why we're all here today is to witness some great Dota from the Chinese region. If you weren't here yesterday, we did get to see not that many surprises, but definitely some interesting games. Tournaments were able to get the 2-0 over Excel Esports, Yakult's Brothers taking the 2-0 over Team Curtain, Extreme getting the 2-0 over Vici Gaming, and of course Azure Array grabbing the 2-0 over Future Esports. And honestly, Lizard, outside of that last result, right? Result, honestly, Azure Array demolished Future Esports. It was not even close. Game 1 of Extreme versus Vici wasn't close either. But the rest of these games, I don't think the scoreline genuinely reflects the story of how those games actually unfolded, does it?
Well, more or less, I guess. The first 2 series that we were casting, at least, 2-0 was definitely the reasonable representation of the series. It never felt like the Excel Esports or Curtain Gaming had a real shot. Maybe Excel Esports in the first series could have done a bit better. But they opted to go for some Huskar cheese pick, got absolutely demolished in game number 2. For Team Curtain, I don't think that was also that competitive. When it comes to the last 2 series, I feel like maybe a lot of us had high hopes for Vici Gaming because of Kaka, if nothing else, to do a bit better. But like you said, it was a rough affair for them too.
They definitely struggled through it. Fortunately for all these teams that are sitting on the right-hand side, Excel, Team Curtain, Vici, and Future Esports, that's not their last foray here in the road to the international qualifiers. They will have another opportunity to get themselves back in contention because they simply dropped down to the lower bracket. And we have seen in the past many amazing lower bracket runs. Sometimes it's that lower bracket run that you need, that little bit of additional adversity to get you into championship form. So we'll see these teams obviously within action throughout the course of the day, and that leads us to today's action, what we can expect from the games right now, because we start the day, Lizard, with your favorite thing, Elimination Dota. Honestly, of all the people that I've worked with, right, I don't know, you seem to fiend a lot for like these high pressure situations that happen in the lower bracket.
Oh, of course I do. I feel like Elimination is where all the emotions are, where teams are forced to play their best. You know, it also showcases who has like the best mentality to take it all. Because Dota on the highest level in the end just becomes a mental struggle, right? Like, can you defeat yourself, not the opponent? Like, you become your own worst enemy and your number one enemy, and then someone else is across the booth, like 2 meters away, in LAN events, of course, playing against you. But you have to win against yourself first, because if you think about it, like even the best teams, they have like what, 55% win rate, 60% win rate. You know, the margins are so slim on the highest level. You can always lose. You know, it's like what turns you from that 55% into a winning team? That's the question. But that mentality sometimes is rough after you lose the first day and can lead you into maybe giving up on a full tournament.
Well, we'll be hoping that these teams can avoid despair mode. Sadly, with the information that Lizard was alluding to earlier, the tidbit is that the team that will not be able to display their mental fortitude is Team Curtin, because unfortunately, they will not be showing up today. They have some electrical issues. As a South African, I can very much relate as to what can happen in a tournament when you don't have power. Game is hard, what can you do? So XL Esports will get themselves the fast forfeit, and that of course will lead us to our next matchup, being Vici Gaming versus Future Esport, and then later on the upper bracket, Tournaments versus Yakul's Brothers and Extreme versus Azure Ray. I will say, Liz, as much as XL are obviously happy about getting the free berth moving into the next round, in these kind of qualifiers, like you said, when the margins are this fine, when you have to be able to defeat every opponent, honestly, I think a fast forfeit is one of the worst things that can happen to you. It's like, now you have to go into your next game extremely cold, not having worked your way up there, not feeling as confident as you should be otherwise.
Yeah, pretty much. Luckily for them, the next round is tomorrow, so they will have some time to reset and think about what they want to do. And also keep in mind that XL Esports yesterday they tried something with was it them that did the Huskar pick? No, they did the Storm twice. In any case, I feel like they can hide some of their strategies a bit further. And use them against one of these big boys that are going to come their way in lower bracket too. So, like you said, they're going to be a bit, maybe not as prepared, but at the same time, they will have more strategies in store for the upcoming series. So it kind of evens out, I guess. Yeah.
Speaking of the big boys, of course, one of the big boys is going to be in action next with Vici Gaming taking on Future Esports, but that only happens in about 90 minutes. Of course, the teams were not expecting there to be a fast forfeit, so they're not necessarily ready at their stations. Before we get to that, right, I have something interesting to talk to you about, Liz. So in my mind, right, bear with me for a second. In my mind, the way I think about like the history of Dota in a competitive sense is you have the classical era, TI1 to around TI4, then you have the golden era, TI5 to like TI9, and then of course COVID comes, hits everybody, we have to take a reset, which kicks off the modern era, starting at TI10 in 2021 up until now. So at TI10, right, in 2021, there were 5 Chinese teams present at that tournament. So that means 25 Chinese players. Guess how many of those players are in these qualifiers right now?
I would say there were 5 teams, right? I would say in these qualifiers, I know for a fact Extreme Gaming is like full of
no, you can't check. I can see you. No, don't check.
No, I'm not checking the players. I'm just looking at the teams.
Okay.
I'm just looking at the teams. I feel like everyone from Extreme, Yakul's Bros as well. I'm not sure about Azure and Vici Gaming. So I guess like 15 out of 25, I would say.
Check this out,
combined.
Again. Out of 25 players, 19 of them are in this qualifier, right? 19 of those players are in this qualifier. Of the 6 remaining players, 3 are retired, and the other 3 are already qualified for TI. They're sitting in the invited slots already. So that's kind of crazy that from that era, literally everybody is, if you haven't retired from Chinese Dota from 2021, you're still playing in the TI season right now, which I don't know how I feel about that. Obviously it means there's not as much youth coming in, but it also is like, damn, these guys have some longevity, gang.
Yeah, but also keep in mind that out of all those players, right? Like only 5 are gonna make it through the qualifier at least. So unfortunately, we will not see the same grandeur, the same amount of big names. But at the same time, I am feeling a little bit more positive about Chinese Dota in the recent months. I feel like they have started doing a bit better in lands. I know that there aren't a lot of stacks, a lot of teams, but what they've got is looking better and better. They have a little bit of an upwards trajectory at least.
Listen, hearing you say those words after years and years of despair mode, as a Chinese Dota fan, definitely fills me with deep optimism. And I hope that the teams can cash out that optimism as they try to get themselves into qualifying for TI. Of course, that is going to lead us into a somewhat elongated break as we allow Vici Gaming and Future Esports to get ready for their next series. So myself, Snare, and Mr. Lizard here will see you in about 90 minutes, where we will commence the road to the international here for the Chinese region. Welcome back, one and all, to some more Road to the TI qualifiers for the China region. Of course, we had a little bit of an extended break, but now we have returned for our next matchup, which will be Vici Gaming taking on Future Esports. Brother Admir, how did you spend your break, fam? How are you feeling about the next matchup?
I tried sleeping. I attempted at least. You know, it's very early here, so I just hopped on the bed that's next to me, put some cloth over my face so there's no sunlight going in. Played Radiohead because that's the most snooze fest sort of a band that you can find, but unfortunately didn't fall asleep. It was just like laying there. So I feel refreshed though. I don't feel tired at all. Looking forward to this match. I feel like we have some amazing teams, or well, maybe I'm overselling it. We have a team that's star-studded, a team that everyone wants to see doing really well on one side, and then on the other we have a team that I believe some players just stopped being VAC banned on one side, so it's an interesting matchup.
I mean, look, maybe that time period where they were VAC banned, you know, that gave them extra inspiration. So when they came back, they realized what a gem, what a privilege it is to be able to participate in Pro Dota. So perhaps that has reinvigorated their love for the game. We, of course, will see. It didn't necessarily feel that way yesterday, but today is a new day. Let's see what happens right now. Of course, that brings us into our first draft of this best of three. On the Dire side, we have Future Esports with the first pick, which they expended on the Pangolier. And no surprises, fam. We were speaking about this hero yesterday. Every time I see a team on second pick, if you're on second pick and you have the opportunity, just pick Storm Spirit. You just can't go wrong with this hero.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Storm last patch was only countered by Ember. I feel like Ember was the only solution to the Storm, or I should say, not
like
really
Ember Puck, I guess.
Yeah, Puck, sure, but no, Puck actually looked bad. Like overall, it just looked bad no matter what. I wouldn't say Ember was a solution. I would say Ember was just so good no matter what. Maybe Storm was the only hero that kind of looked all right mid when all these monkeys are banned out, you know, like Monkey Huskar, the normal mid laner that's left remaining was usually Storm, so he was picked. But yeah, let's see. Pango on one side, Storm on the other. You know where I stand with this one. I feel like Storm is in a better spot, and now they cover it up with the silencer. Like it's basically the draft that we've seen yesterday, right? Like we've seen a lot of Storm silencers already being picked up.
I just hope it goes better than what we saw yesterday, right? That's the first Storm Silencer game that we saw was a bit of a Pepega situation, you know, a couple of initiations that went completely south. In particular, the one that they went on the Conquer. What was it? Double Bracer, Blade Mail, 21 charges, Power Treads, and they were surprised they couldn't kill him, you know? Who could have imagined that happening?
Yeah, they tried going on him, then they tried going on the Tiny. On the bot. Yeah, like overall, I don't like. Okay, the moves from Storm were not great, but the moves themselves were not great. It's not like he was mechanically missing everything, or the Storm hero looked bad. I feel like they just needed to play a bit cleaner. Gyro for Future, okay. Opens up maybe a possibility of a good old Storm plus Lifestealer combo.
Is this some 9-class support slog right now that we're getting, or are we getting support Gyrocopter? What do you think?
I'm not sure. I feel like Slark as a support definitely is more common, more prevalent recently, so I would assume it's going to be the Slark position 4. It got nerfed, I believe, in the last patch, and I'm not seeing it as much, but the hero is still pretty damn good, you know. You still have your Shard to work with. This is as Vici Gaming as it can get. They go for the Silencer and the Phoenix supports, you know, like good old a DUI and a combo with an Axe. Like, this is a hero now that has risen in popularity. Axe is looking much better, and it's really nice to have it with Phoenix. It's one of those it's one of the heroes that can always make sure that Phoenix can get the egg off. I've seen like old school counters to Axe where something like a Venomancer, you know, like these heroes that prevent him from actually using his blink properly. But I'm not sure they have space for such support.
I feel like now with Axe in the game, there's a 0% chance you want to play Slock as a carry. Like, whenever I play Slock, it's a terrible matchup into the Axe. So, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised, honestly, if Slock just ends up being the 4 because Future Esports does have Imitator, who is now going by the name of Shu. So, do you remember you used to play Rubik all the time, you know?
Yeah.
If he's going to imitate on Rubik, he might as well imitate the Slock as well in the position 4. They follow that up with the Disruptor. So both squads have some very big silence. Of course, VG Gaming can cover their approaches with the global silence, but the retreat is now extremely hard. Like Slock Disruptor as a support duo makes running away from fights practically impossible. So VG Gaming have to be trying to win on the initial engagement. You can't really try to elongate the fight anymore.
It's going to be Gyro Disruptor on safe lane, Slark and something on offlane, maybe Slark Pango on offlane and last pick mid. I'm not sure if Pango will be mid or off. That remains to be seen. But 100%, I feel like Slark will be a 4 and Disruptor Gyro as your safe lane. We'll see. Of course, Disruptor is decent into the Axe in the lane as well. And this, the lane itself, Gyro plus Disruptor, I feel like it's one of those lanes that if it starts going well, it's going to run you over. You won't even be able to go into the lane. And you're playing Disruptor Gyro into Phoenix Axe. Axe likes to be in the middle of the creeps. Not that great when Gyro is pushing in constantly with Flak Cannon. And that's usually how you play it, right? Like you just shove in the waves constantly. And Phoenix, a hero that really wants to get close and personal, can't really do that versus Gyro and can't really get away versus Glimpse. So from VG Gaming to win that one, I feel like they need to pull off some VG Gaming magic. You know, they need to outplay Future Esports a bit.
Well, we'll see what they get for themselves at the end of the draft in the carry position. Of course, VG have now banned out some offlaners because that's what Future Esports kind of needs. Pango could, of course, flex between mid and offlane, like you said. So Doxia got banned, Beastmaster got banned. What are they going to take away from Future Esports? What do we have for Erika Heroes? Erika Heroes, Drow, Terrorblade. I wouldn't mind. Terrorblade got banned.
TB is banned.
How about this? Is his monkey still around?
Monkey is still in, yeah. It's not a bad monkey game. I wouldn't mind it. When you look at his other heroes, like you mentioned the Drow into Gyro historically was never that bad, but overall might not be amazing. You're playing into Pango as well in the lane, so there's a lot of heroes just completely demolish this guy. Unfortunately, you can go. You can also go for a good old Sven if you're not worried that Slark can be a 1, which I believe they are not. I feel like you can go and make your life a bit easier. You're playing into a Gyro. He's going to scale well. Sven is one of those heroes that can outscale him. So maybe an option. You could also, if you don't care about... no, I think Monkey just rose in, stonks. Monkey and Lifestealer just rose. Ursa is banned, of course. So I feel like those two are...
10 seconds remaining.
Much more valuable now.
I would definitely want to play Monkey in this game. Ursa would have been the best, but it's gone. In a bygone era, honestly, listen. I know it's going to sound out of pocket, right? But bro, if there was ever going to be a game where Troll Warlord looked decent, this is the game. I don't think it's going to be picked this game because I don't think Troll is very good. But if they could pick Troll, this could be the kind of scenario where it would come out. But probably not. That hero is beyond dead. It's been dead for a while, actually. It's been like several patches since we've seen Troll have any kind of prominence.
There are some teams that still pick it from time to time. And like overall, I feel like it's playable. Like you could go for the Troll. There's, of course, the issue of Static Storm, right? Like you can't rely on your ult at all times. It's a nasty combo, by the way, like Underlord and Disruptor. And of course, like, we completely forgot about the most meta carry that's in the game. Like, we talked about Drow, as in Drow is gonna outrange the Gyro and win the game that way, like, as she used to, but we didn't talk about the Lina. So instead we get ourselves the most meta carry, I have to say, at the moment.
To be fair, that's not our fault. That's not on us, because generally speaking, throughout the years, you know, when we think about paparazzi, we don't necessarily think about Lina coming at the top of our list. So there was not necessarily recency bias, nostalgia bias coming into our analysis there. But take a quick guess, right? How many games all time do you believe that our boy paparazzi has on the troll, on this Lina? And how many games has he won on that hero? What do you think?
He's got like 20 games at least, I would say. He's won.
And win rates?
I mean, around 55%, I'll give him.
Well, you're correct about the games. Exactly 20 games, 75% win rate. He's only lost 5 games on this hero. So, okay. All right.
I was closer than expected, honestly. Like that, 20, like, I guess the exact number. That's... I should play some bingo today.
Now, you know how this works, gang, that you only get the predictions correct when you're not really caring about it that much, when you're just nonchalant. Then the future is very clear to you. But the moment you care about it, the future becomes opaque. What do you make of the Lina, though, overall in this game? Turret-to-turret matchup between herself and the Gyrocopter. In my experience, normally this should be Lina favored. Has anything changed in the recent patch?
No, actually, things did get changed. She became stronger than she was in the old one. She was kind of dead as a position 1 for a couple of months. Now she's resurrected. And yeah, I feel like this is a free Lina game. There is, like, you're playing into heroes that can't really get on top of you. Besides the Pango, all you have to worry about is the Glimpse. So... in general, I feel like it's a really good Lina game, and you have Axe. If they go on you, you have Axe to get in there and stop the aggression. The only problem that I can see emerging for Vici Gaming is the Axe himself. Like, if he doesn't have a good start, if he doesn't have a good lane, their draft is hard to play. Like, on the other side, you have like multiple chaos creating heroes that can set things up. On Vici Gaming, I feel like it's only the Axe. Storm Spirit kind of does it, but you still need the Axe to be healthy.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of spells that the Storm doesn't want to jump in first, right? You don't want to be the first one into a Pit of Malice, the first one getting static stormed. So the Axe needs to do well so he can tank up all that damage. We'll see what Yang is able to accomplish here, as we had a nice little even trade on the bounties, and this game will come underway. By the way, you're a Phoenix, not just a player, Phoenix spammer. Is the matchup throughout the game still as tough against Disruptor as it used to be?
No, it's not rough even in the lane that much. It depends on what your offlane is. Like, this isn't a support that you generally worry about a lot, you know. It's like you worry about the Glimpse, of course, like we discussed it in the draft, but it's playable. Later on in the game, you don't really care too much at all. You're probably not the one that's getting gone on anyway. If you get glimpsed, you can always egg if you really want to waste it that way. So, and there are no heroes that truly destroy the egg, you know, like your mid laner doesn't right click, more or less, right? Like, it's a Pango, he wants to roll around. The off laner is an Underlord who is actually pretty bad into Sunray because of he plays an area, the Sunray is going to heal everyone in it and also damage you in it, so it's a good Phoenix game.
Of course, they're the ones that have the Lina that could have supplied that additional right click. So even more protection for this Phoenix, as we do see Kaka right now harassing Chidori a little bit. We didn't really speak about, we spoke about the Gyro a little bit, but this is Chidori, in my opinion, this is his best hero, like without a doubt. Whenever I've seen him play, it's this or like his PA, which really stand out to me as very strong heroes. So the fact that he's got this in tandem with a solid lane that should be able to keep him alive does give me some confidence about future esports.
They're level 2. They just hit it on. We should see a first blood happening on the top lane. I feel like with the glimpse.
Oh,
There's
Kaka's
no
dead.
mana.
Kaka's dead. He's dead. Bye-bye, bro.
There's no mana.
Wait,
There's
what?
no mana.
Lloyd didn't have the mana. You're right. Oh, no. I thought he was dead for sure. Dude, why didn't he glimpse him first instead of thunder striking?
The snare classic. Is that? Is that? Absolutely. I'm not even watching. The hero is dead. The snare classic, and then yeah, it happens. He had no mana. He used the thunder strike way too many times in the lane on Axe. I feel like there was no sticks, nothing like that for him to use as well.
That's unfortunate. Also too soon for there to be a Lotus to supplement his mana pool. Well, what can you do? Kaka is obviously going to be extremely excited about surviving that. And as we take a look middle, everything as expected. We do have Storm Spirit beating Pango. What can you do? As a Pango dealer, you just like, the fact that you're only 5 CS behind, you're counting this as a massive win, honestly.
Yeah, they're losing top lane, I have to say. The Disruptor and Gyro should have been crushing the lane. The lane even got pulled against them. Right now, I feel like from this point onwards, Kaka and Yang are officially, in my book, winning the lane. The lane got pulled, level 3 Axe, level 3 Phoenix, more or less, so yeah. On the other lanes, by the way, we've been discussing top way too much. Bot lane, Slark, position 4, you know how it is, like you don't really do a lot. That's why I wasn't even mentioning this one way too much. It's like Slark Underlord. What's gonna happen? Some creep skips, some firestorms, no kill potential on the two of them, or I should say very low kill potential.
Yep. The only kill potential they have is if DY like falls asleep at the keyboard, then maybe, yeah, but maybe even, it's not even a guarantee. Just if Kikyo, our boy Erica is alive, or Paparazzi, excuse me, then you could easily prevent that from happening.
Maybe
But
it's like
yeah, boring lane down bottom. Top, I will say, I'm kind of surprised that Kaka has not died a single time. Like normally if I see this lane, I'm expecting Phoenix to die 2 or 3 times before the lane breaks down. So this feels very good for him.
Yeah, he's done well. Bought a lot of regen. Like a very volatile lane, let's put it that way. Mid lane, kind of a known story of Storm into Pango, right? But top lane, yeah, they did really nicely to survive this month for this long.
Oh, they're actually just gonna go onto Chidori right now. They hit him with the call, a lot of fire spirits on top of him, a blood grenade, a right click. They secure the first blood against Gyrocopter with Axe Phoenix. That's amazing.
Yep. It's what I said when what I meant when I said they hit level 3. It's their power spike. They got level 3 fast enough, and I feel like from that moment onwards the lane is theirs. Now they pulled again. The hard camp not being blocked is kind of a big deal.
Some more aggression actually happening here. Chidori's gonna throw out the homing missile towards Kaka. But he does have this rocket barrage. They should be able to get this kill. Kaka will end up dead. Lloyd did not commit the glimpse, but Yang was thinking about it going back in. Sadly, only level 1 on the Berserker's Call and on the Battle Hunger. The cooldowns are too long, so the Disruptor will live.
He would have killed him if he dove over him, but he stopped his dive away, like trying to be a bit more defensive. Could have gotten the kill there, but yeah, of course you always try to survive as well. Top lane, he might die again though. DY is top.
They have very good vision on top of him. There's the Berserker's Call. They've caught him, and there is no Disruptor anywhere nearby. This Gyrocopter will end up going down. On the bright side, it does mean that him and the Raptor will be back in lane at the same time on the bright side, but losing your Gyro again, not a good look.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the bright side is on top lane. There's no bright sides. This top lane should have been so much better for them mechanically, at least. Like these two heroes have an easier time laning. I know Axe is in a good spot, but Disruptor Gyro should on paper win. Bot lane, meanwhile, Paparazzi just chilling, right? It's Underlord into Lina. What can you do? You can't really last it with Fire Spirits. You can't really, with Firestorm. You can't really last it with right clicks because she just comes up and hits you. So as a silencer, you can even just leave this lane if you wanted to and do whatever the hell on the map.
The problem I have with this lane actually is the fact that, you know, whenever I see Nineclaws playing the slog, you can sort of feel, you can see where the presence is going to come from this hero, right? In this game, like if it was a Nyx Assassin, maybe, but the fact that it's slog and the fact that there's so much ground targeted spells in this game that sort of debilitate what the slog can do, I don't know if it's actually going to work out for him. Like, even when he gets to level 6, what's a slog supposed to do into LSA, into Fire Spirits, into Static Slide, into Berserker's Core, into Arcane Curse even?
Into
Speaking of Arcane
dying.
Curse,
Yeah.
at least the Silencer does die top.
Yeah, he went through the Twin Gate all alone, lonesome, to D-board. Got punished for it. Not really the biggest kill, but you know, any kill is a kill for Future Esports at this point, and I feel like it's nice that they managed to thwart that one extra move of aggression.
Shu on the slot did make the rotation top. He TP'd, so he couldn't take the Twin Gate back, or he couldn't TP back, didn't want to take the Twin Gate. Now they're going to contest for this power rune. It does spawn on the top side. They will reserve that for Knight. He'll replenish his bottle. No real available moves to make at the moment just yet, though. Yes, you do have the level 7 on the Pango, but I don't think you have the clearest parts of initiation. They might go bottom with this, but there's also no smoke to cover this approach, so should be very apparent to Vici Gaming that this gank is happening.
I think you could roll some Suicide Squad on the Lina. Like, you just go bottom and kill her under the tower. She's still a kill. No, you probably will get counterplayed, and someone will TP, maybe get a counter kill. But Lina is an easy one, and you should be getting her. Like, the question is with who? I still think you need Disruptor for this, and he's mid. Like Slark plus Pango, maybe.
I just feel like this is just such a hard gank because Vici should have seen this coming. Like, they scouted him getting the Invis Rune, but like you said, they're gonna go for it right now. Rolling Thunder is activated, they have the Firestorm out as well, and they do get the quick kill. However, Ori makes the immediate counter rotation, trying to get some revenge quickly onto the slot. They're able to attain it. Irving fell very low in the meantime, getting towards the Lotus Pool. He gets scouted right now by some Fire Spirits from Kaka. Getting into the trees, attempting the TP out. He should be fine. And I don't think they'll catch anybody else, despite Chidori coming down through the Twin Gate.
Yeah, Lina is just an easy gank. It's as simple as that. If you can connect.
Oh, this might be a simple kill as well. They're going on to Phoenix. They force out the Supernova, but he didn't get the Fire Spirits. Oh no, LSA! It stuns up Chidori. They burst through the egg, but they still end up losing the Gyrocopter. Ori now getting his bead onto Knight on this Pangolier. Global Silence covering their aggressive approach. DUI though will end up dead immediately afterwards. As Paparazzi did return to the fray, does have access to a lot of attack speed, but he gets glimpsed back towards Irving. Lloyd does end up dead. Shu cannot close him down, doesn't have enough damage, ends up losing his own life as well with the Dragon Slave. Ori with the double kill on the Storm Spirit. 4 heroes end up falling, and despite the fact that yes, they did get the Lina, they did get the Phoenix, they did get the Silencer, it was definitely not worth it.
Yeah. It's hard to say. I agree. It's not super worth it, right? Like, it's a clutch play from Paparazzi. Nice little TP back into the LSA to not really protect the egg. It still falls, but he does get some really nice kills. I think what Future Esports did was on paper good. The rotation was nice. You don't want to be playing into this Axe with Vanguard anyway. And you want to be punishing the fact that Axe will not be making rotations. He'll be seeking that Blink Dagger of his first, right? So you move around the map and you go on the easiest kill on the map, which is the Lina. I think the move was correct. It just didn't really work out all that great for them.
I think the fight just took too long. Right? I think if they had just gotten the clean kill and gotten out before they re-engage with Chidori, that might have been better for them in the long run. But you know, sometimes you get this kill, you're feeding yourself, you're probably thinking, you know what, if we can chain 1 or 2 more kills, then we also get the tier 1 tower. So I can understand why they made that move, but ultimately it just did not pay off.
So the reasoning, I believe, is after killing Lina the first time, if Jaro stays top, he dies. So he makes that rotation down bottom to try and pressure the tower and get the kill. He had no safe space on the map after Lina dying bottom because he doesn't know where she TPs, right? Like, he doesn't have info. And he can't really stay safe into the lane where Axe is chilling with Vanguard. Bot lane, Irving.
Speaking of the bot lane, like you said, they're going on to Irving. They had a 2-hero smoke. The Phoenix and the Storm Spirit, they catch up to this Underlord, and the Laguna secures the kill. Okay,
So
nice quick one.
the same exact thing would have happened to Gyro, probably, right? Like that's how these early game rotations work. So instead, they're gonna take down maybe the tier 1 tower down bottom. Pango is TPing in.
Nah, there's no way. You can't defend this. Tower's gonna go down. Shu is here. They're actually gonna zip onto the Pangolier right now with Ori, but not enough to actually bring him down. Shu, very early usage of the Shadow Dance from the slot. Getting their leash out onto the Storm. There will be a static Storm. The Global Silence comes a little bit too late. So the Storm still ends up perishing here. And now with the Pit of Malice connecting onto DY, the Silencer should be next on the chopping block, getting glimpsed back into the Pit of Malice. And as he dies, that will be 2-0 for Future Esports. They don't get the Lotus pool, but at the very least, they should have enough pressure to put on the tier 1 tower, grab that one, and get some more map objectives on the map.
They're truly committing where they need to commit. Very nicely done by Slark, recognizing that they had to fight. It's like, it's now or never, basically. They're winning this fight, you're thinking, oh my god, they're back. Not really, look at Axe, like he's farming top lane, he's got Blink Dagger, and now the fight should go Vichi's way.
He's coming bottom with that Blink Dagger, but unfortunately, they did not get a clean angle of initiation. That was actually really close. If the tower survived like a little bit longer, then you have a Blink call into the Supernova right behind, as well as the Storm Spirit there. But instead, they're going to smoke up immediately and try to reveal this Blink Dagger elsewhere on the map.
Yeah, Gyro is showing top, so what kill can they get? They can maybe get the Pango and the stacks. I think that's the ultimate value here.
Oh, he just swashbuckled. He just washed. They know where he's at. They get him. Oh, the call didn't come out immediately. They still will find him close. There's the global silence or the silence. Wait, where did the silence come from?
Orchid
What
and Pango.
silence?
Orchid and Pango.
Does he have Orchid? What the
Yeah.
hell? Oh, he does.
Yeah.
I didn't see that.
He went for Orchid. Kinda cool, I guess. At the same time, not really your most common item, I have to admit, on the Pangolier. It might cost him the scaling, right? Like, you basically buy that item when you're playing versus some spirits, maybe even a Phoenix, right? Like, you want to get on top of them, be able to solo the heroes, but I don't know if they lacked control. Like, you have Pit of Malice, you have Glimpse, you have Static Storm already.
Yeah, I'm also skeptical about the item. As we will see a smoke though, 3 heroes. Shu is the one that's leading the charge, trying to get himself onto the high ground. Unfortunately for him, they've already vacated the area. There's courier coming through. They're not going to try and kill it. They're going to try and go towards the Lino, sitting underneath an observe ward. They're closing the gap. There is a global silence. They even bring the ultimate from the Underlord. Global silence will be there, which will secure the retreat. No, Dog Pack allows the slot to dispel the silence and get the leash on the Lina, but there's no follow-up damage. Now as the fight is breaking out,
the call
got a
is
big
massive.
wall onto the heroes on the backhand. They're not able to close in on the Lina, but they've also isolated the Axe. They end up bringing him down and the rest of these heroes, because Chidori with his big flat cannon dished out the damage onto these supports.
Maybe
Both of
Glimpse.
them die. The Axe goes down as well. The Glimpse, will it connect onto anybody? Doesn't
No.
seem like it. Not enough range coming in from the Disruptor.
Yeah, he was hunted. He tried to go for the Storm or the Lina. A really cool fight from Future Esports. Very nicely recognizing that there is no egg. It was wasted on the Pango kill. Wasn't really necessary. Without the egg, the team fight of Vici Gaming is not that great. Global, like you mentioned, very nicely dark pacted. So Slark managing to actually leash the Lina, and that kind of forced Vici Gaming into the fight.
Another fight right now in the river as Ori finding himself in a bit of a precarious position, trying to get away from this leash, but the Static Storm makes sure that that's an impossibility. He still gets the last second zip away. Unfortunately, he was being followed by the Thunderstrike, so he nonetheless ends up dead. Gets tipped as well by the opposing mid laner. Game is hard.
Yeah, I wonder why he just didn't go for the rune like he could have. Pango was the one controlled. He wasn't. Like, I feel like he could just zip for the room, pick it up first, and maybe the fight is theirs. But amplify damage on Pangolier, and then it's him who's dishing out that massive DPS.
I've got a trivia question for you, fam.
Yeah.
How many, in global all-time history, in every professional game, how many Pangolier Orchids have you seen? How many do you think there are? Sorry.
I don't think it's that rare, is it? I mean, you have a lucky shot, so I guess Orchid kind of feels redundant at times, but is it really that rare?
I'm saying all times, even including when we had a Heart Piercer instead of the lucky shot.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what to guess, but like 200 times?
No, 71. 71 times all time.
Okay.
In the last patch, 738 was only bought once, and in this patch, 739, this is the first pickup of the Pangolier Orchid.
Because it was purchased. I remember Orchid being like a common itemization for Pango, and it's like an item that you can buy on any hero, right? If you need it for the game.
Speaking of in the game, Yule Scepter from Shu will interrupt the TPR from Kaka. Does seem like this Phoenix should end up dead here. Yang might think about reinitiating, and he does indeed, but there's no supernova. The silence from the Static Storm prevents it from happening, and now Yang is just blinked into his own death. Suicidal plays coming in from VG Gaming as Knight finds a double kill on the Pangolier.
Yeah, this is definitely not clean from Vici. I expected a much cleaner gameplay. Axe doesn't have blade mail, you know, and they're forcing all of these fights before he gets it. Axe is one of the greediest offlaners in the game, I feel like, but once he gets this trifecta of Blink, blade mail, Vanguard, you feel incredibly strong. But they've been forcing fights, or fights were forced on them, which aren't great. And another greedy attempt from Yang to save Phoenix, I have to say. Save your body syndrome. Could have worked.
I mean, you can sort of understand why he did it, right? The opportunity, if he got the supernova off on the Phoenix, very different fight. But
He needed all three heroes then. He needed to he needed to catch Lloyd. Because Static Storm is gonna catch both of them, and there's no egg no matter what, so yeah. Maybe he was hoping that Kaka is going to just instantly run in the opposite direction, and then if he gets glimpsed, runs into the opposite direction, Static Storm doesn't catch both, but in any case, a really good start for Future Esports. Jules on Slark, he can get rid of the global already. He can catch you with it as well.
Slock is starting to put in some work. They actually caught vision top of Kikyo. Paparazzi, they know where he's at, but they also know that he's unlikely to be alone, so not very appetizing as a target, and they will indeed start to back off immediately. Man, this Observer Ward, just by the Lotus Pool, has done so much work. It just expired now for the side of Future Esports, but it certainly was extremely worthwhile the entire duration.
Yeah, we have a 9-man smoke in the game, though. Let's see what's gonna happen. There's a Tormi, right? Up and available, so I guess that's the play for Future Esports, and it looks like VG Gaming aren't even thinking about it. I guess you don't see anyone on Future, so you can't really go for it straight away. The moment they show on the map, like when Axe shows bottom, I think they just go for the Tormi.
Well, they saw Lina top. She showed on the Shrine of Wisdom, so they're like, well, that's going to be our cue. Go for the Tormi. Who is going to be the lucky one to grab this one? Is it Disruptor or Slark? It is going to be Disruptor. I mean, pretty decent. The Thunderstrike, the long range one, is quite nice.
Yep, definitely. You 100% wanted the Slark to get it, but it's okay. You get it on the Disruptor.
No, I don't want the Slark to get it. I don't want to see more support slots in my game, so...
Well, you're already seeing it here, so it is what it is. Can't touch it, I guess.
Phoenix will be lucky enough to come across the shrine right now, as Shu stole the other one. Kaka gets that one. Support Phoenix now level 10, getting closer to level 12. Where's the power spike for the Phoenix nowadays?
It's level 12. Nothing changes really. It depends. Like this hero, it truly depends on how the game is going. Like you can feel a god on level 7 if you're ahead. Depending on what heroes you're playing against as well. Right now, I feel like even with level 10, he can do a lot. It just depends on how the Axe plays. It's not really only on the Phoenix. Ori has a BKB for what it's worth, right? So they could take a fight with this.
Nah, they're waiting for the Lina BKB. I think they're gonna wait for the double up. They're gonna sacrifice the tier 1 tower to that end, buy some space and time for Paparazzi to keep farming. When they get the double BKB though, I definitely expect them to smoke immediately and try and make something happen.
No, they will be fighting into a BKB on Gyro, into a pipe, into possibly a Crimson Guard as well. I truly feel that Vici Gaming could have played this early to mid game a little bit, how to put it, a little bit slower, and they'd be more ahead. But they tried to play it much faster than they could have, and now they're not in a really commanding position at all.
Slog right now has come across the Phoenix. There's going to be a jump forward from Yang, but the question is, will Yang get out of this? She was actually still alive on the Slog. The Sunray is not killing him. Ori, though, with the BKB, trying to pierce the backline, able to eliminate the Slog. No, Yule Scepter actually keeps him alive. Yang jumped in, looking for the Berserker's Call, but he couldn't find anybody. He ends up dead instead. On the high ground, Kaka activated the Supernova, and it does stun 3, but only after the Axis died. Yes, you eventually get the Slog, but yet again, Vici Gaming taking a quite unfavorable trade. Global, BKB, Supernova, and the Axis life all for a Slog? Hashtag worth for future gaming.
Yeah, absolutely not worth it for Vici Gaming. And you talked about them 100% waiting for BKB on Lina, and you snared them once again. I feel like I'm gonna coin that term. And I'm not really surprised. Like Vici Gaming, this whole game have been taking fights just before they had that one big item, you know, just before they hit their timing. You know, what's even worse is they wasted all of these spells and items before Rush. Straight up Future Esports go in. I still feel Vici could contest this. Rush is really fast. That's all by Future.
They feel the same way. They're en route. 4 hero smoke coming in, but the Roshan is nearly dead. They need to get here right now. They need to get here immediately to get the catch out onto the Slog. Slog will be bursted down, but Aegis is still taken by Chidori. Do they want to pursue the future fight? They're held in place by the kinetic field. Nice long range grip from Ori, able to connect onto Chidori. Don't get stunned up by the LSA. Erika, or Kikyo, excuse me, coming in. BKB active, but not enough damage to really threaten Chidori. Finally gets called back by Yang, but in the meantime, they have lost Kaka. Brought down by Knight on the back edge of the fight after taking so much damage from the flak cannon hits. So you do get the Slog, but you still give away the Aegis. Vici Gaming slightly too slow on the response to that Roshan attempt.
Yeah. I mean, when you say give away Aegis, you mean giving it to Gyro. Now I get it. I thought you meant he died, but yeah, like slightly too slow. They get a kill, and they also use the BKB on Lina, which is quite big. Gyro as well, of course, using the BKB on the other side.
I will say this Slog, Shu, even though he died first, that's the second fight that we've seen where he's very willing to commit himself as the main brunt of the damage and still getting an enemy core kill. He's really been doing well. Like the laning phase wasn't really solid for him, but since then, especially after picking up this Yule Scepter, the Slog has been doing some work on the map.
No, for sure. He's even got a greedy essence ring, by the way. So minus right click, but more gold on the Slark. And gold is all you need. You don't really need to hit people. You need to have your shard, which he does have. And some extra utility. He's not easy to kill as well. Like if they go on him, Cole usually kills the Slark, but this one is a bit tankier than your usual support. Yang.
Might be in some trouble here. He's getting chased down by Knights. They see him. They know where he's at. Can they get him? There's the glimpse. Don't even need the pounce, and now there's no TP that's going to save him from getting brought down here. At the very least, he'll say, don't worry, boys. I forced them to use the Rolling Thunder. It's all good. It's fine.
Yeah, if they weren't careful with the right clicks, maybe he even spins a couple of extra times, gets that Slark, but Essence Ring saving the day for Chu. So, what's happening here on top lane? Lina just farming away, trying to get towards the D-lands. High ground push might not be the easiest for Gyro and the boys, but they're still going to attempt it.
11 Aegis sitting on this gyrocopter for another 2.5 minutes. So the tier 3 tower is going to start falling very, very quickly. Phoenix hasn't TP'd back just yet. And they're still waiting for the axe to respawn. So this tier 3 tower actually might not survive until everybody's back online. Ori now comes back in, puts in the pressure onto the gyrocopter. Depth Shroud will keep him alive. But Chidori will survive for the moment, but he does tick out in the end. And now Yang is back. Can Yang get there in time? There's a supernova trying to hold him in position. LSA is there. Global silence from DY to cover this aggression. Do they have what it takes? Yes, they do. Chidori will go down. Oryu doesn't down the back into the fight. He's chasing down Lloyd as well as the support Irving. So Irving, can he survive through this? Absolutely not. Gets called back into position. He dies. Gyrocopter's gone. Disruptor taken away as well. And you were mentioning that this high ground attempt does feel a little bit too soon, maybe a bit too optimistic, and indeed they get very heavily punished on the high ground.
They just kind of threw all the advantage they had. The game is now back to even. That high ground push was never supposed to happen, the way I see it. Yes, sure, Axe is dead, but Lina on her own can defend against this team. Like, you just can't push into her at the moment, at least. Like, you can't reach her, she's got D-Lance, Mjolnir. You can't kill her, she's got BKB. None of your spells contain her or can stop her from using the BKB, so yeah. Unfortunate for future esports. One big strategical mishap right there.
Another thing as well is that fight gave the... With this D-Lance now on the Lina, beforehand you could at least rely on the aura from Irving to mitigate some of her damage output, but now she actually outranges the atrophy aura from the Underlord, so she's dealing full damage every single fight. And it's a lot of right click. This is even before she has like the Daedalus or anything like that, which is kind of scary to think about. We're gonna have a jump mid going on to Lloyd, and this Raptor, yeah, he's dead Raptor now. Definitely very, very dead there.
Yeah, Arcane Rune on Storm Spirit being put to good use. Ori on his signature, starting to make some plays. Orchid, by the way, will be the next item for him, so BKB Orchid, he'll be able to jump the Pango and prevent him from rolling out. They already had Global, of course, but it helps.
Oh, they actually get the catch high ground onto Slog. There's no buybacks for any of these heroes. They might actually lose their own tier 3, but Vici, nah, they're showing that discipline. There's that patience, Lizard. They like, guys, we're only back in this game because they made a half-hearted push high ground. We're not going to do the same. Let's just go back and take the easy tier 2.
Well, what also happened is Crimson Guard got you stopped, right? You baited out Crimson and then you go mid, take down, like you said, the much easier tower. And crit is up on the Lina. Daedalus not really that far as well.
They simply cannot stand against the Daedalus. Like, they are still quite some distance towards having the Satanic for the Gyrocopter. Still needs quite a bit of gold to get there. At that point, maybe, but even then, especially with the Axe having this Blade Mail, you can still find yourself just dying before you even activate the item.
I just feel like Pango needed a defensive item, not the Orchid, and a Basher. Like, I'm not saying that would have won them the game at all. I still really like Vici's draft when it comes to this point, but they need some BKB piercing abilities, and at the moment they don't have any. Disruptor is trying to get towards his Ags, which is a massive item if he can get to it. He's got the plus 100 GPM greedy, so like he actually can get to it if they give him a little bit of space. He's got the shard as well, so maybe he can just roll into a lane, Thunderstrike a couple of waves.
We just took the Tormentor in the top side of the map. Goes the way of our Silencer. So DY now has access to the additional Brain Drain, even stronger. More int for the hero. But like you said, the real scary part is this Daedalus now existing for this Lina. And the fact that we are about to get on this... Is he going AC on the Small Spirit?
I don't think so. Bloodthorn maybe? No? What's he buying?
It could be Bloodthorn actually, that makes the most sense. Yeah, that makes the most sense.
Yeah. If he's purchasing Hyperstone and he has Orchid, I guess it's the Bloodthorn that he's gonna get, but a lot of right clicks, right? Quick ones as well on his side. But maybe he goes AC. It would be interesting to see a Storm with one.
5K gold lead right now for VG Gaming. We have a little bit of time before Roshan decides when he's going to wake up, sets his alarm clock. But VG Gaming don't want to wait for that. They smoke up 5 heroes trying to find an engagement. They don't have the best offensive vision on the map, and Shu might be able to just break this smoke, and indeed he does. That's actually amazing work. Good job, Slock. He might still die for this one as Ori zips on the high ground, gets him with the silence. But even if he does die, this will be worth it. But Knight actually comes back in, looking for the re-engage. I'm not so sure about this one from the Pangolier. Taking a lot of right-click damage from this Lina. So he needs to get out. In the meantime, Irving also getting caught by the call from Yang, and now they've isolated this Underlord. Irving cannot get himself away. Blasted into the heavens by the Laguna Blade of Paparazzi. What was that roll about? Why did they try to re-engage there, Liz?
Okay, so that roll was actually a stroke of genius. For a little bit, Future looked like an absolute tier 1 team, but at the same time, it's like thin is the line between insanity and being a genius. Like, there is no way they take these fights besides Slark baiting them, spreading them thin, and then you strike where they're kind of out of position. I feel like if they planned that, and if they moved accordingly to what Slark was doing, they could have maybe even had a good team fight, but that was just random. They saw an opportunity, but they weren't really connected. They weren't truly there to fight with what Slark has made, and he made a lot of chaos, right? Like, Cole got used, Storm was out of position.
Sadly did not work out, but upon the respawn of this Underlord, they are going to try and smoke themselves out of the base, try find an aggressive move. They know that Roshan is the next port of call for VG. Unfortunately, you know, most of the time, we always say as casters that the team that's on the back foot benefits greatly from a longer Rosh respawn. This time around, I think it actually bites them in the ass. If all the heroes were inside the Roshan pit, this would have been a much easier re-engage. But the fact that it's longer gives VG the chance to set themselves up for this fight and be prepared to counter-initiate.
Yeah, it's just a really difficult fight. Maybe if they can do the same thing with Slark again, bait some things out. But if you don't, fighting right now, I just don't see the way they actually win it. They do have some nice auras, they do have Satanic on Gyro, but all these BKBs on the other side that cannot be actually broken. The team fight, the global. Slark is doing the same thing though.
He just dogpacked it. He's going to get himself caught immediately, but at the same time, they've got onto Ori. Ori, though, gets cover from DY's Global Silence. Kaka getting himself into the middle of the fight. Cannot find the Supernova, though, as he wandered into way too many silences. Gets brought down by Knight and the gang. They can still keep this fight going from VG. We'll see what they want to do. Axe jumps in, gets the call onto 2 heroes of both cores. They're trying to burst through the gyrocopter, and they do. Paparazzi on a wicked 6 streak, throwing in the right click onto Irving, getting himself a double kill due to it. And Knight, he might have gone too far forward. This Knight, Pangolier, might find himself giving a triple kill towards Paparazzi, and indeed he does.
Yep.
Yang on a dominating streak because he just ended up solo killing the Disruptor on the back edge of the fight. That is a 4-for-2. Yes, they lose Ori. Yes, they do end up losing their Phoenix, but in the grand scheme of things, VG Gaming will take these kind of fights all day, every day.
Absolutely. He went back in with Pango. He had Regen, tried to work with it, but just isn't enough. Of course, your gyro died way too quickly. But you could see the idea, and this time it was actually very nicely set up by them. Slark baiting in, and then they go after. It was a nice bait, and I feel like that teamfight started off well for Future Esports. They got Storm really damn low, kind of eliminated him from the fight without killing him per se, but Yang, yeah, he followed up with such a good call, hiding in the trees on the side. I love when Axe does that, you know, like you just poke in a little bit and then you go back and hide in the trees. Look at him right there above the secret shop, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Goes in, still has the BKB, of course, didn't waste it on the Slark go. Yep, and then Lina just does what Lina does best, stands and destroys everything.
It is confirmed that Yang is an enjoyer of free-to-play. Stay in the trees! He took that to heart. Made sure to come back in. Now, though, as we go back live, Roshan is being attempted by VG Gaming. They should be able to claim it. VG Esports wanted to stop this from happening. but just did not have the source to do so. So that's now another Aegis in tow for the side of Vici Gaming. Bro, that's an Aegis on Lina as she has Daedalus, Satanic, BKB, Mjolnir with a serrated, a vast serrated shift. Good God. Good luck dealing with her. Oh, and look at this. She's 300 gold away from Hurricane Pike. Even better.
Yeah, the carry matchup was never that great for Gyro when he faced Lina, and right now he's quite behind. When it comes to net worth, he's also behind when it comes to his team having any net worth 15k advantage for Vici Gaming. So yeah, they need some stroke of genius to win these next fights. However, there's always that one glimpse of hope, no pun intended. They have Disruptor with Aghanims. So if you utilize this Aghanims properly, maybe there's a chance.
And he's done the smart thing. I don't think this Axe has been revealed either. So Vici Gaming do not know what's coming towards them. They could try to do something miraculous here. Of course, Paparazzi, he's the one standing on the front foot, just beating into the tier 3 tower with an Aegis as well. Really unpalatable target. Chidori even throws the ultimate out on top of him, hoping to zone him back a little bit, but this is a Satanic Lina. She does not care about the paltry damage of a cooldown right now. Knight goes in, Rolling Thunder. They actually want to try and take this fight, looking for the first life. Paparazzi does pop the BKB as Chidori closing the gap, but there's not enough damage on the Gyro Cup to even take life number 1. And now you don't have Rolling Thunder anymore.
They still have the eggs on Disruptor, so it looks like though Vici will go back. Why are they going back? Well, they don't have the BKB on Lina. Maybe that's why. But she still does have Satanic in 5 seconds and the Aegis. We'll see what they decide to do. Waiting the BKB would be like a more disciplined approach, but there's no Rolling Thunder, so you may just go in anyway.
They also just picked up the blue hole coming in from Storm Spirit. There we go. Yang is going to start things off, jumping onto Irving. They even blow the global silence on him. And getting his kill will end up being worth it because he does not have buyback. They will be doing this push for 70 seconds, 4 versus 5. Future Esports staring down, losing their first set of racks here. Not really much they can do about this.
Yeah, absolutely. And this Static Storm, by the way, you're thinking, why aren't they using it? You can think of it as of a black hole. Like, it's a game-winning spell right now. They need to kill Lina once, get rid of her Aegis somehow, and then fight with the Static Storm. But that's just not happening, I feel like. They're never in a bad position on the side of Vici Gaming. Their movement is so far really clean.
I think part of their problem is that because this rock is a position 4, the only way he can initiate fights is if he puts his own life on the line. But now they're going to go in, Rolling Thunder with the damage from Chidori, but the Satanic Paparazzi turns it around. There's another global silence with Ori on the backline as well. Supernova in the midst of everybody. Can they destroy it in time? Absolutely not, because Yang covers it with the Berserker's Code, catches on the 2. It explodes, stuns everybody, they kill everybody, and GG is called. Vici Gaming secure game 1 with some crisp execution in their team fights.
Yeah, they played this way too clean. That was a really nice last 5 to 10 minutes at least from Vici Gaming. The beginning, I really think Future Esports, they did some nice things. The high ground push was the only like big mistake, like a crucial mistake where they lost the Aegis and all the advantage. I feel like up to that point, they were actually doing better. Top lane perhaps was not that great for Future Esports as I expected. Like I expected it to be better, I should say, for Future. But still, they recovered. They made some really nice moves across the map. The itemization perhaps could have been a bit different. But in general, the high ground push to me seemed like the biggest issues that they had. Because at that point, Lina still wasn't really online. Axe as well, and you had a lot of armor on the Underlord, so you could have perhaps converted that into full map control, but instead they push high ground, they get punished.
I mean, we heard a lot of pros talk about how perilous it is to go onto the high ground. In fact, you can literally see it on the graph. As we just saw the replay, after that fight, right? Before that fight, 3k ahead. After that fight, the game is even. 2 minutes later, you're behind. That's the kind of thing that can happen when the pushes get messed up. And this engagement, like you were mentioning at the time, it really could have been sick. They had all the ultimates. If they were able to convert simultaneously onto the Storm, perhaps things go well for them, but doesn't end up happening in the end, and they will end up having to tank that L. I do think as well, VG Gaming, they ended the game very clean, but those first 15 minutes, man, it looked like they were still very rusty. Like, if they were a little bit cleaner on the execution from Future Esports, they could have taken advantage of the rusty VG before they started to find their form later in the game.
And keep in mind that that's Vici that had a really good start. I think maybe what happened here as well is you kind of see it very often in Dota, actually. So I don't even know if I buy this. Maybe it's probably the cockiness after the laning stage. The lane went way too well for Axe and Phoenix, and they felt a bit too strong, and they tried to just snowball and roll with the strength that they got from the lane, and they got punished. I feel like that's really how it was, because the top lane should have been lost. Like, that should have been at best an even lane for Phoenix plus the Axe, unless I'm really reading something badly and the new patch changed things. I know that Axe is much stronger than he was, but still I think like Disruptor and Gyro own almost any dual lane.
I mean, I'm much lower MMR than you, and I fully agree with that. I would have eaten that lane for lunch, breakfast, dinner, supper, all the meals. But a man who ate everything up today, now, bro, gotta give Paparazzi his props. Bro, my man Paparazzi on this Lina, right? 41,000 damage dealt in this game. Are you freaking kidding me? That is insane, bro. How did he get that done?
And what's crazy is he only died once. That first rotation on him down bottom is the only kill that connected. I have to say, MVP for me would be the draft. The reason why she didn't die later on is it was just a perfect last pick. They had no ways of getting on top of her besides the Pango, and they had no basher as well. So the moment she got the BKB, she felt invincible. Like Gyro, he can deal burst damage, but he needs to be next to you. Versus Alina, you're never truly in close vicinity, so you don't get the burst damage from him or anyone else on the team. Everything that Underlord does from the offlane is mitigated by the BKB as well. So yeah, very nicely done by Vici Gaming in general.
Nice and clean to end out the game from Vici. However, we did see earlier on that there were some cracks in the armor that could be exploited by Future Esports. So we hope that Future Esports has what it takes to make this a more interesting affair and take us to our first Game 3 so far on the qualifiers. Or we'll be witnessing Vici Gaming yet again making this a 2-0 affair. We're going to find out what happens after a very small break. So go grab some water, use the bathroom, and then join us for Game 2 of Future Esports versus Vici Gaming.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, one and all, to the road to the international qualifiers for the China region. We have the past in VG Gaming taking on the future of Future Esports. And of course, I present to you the gift of this world, Mr. Lizard, who's going to tell us how Future is going to turn this game around.
10 seconds remaining.
Just be a bit more careful, I guess. Like after a good laning stage, perhaps you can take things a bit slower, not go for high ground push. Bide your time, get all the advantage. It's rough though. I usually feel that after you lose a game like game number 1, game number 2 is a stomp against you, because like the lanes went a bit better than you expected, probably, and then you couldn't really connect all those moves. Plus, while you were winning, you were tipping the enemy team, which is, call to action for some of these players.
Let's hope they didn't inflict too much emotional damage from the side of VG Gaming, as we now are into our second draft. Of course, Future Esports this time around are on the Radiant side with second pick. They banned DP, no Tiny, no Nyx, no Pango. And then VG Gaming removed the Storm, the Doom, as well as the Templar Assassin. And bro, am I in 2014? Am I getting flashbacks to ROTK first picking Nature's Prophet for VG Gaming at TI?
Yeah, there are flashbacks, definitely, for me as well. Some good, some bad, watching some of these games and some of these teams. But what I don't need any flashbacks, where I don't need any flashbacks, it's in this particular draft, because Nature's Prophet, I'm seeing it every day, all day. He's basically burnt into my retina at this point, like the Sprout. I open my eyes and I see Sprout around me. When I'm walking around the yard, I bring a hatchet just in case I need to cut down some tree. It's an annoying hero at the moment. He heals, he attack, he protect, he has your back. He's got it all.
My boy, Nature's Prophet. I'm sure Kaka was looking at yesterday's game where he saw that crazy performance from Nature's Prophet out of Popoka, and he's like, nah, gang. Nah, Kaka, he felt hurt in his soul. He's like, I can do that too. Let me show you all what I'm capable of. Of course, in this game, there's going to be a bristleback coming in from Future Esport. I imagine this is going to be the Irving hero. I've seen Chidori play it, but I haven't really seen it played in a while. I'll check the stats for it just now. Bristle, we have been seeing pretty much every other game. Like last patch, it was every single game, but still very high value hero. I sort of like it here. It's a hero that, like, Nature's Prophet, he TPs in. He can't necessarily guarantee a kill on the offlaner that he would be able to do with a lot of other heroes that aren't Bristleback.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you need a very specific kind of a combo to actually deal with the Bristle if you're TPing only the Prophet. And I expect him to get some of these Bristle answers, right? Like, what are the answers? Usually you need a break, or you need a hero that turns him around. One of the easiest, perhaps, heroes to go for is the PA that we have seen a lot in the past. But as I say that, let me just check something. Like, I know she's got some nerfs in the last patch. Oh yeah, of course. Fan of Knives is now Aghanims. Like, the moment I said PA, I knew they changed the Fan of Knives, but I wasn't really sure how. So she gets the break now, but she gets it on the Ag Scepter. And I don't think it's as valuable, of course, because you need more gold, more time to invest. And you usually don't have that when playing versus Bristle.
Yep. I will say, when I saw that change, I was like, well, time to learn a new hero. No point playing PA right now. The strength level just dramatically dipped. I only played one game on PA. I lost, but I don't think it was because of the Aghanim Scepter. What did we see yesterday? We saw Bane in combination with this Nature's Prophet coming in from Yakult's Brothers, so that could also be a potential consideration for VG. For Future right now, they are just going to go for the Shadow Shaman, get themselves some tower pressure. We saw some actually amazing stuff from Shadow Shaman yesterday in terms of objective taking. Get some hexes so they are less likely to go for that Ember Puck type of situation from mid. And of course, just a solid laning hero overall.
SF instead. SF Venge, Prophet, like this is a old school combo of heroes immediately. Like the right click damage, the D3 deal is insane. You have these 3 backliners now as well. Well, Venge, depending on where she is, if she's offlane, she can front too. But you kill the wards really quickly, or one giant ward, you kill it quickly. You get a lot of right click damage from distance into the bristleback, which is also nice. Like overall, all they need right now for Vici Gaming is chaos up front. Like they need still, yeah, you're playing into a Shadow Shaman, but if you aren't going for some Storm Spirit, which is banned, or a Puck, which perhaps you don't want to into Shadow Shaman, maybe you can get something like Kunkka. You know, these kind of frontliners that create chaos aren't necessarily too quick, but you can just, with Vengeance, Shadow Fiend, and the Prophet as well, I feel like you can just run the map. You know, you just walk in unison, take one objective after another, and if they aren't fighting you, you're taking objectives. If they're fighting you, you're just swapping someone in. So, yeah, I can see it working. Darkseer, by the way, so Bristle is most likely a position 1. Yeah.
Okay. Carry, Bristleback. I'm mixed about how I feel about Carry Bristleback in this game. You're going to have a lot less armor. So, you know, these right clicks on the Shadow Fiend will affect you quite greatly. And they have a lot of tools to sort of reposition you in a place you don't really want to be. It can either lock you in place with the Sprout or just swap you around with the Vengeful Spirit. We'll see. We'll see. I think it depends a lot on how confident they are in their off lane and demolishing the Shadow Fiend. Actually, wait, do you think this is Shadow Fiend carry or mid lane? I've been seeing more personally carry Shadow Fiend. I do think it's kind of underrated, if I'm honest. Yesterday, obviously, it did not cover itself in glory, but where do you think the SF is going?
I was expecting carry SF as well, but it could be mid. I've actually had, not competitively that I watched, but I've had some mid SFs as well. Like you said, mostly has been carry, but I have seen some Kaya, Yasha, Shadow Fiends from the mid lane with maybe Yule's Aghanims and Blink, you know, like the old school DPS, magic DPS build. Now you have Darkseer and Marcy against you on that offlane, and Timber is probably the chaos up front, right? Like just get the Timber hero that can perhaps deal decently well with Bristleback, doesn't care about the wall. Does care about Shadow Shaman, of course, a lot of control, but in general, not a hero that we see very much of, right?
All right, baby, it's trivia time. So, our boy here, Paparazzi, if indeed he is the one playing Shadow Fiend, he has the 11th most games played on this hero of all time, 72 games. What do you think his win rate is on this hero?
65%. I'm gonna go with 60. Actually, 64 and a half. 64 and a half.
Well, you're very far away, brother. It's only 51%. 51.39.
No, don't give it to him then. Don't give it to him. 51 is way too low. What a scrub. I have some, yeah, like, I think a pro should have around 53. That's like 53, 54. If you're looking at competitive games, and if you were only playing versus teams that are as strong as you, or more or less, if you're a cut above, you should have about 53, 54. Like if you were on the winning side, right?
Well, it'll make you happy to hear then that, oh wait, never mind. I was going to say that Ori has a 64% win rate, 64.5. So you're closer to Ori. He has 110 games. So if it was on him, then he would be certainly quite cracked. But it does seem like he's going to be the one playing the Ember Spirit in this game. Doesn't have to worry about Monkey. Doesn't have to worry about Puck. The Storm Spirit was banned out earlier as well. So this should be a fairly good game for the Ember. Right now, the only real concern is Shadow Shaman Hex. But even then, you should be able to play around it.
Yeah, and like, what's the massive counter that's left in the pool? Maybe something like a Huskar, but you don't really. I with the amount of right click that they have on Vici Gaming, I feel like you shouldn't even worry about Huskar. It's basically a 4 right click heroes plus Timber, so that doesn't really look like an appetizing Huskar game. But let's see what they go for. Shaker instead, actually, another one that's really good that I completely forgot of. Like the matchup itself is decent, so
Yeah. I actually like this Earthshaker a lot because it also gives them a lot of lockdown that they were lacking beforehand. Before this, what did they have? They had Shadow Shaman, Dispose, and Vacuum, not really the most reliable long-term disables. Now you at least do have this Earthshaker that can follow up with the Marcy as well. So you get that burst damage, you get a way to be able to get through the Shadow Fiend, you have enough magic damage that you can reasonably kill the Timbersaw for quite some time throughout the game. Also a very solid matchup middle against the Ember Spirit, right? Long gone are the days where Ember would just bully the Earthshaker middle. Now with that, the way he has his innate now, you should always be able to make sure that you have enough damage in the lane, enough right-clicking potential, get out of there in decent time. I like this actually. It's also another hero that can carry the Iron Shell going forward. The only problem I do have though with this Earthshaker, right, is they are hard locked, and I mean Lizard, hard locked behind Knight getting a Blink Dagger. If this lane does not go well, if we don't get a good time Blink Dagger, what do they even do on the map?
he should. I feel like you should get. There are some problems maybe with the Prophet rotating in. Like that's one issue, because Timber in general can be left alone versus many lanes. So maybe Prophet can rotate mid and make things a bit easier for Ember. But even with the Prophet rotating in, I feel like Shaker should get to his blink on a decent timer, and if he does, the whole map opens up. You have some Darkseer vacuum combos with the Echo. So yeah, I think the Shaker shouldn't be a problem on paper for them. For future esports, that is. Like, it should be a problem for Vici Gaming.
Well, we'll see if Future Esports has what it takes, because if they do not, if this Earthshaker ends up falling flat, then that is it. The road to the international ends right here, and they will be our second team eliminated from these qualifiers. So you definitely want to make sure that your future stays bright. Maybe not Knights then on the hero that you need to win then, you know.
Yeah, we'll see. They have some really cool combo on offlane. Like the Marcy plus Darkseer is pretty strong once you hit level 3. Before you hit it though, Venge and SF, yeah, they can mess you up. There's a lot of burst.
They're gonna try to get themselves an early first blood. Shu is carrying the Iron Shell, going forward on the high ground. He sees Kaka. The question is, can he get him? He cannot. Instead, they're gonna eat a wave of terror, a couple of raises from Paparazzi. They will very quickly decide this is not where we want to be, but they'll still make sure that they secure themselves the 2 bounty runes. It's not gonna be a blowout. 2-2 start. Everything's gonna be fine, but Shu actually might die. He wandered too far on the high ground here. He will end up finding his life taken away by the Shadow Fiend. That is very, very unfortunate. The worst part about it is that he actually disposed Kaka, and that made it easier for the Nature's Prophet to make the kill happen.
Yeah, it wasn't great. It also wasn't great because Darkseer is now late into the lane. Level 1 on Darkseer is kind of like, I need to be in the right position to cast the right Iron Shells to push the waves perhaps a bit in, but yeah, that's absolutely not going to happen now. As you can see, Paparazzi denying most of the last hits already.
Certainly not the start they were looking for on the side of Future Esports. So that's going to be tough for them on the top side of the map. Paparazzi should be off to a very good start on his SF. Talk to me about this mid lane matchup, Knight versus Ori. Obviously, things aren't like a guaranteed win for this Ember anymore, but it has felt like it was a skill-based matchup. Last patch, has that remained true going into this one?
I feel like Shaker just has a built-in advantage here. Ember was just broken in the last patch. I feel like he's still really damn strong, but on paper, I would say Shaker still has an advantage. Of course, a little bit easier for Ori to rotate. That's the bonus for the upside, I should say, for the Ember, right? Like, you can rotate a little bit easier. Like you said, Shaker needs a dagger. Ember, meanwhile, he doesn't really need anything but levels.
That's going to be quite scary. If they get levels on the Ember Spirit and the Nature's Prophet, the numerical overload is just going to be present all across the map. Of course, that Nature's Prophet is down bottom, assisting Yang in just laning here. but I don't think Yang needs much assistance. Honestly, bro, if I'm playing Timber, I'm like, dude, why are you here stealing my experience, dude? I don't really need you.
Yeah, there's a lot of physical damage, of course, coming from Chidori's bristleback, but like you don't really care too much as Timber. The moment you get level 3, I feel like you can be left alone. Up to this point, maybe they could have ran him down, and but from moment he hits 3, he should be fine on paper, unless he is too aggressive.
Kaka is gonna try and annoy Chidori a little bit. In the meantime, Ori taking away the water rune from Knights. So far, they are very even in the CS department. A few more denies going the way of this Earthshaker, but that's something you somewhat expect. Earthshaker, man, if you could go back 10 years and tell people that, hey guys, in 10 years, Earthshaker is going to be primarily played in the mid lane, I wonder what they'd say.
Well, 10 years ago it started. I feel like exactly 10 years ago it started being popular. When it comes to the mid lane so far, it is even, but it is like not in the deny area, of course, but the CS are only even because Knight has been missing some under the tower. Top lane SF, they're trying to make an aggressive move.
They are indeed, but Shu's going to be the one that loses his life first because Kaka showed up to supply some additional damage. Irving does get a very nice 3-hero vacuum. Unfortunately, it's 3 versus 1. He got jumped, baby. I've been jumped before. There's no way you win that fight.
Well, he's the one that made the jump, actually. Like, they tried going in onto the SF. Like, you remember we talked about level 3 and how they need to make an aggressive move, and that's where they're strong. Like Marcy level 3, 2, 3, whatever, but Darkseer level 3 with level 2 Iron Shell. Unfortunately, the SF is already kind of big. So they didn't really do that to perfection. He had a lot of one charges as well to use. Ridley?
Well, he did TP back mid after respawning, and he camped out, waiting for somebody to come closer. And Kaka obliged him, shows up. Honestly, it would have been a very bad move for Shu if that didn't happen, but the time investment that he deployed towards middle ends up paying off quite handsomely.
Yeah, it's a good rotation. Top lane perhaps isn't really that playable anymore unless you bring in Lloyd through the Twin Gate. I'm not really sure how you bring this one back in, like reel it back in. SF with 22 soul charges, like basically you have to go on him if you're going on anyone. Kaka?
Well, somebody's getting gone on, but it's not the SF, it's the Darkseer, because Kaka has shown up out of nowhere. They're heading towards Irving, and he does not have a point into the Surge, so his life is forfeit. And this is what we've been seeing. This position for Nature's Prophet, man. The continual map presence, supplying damage wherever it's needed to ensure that the lanes go as well as possible.
Yeah, and it's the TPs to stack the Ancients. By the way, this is only possible... he tried hard camp, nice little block by Lloyd, but this is only possible because you have Timber on offlane. Right? Like, you have one of these heroes that just doesn't need to be assisted, so Prophet can do whatever he wants to on the map.
It's very similar to what we saw yesterday, right? When they had the Bristol backing off lane, doing something very similar. Mid lane, they're going onto Knight. Once more, Kaka is involved in this fray, and once more, he should be able to help get a kill. He's the one that claims the last hit onto Knight. Shu at least trying to find revenge onto DY, but the searing chains from Ori prevent him from going anywhere further forward. He will end up dead as well. Ori with the kill, Kaka with the kill, and Vici Gaming with the major advantage.
Yeah, he has the pick-me-up facet, but unfortunately the cooldown was still there, so he couldn't save the Shaker. Instead, he tried to go for the kill. Didn't work out. Meanwhile, on bot lane, of course, Yang, he had 20 magic wand charges. He's playing into a Bristle. They're always going to be up, so really not feeling that threatened.
They are going to go for him again, but Kaka is here. Kaka, actually, they're going to turn onto Chidori. Chidori's about to die, forced to pop the Lotus just to stay alive. Shu is here as well, finding the dispose onto Yang. This Timbersaw, will he escape from this? Lloyd cannot track him down throughout the Ether Shock, but Kaka will also be able to resist all that damage. So it ends up with a 3v2 fight that just ends up drawn. Vici Gaming very happy with this.
Yeah, if Bristle was a bit healthier, maybe they die, but he took so much damage. This combo, by the way, is really strong. Not only Nature Prophet and Yang, they complement each other. Prophet and Timber, I should say, in so many ways. Even the Sprout just giving so much damage to Whirling Death, right? Like you can get an insane amount of burst damage. Wisdom Ring though? Or Shrine, I should say.
Gonna be a small fight for it. Get the leash out onto Kaka, but here comes Ori as well. Searing chains out onto Shu. They're fighting right underneath the Shrine of Wisdom. And looks like Shu's gonna be the first one to die here. Gets brought down by the Slide of Fist. Lloyd attempting to escape, but will also find his life getting taken away. Kaka on a killing spree. The Wisdom Shrine is secured. And yeah, they left the SF alone top, but at this point, SF is pretty comfortable here. Tower's very healthy. He can easily be supported by the Nature's Prophet with a simple TP. Life looking very good for VG Gaming. 2k gold lead, 7.5 minutes in.
Yeah, you can't really push in as Darkseer. That's the problem. The moment you plant that Iron Shell on a creep, he just bursts the creep wave down and denies everything away from you. So Darkseer on his own definitely unable to pressure the SF. You can leave him, like you said. Leave him absolutely alone.
You know, yesterday you were talking to me about like if any hero in the game can buy Vessel, they should. And Ember Spirit, he might not go straight up for the Vessel, but already has the Urn of Shadows, so angling for it a little bit later. And in a game like this, where you're already getting this many kills and you clearly envision yourself getting many, many more, this Vessel feels like it will be super, super value.
It's a cool approach. I want to see actually if he completes it or not, because we did see a Void Spirit go Vessel yesterday, but Void Spirit was kind of always the Vessel hero. Ember, maybe a patch or two he was building Vessel, but that's it. Usually there are better items for him. Let's see. I'd like to see it, like you said, that extra damage. Very nice versus Bristle as well.
He might get a kill middle to supplement his Urn because they TP in with Kaka. They found Knight. They know where he's at. This Earthshaker. Can he get out of this one? Ori went in with a Slide of Fist. They're gonna maybe bring down DY because the supports all came in.
The Echo.
And they make sure they get the kill. Knight even committed the Echo Slam to ensure that one. At the same time though, Chidori ended up dying elsewhere on the map. Did he get soloed by Yang?
He got soloed. Yeah, he got absolutely soloed. Lloyd was there as well, but Yang just absolutely crushing it 2 games in a row.
No, you love to see it because let's be honest, yesterday he did not play well. It was a tough day for Yang yesterday. So seeing him out here now, still being able to perform like this, nostalgia makes me feel very good about seeing this. Well, if you're a future esports fan, you're very sad though, witnessing him having this kind of performance. Top lane, we do have a swap. Irving trying to get away. That magic missile, it chased him, and the damage output. My goodness, level 3 missile is no joke at this stage of the game.
Yeah, level 3 missile, but also just the right click from SF. He's got plus 90 damage as is, and then on top of that, Wave of Terror, Vengeance Sora. He's got plus 100 damage. 200 damage on right click basically with the minus armor. Darkseer, it's a hard lane to be in, man. Like you have like that one opportunity to win the lane when you hit level 3, and if you don't, it's just a mess. It's a very messy lane.
Now they're taking over your camps as well. Your triangle is gone. Shadow Fiend and Venge will say thank you very much. Good luck trying to approach that area. On the bright side, you know, it's a meager bright side, but it is a bright side. We have Blink Dagger now on the Earthshaker, so we can make plays on the map if we're future esports. The only problem is, bro, where do we go? Like, we can't go bottom, right? We're not killing the Simbasaur right now. That's just not gonna happen.
Yep.
It's really hard to get a correct bead onto Ori all the time. We don't have the best aggressive vision on the map. And this SF is now gonna start dipping back into the jungle to farm the safe areas on top. So where do we even go to reveal this Blink?
Yeah, they did reveal it already. He was under the creep wave with it. So on the other side, Vichy, they know for a fact. You see how Venge is just hugging SF. They even scan. They're basically making sure that if they go on SF, there's a swap and that's it. Kaka, there's no swap for him.
You know what, Matt? He's happy with this, but I guarantee you as well, Knight is happy with this too. The amount of pressure that Kaka's been putting out, they're happy to kill him, but unfortunately they're not going to be happy about getting punished on the retreat. They cannot get out. They end up losing the life of this Knight's Earthshaker, and now they're going to lose Shu as well. Double kill for Ori on the Ember Spirit. Well, it was a very cathartic kill, but on balance, definitely not worth it.
Absolutely not worth it. That's the Blink Dagger reveal. and you get punished. It's just, it's not the worst case scenario. The worst case would be without killing the Prophet. Prophet is back in.
Oh my god. Bro, okay. You know what? Knights, it's your responsibility. Every time you're alive, just kill Kaka, bro. You can't be allowed to do this. Like, make him afraid to play Nature's Prophet before anybody else has to deal with this.
He's even got the ATOS, by the way, on Prophet. They'll, it looks like they will take the triple Ancient stack too. Okay, Paparazzi did use all his mana, so maybe this is a chance to strike.
Oh, you have lost your tier 1 tower now as well, so very difficult to port in here. Coming back for the stack. They have Yang here. It's okay. With Yang showing up, this fight is definitely not happening. In fact, they get the ATOS out onto this Earthshaker. Look at the damage these heroes are taking. Shu and Knights are gonna die in the blink of an eye. Brought down by the razors of Kikyo. Irving doing his best to run away, but the right clicks of Paparazzi chase him beyond the tier 1 tower. Securing a triple kill for this SF. And bro, the most disrespectful part, they still come back for the Ancients. Guys, at least let them have that.
No, absolutely. You go back for them. They go back for more even. Lloyd, ATOS was there
Trying
too.
to run away. ATOS searing chains with the chain gang. And at least he will, you know, put out his shackles, making sure that the buttons still work. But his life definitely doesn't work anymore. 5 kills in a row for Ori. 5-0-5 for this Ember Spirit in game 2.
Yeah, they're just waiting for Bristol to come online with Aghanim's, I guess, at this point. But it's like they're not really waiting. They're being pummeled while Bristol is trying to get there. So the map is just completely in Vichi's control.
Yeah. By the way, he did get the vessel. He finished it.
Yep.
On Ori.
Yeah, he did. So even when you get the Aghanims, I mean, Ember is still going to... There are still solutions to the Bristol. That's the problem. Like, it's... I see this game and it's not like, oh my god, no, Bristol is gonna get tags. What are we ever gonna do? I feel like Vici Gaming still just destroy him, even once he gets the axe.
Game is gonna be hard as Irving getting himself caught on the top side of the map, and he'll drop a wall. I'm not entirely sure why. Bro, you were dead for sure on that one. That was a big cooldown, because now Roshan is gonna be up. If I'm Vici, I'm like, well, they don't have wall, boys. Let's just go take the easiest Rosh of our lives.
Yeah, I don't think... I'm not sure if the wall would have mattered. Like, it is a very significant spell, this game, though. Sometimes wall is, okay, a little bit of illusion, chaos, you know, a little bit of damage. This game, wall is actually quite significant. SF illusion, Venge illusion, like if you can get these two, it's a lot of bonus damage for your team.
I think especially the SF one, right? The armor reduction whilst you have Bristleback carry, you definitely want that on your team.
No, absolutely,
But
absolutely. Getting him and then getting some Vengeance Sora on top, it's pretty good. The right clicks from the SF illusion are pretty strong too.
Gonna satiate themselves with the tier 2 tower for now. Just grab the top. No counterplay options available from Future Esports. And they still control this triangle. The worst part about this, right? You know when you have an observer ward in your triangle and you can just see them taking all your farm and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it? It's tough, man.
Radiant's middle tower is under
But
attack.
at least it does give them some peace of mind, knowing that this Bristleback can continue farming this bottom wave without any fear of vengeance. But now that the Rosh is on top, they immediately go into the pit. And they're going to smoke up. The wall is about to come back off cooldown. So this could be an opportunity for Future Esports to find a potential fight here. And maybe we see the first big Blink Echo Sam of the game.
Yeah, let's see. They're moving in with the smoke. What's the angle? Oh,
Ori just goes up the high ground. He actually just manages to cancel out the smoke. Gets a steering chains onto Irving. Kaka, he TPs into the midst of 4 heroes. They're not able to bring him down just yet because the fear from Paparazzi pushed back the Bristlebacks. They lost a lot of damage. Bristle almost dead. The Spirit Vessel bringing him so low. Does manage to stay alive as they did bring down Kaka in the end. The damage from the Quill Spray is doing the work. Ori with the searing chains yet again, flying forward with the Remnant, not able to bring down Knight. They're losing a lot of HP though on Irving, who does end up dying to the right clicks of Paparazzi. Knight still alive, ticked very low to this Spirit Vessel. Still alive in the end.
Dude, Lloyd.
Yang was just hoping for one angle on the chakra. He just can't find it.
Lloyd stole Rush on his own. Like, he actually soloed Roshan. While all of that was happening, he used at the beginning, he's gonna die here probably twice, but what he did is he used the big ward in the pit before the fight started, so he didn't know what exactly was happening. He thought they were still in the pit, so he used the ward, but everyone ran out, so there was no one else. It was just like one-on-one action between the ward and Rosh, and ward won. So he moved in, picked it up. Kind of cool. Top lane, Timber.
Echo Slam going out onto Yang. They got him. They got him. All right. They finally found the Timber Sword all isolated, and with the dispose onto Kaka, maybe they progress forward, but Kaka, he has allies streaming in. Rod of Atos onto Shu. They even swap back Irving. They obliterate the Marcy. Doxy are about to die as well. As we have the Hurricane Pike forward from Kikyo. Paparazzi now godlike, 9-0-4 here in game 2.
Man, if this was any other tournament than the qualifier for TI, you might be tempted to call it, but you know, you're playing for TI, everything is on the line. You want to continue your run, but this SF, he just completed Daedalus. Like, this was all without Daedalus on him. It was destroying you. Now it's going to become even harder to deal with him.
Overall, actually, what do you think of SF carry? Because I know I can have a sermon on why I think it's good, but like, what's your on-paper read of the hero?
It's not bad right now. There's a lot of glass cannon ranged heroes that are coming into the meta again. And I feel like we are entering, or have entered at least, that kind of Dota. So SF's, Lena's, you know, like these kind of heroes are more popular, especially because of some offlaners that are being played. Like, you see a lot of Dead Prophet as well, so the heroes might be strong, but it's also about the offlaners that are being played.
Lots of DPs, lots of like brewmasters, so yeah, the high attack speed turret trial heroes very good against that profile of offlaner, definitely agree. Because now we see them trying to siege onto the tier 2 tower. They get the searing chains out onto Chidori. He's already at half HP. He's actually already dead. Shu actually brought him closer towards his demise, but the vacuum wall allowed them to get an amazing illusion from the Shadow Fiend and the Venge, putting in a massive amount of damage on the backline. So they lose the SF and the Venge, and now Yang finding out that he's not really having as much support as he thought. Trying to get himself away. Kaka comes to help him out, immediately gets himself Echo Slam. They want this kill, but now Ori trying to reach into the fight. Not going to be able to get there, but look, it's the illusion. The illusion that they took away. Irving making sure that this fight ends up even. Although they lose a lot of their cores, they still get 4 of them out of VG Gaming.
Yeah.
Irving hard carried that fight. What a god on the dark side.
Dude, he got the best possible illusions. he got Venge and he got SF. He started that fight off very nicely, killing off the SF first and then joining the rest of the fray. Just from VG Gaming, I feel like we are seeing the same syndrome that hit them in game number 1. Like, post-laning stage. This time around, I completely get it. Like, they're absolutely dominant. And all said and done, they only lose 1k in that last fight. The advantage went from 12k to 11k, so not really the end of the world. But you could also see the ways for future esports to kill SF. You know, you just have to go on him. He's the ultimate glass cannon. That's one thing that I have to say. He didn't buy a BKB. He didn't buy anything defensive besides the pike. So if you get on top, even with a swap, you can probably take him down.
Speaking of defensive items, man, Bristleback needs a BKB. He keeps like, by the time the fight really starts getting going, he's already at like 30% HP. Just from a couple of slides, 1 Spirit Vessel, all of a sudden he has no HP left, so needs some kind of way to get through that. They do not have any dispels on the rest of their lineup. So if they can keep Chidori alive, their prospects of winning these future fights do look very promising. He builds a Blade Mail right now. Okay. I mean, there is a lot of uncontrollable damage on the side of VG Gaming, so I can sort of understand why I'd go for this.
No, it's pretty good. It's like not maybe the most conventional item, but it's good on Bristle, especially on safe lane. You're playing into SF with incredible amount of right click, same Timber, a lot of damage. And you're playing versus a Nature's Prophet that bought a goddamn Dagon, by the way. That's what he's buying. he's got it queued up at least.
The 9-hero smoke on the map right now. It's only Yang that could show reasonably. They do get the Searing Chains out onto Chidori as the smokes break here over the bottom rune spot. Paparazzi is queuing up the Requiem, not going to choose to expend it just yet. They jump onto Lloyd on the backside of the fight, but he's saved by Shu with the dispose. And now Shu activating the full ultimate from the Mossy. He should be able to shred through Kaka. They've lost the Nature's Prophet, but mid lane, the bigger fight is happening as Chidori taken down by Yang and Ori. He needs BKB so badly. This wall of replica will be thrown out, but this time it's not the SF, it's only Yang. He doesn't care about an illusion of himself. Ori able to easily clean up Irving on the way out. A 2-for-1 exchange here, and Vici Gaming will not allow themselves to get caught out of position this time around. They make sure that they have the appropriate jump and they kill off the carry.
Yeah, that kind of started off well. Bristleback turning his back, using the blade mill, and the SF had to back out because he backed off because he lost 50% of the HP at the beginning of the fight. But the wall, honestly, is the most impactful spell for future esports. It's not Echo, it's nothing like that. You need to connect the wall on the SF and create some chaos around that illusion so that it can carry you. Like the true carry of Vici Gaming is Kikyo. The true carry of future esports is also Kikyo.
It's Kikyo. A carry so good he carries both teams. What a god.
Pretty much, you know, he's 9-1-6 at this point, 18k advantage. The illusion probably wins a 1-on-1 fight with anyone on Vici Gaming.
Well, Knight ends up expending the Echo Slam bottom onto Kaka. Will he get out of this is the question. Ori actually knew where he was at. If he had a little bit more faith and went a little bit to the right-hand side with that slide, he would have found him and killed him. But Knight gets out, and at this point, like I was mentioning earlier, it must just feel cathartic to kill Kaka in this game.
Absolutely, especially when you see this Dagon being purchased. By the way, I'm not BMing the Dagon. It looks funny, but of course there's a method behind the madness. It's for the SF illusion. Like, it's one of those insta-gib solutions for the illusion, so it's definitely a good item. It just feels bad that you don't have any mobility for staff or glimmer or something for your team, but you need a Dagon.
Knight down bottom is being surrounded at the moment, and he's about to get jumped. Whew. Hi there, boss. What can you do? Tier 2 Tower's gonna follow him into the grave as well, because SF is right here with Daedalus, SNY, Falcon Blade, Mask of Madness, Hurricane Pike. Woo! Good luck dealing with this right click.
Yeah, he's still killable. It's really hard, but I feel like he's still killable. Once he gets Satanic, the game becomes almost impossible. But they need to find...
I mean, he still doesn't have BKB, right?
Yeah.
So you can, like you said, he can still die if they find the right chain disable.
Exactly. But you also have to keep in mind the DUIs behind with a level 2 swap. So...
Level 2 swap, a Solar Crest as well, so lots of additional tankiness that can be provided towards this SF. But they will back off. They remember their experience from game 1. They're like, you know what, we've drawn the team back. It's all good. We're not going to allow our lead to slip away in the same fashion that Future Esports did. We're going to go back, wait for the Rex Roshan. Fortunately for Future Esports, though, the big man is only coming back in 2 minutes, so they have some time to try to figure something out. And Ori, he went in. The whole team is around him, but he has BKB just left to reveal. He finds Knight first and foremost, kills him off, able to jump onto the Shadow Shaman. On the far side of the fight, they lost Irving thanks to the right-click damage of Kaka and Paparazzi. Now they bring down Chidori like he's not even a bristleback. Lizard, bruh. They need to call GG. This game is absolutely over. They have no way back into this with Vici this strong.
There you go. Your wish is granted. They do call it. Blade Mail from Bristleback actually dealt some insane damage in that last fight. He dealt 5.5k damage. Meanwhile, no one came close on the other side, just by popping the Blade Mail. But yeah, Unfortunate for future esports. I feel like the game number 1 was definitely a better performance, like a better game from them, a better chance as well for maybe taking a 1-0 over Vici Gaming and then slugging it out in 3 games. But Vici Gaming after game number 1, like even during the draft we talked about it, right? Like when you lose a game like that one in game number 1, it's a high chance that you're gonna get stomped in game number 2. And that's exactly what happened. This was basically a stomp.
Yeah, definitely was. For me, one of the reasons why I know that this was a hard stomp, I'm thinking about the fact that our Earthshaker got Blink Dagger at 10 minutes for Knight and didn't find his first kill with the item until like 4 or 5 minutes later. That just is not allowed to happen. If that's happening, the game is just going completely sideways. This Paparazzi Shadow Fiend got way too strong. The lane went just way too well.
Yep.
In fact, you were mentioning it about that level 3 power spike. It's one thing if you get to the level 3 power spike and you don't get a kill. It's quite another if you're losing lives. You're getting killed at that level 3 power spike. The game just is unplayable at that point.
Yeah, it was the Prophet's rotation really that made that happen. Like they rotate in with Kaka, they make the numerical difference. Level 3 doesn't really matter. Maybe even without him, it wouldn't, because the lane started off poorly. Like Dota is, this game lasts for about 20-30 minutes. Every second matters, from where the lanes meet to the way the throne is falling, and the way that the first 2 waves met wasn't really optimal for Darkseer. Like he had no preset Iron Shells. Marcy was out of position as well. The first wave basically got denied, and then SF gets an advantage in Souls, and you just can't approach him. You get level 3 way too late, even with the creep skip. So yeah, a rough affair for future esport, but at the same time we have to admit that in this game, at least in this series, favorites, they did prevail, right? Like we all expected Vici Gaming to take it.
Yeah, that's true. It's not really that much of a surprise in the result, but it's the manner of it. I think it would have been different if Future Esports wasn't leading for as much as they were in game 1, right? And then you could just say, well, Vici's just better than you. It is what it is. But you could see the glimpses of if they performed better, made slightly different decisions, you can see how they could have won. I think that's what makes it so disappointing in the end. But here they are. They get themselves trounced. Obviously, Ori gets the MVP for this one. Did not die in game 2, 11, 0, and 13 on the Ember Spirit. He was winning the mid lane matchup against an Earthshaker as well. We got to give him that MVP. Also, though, I was looking at some of the gold expenditure. So the last 2 items Bristleback bought, right? So I'm looking at this draft. First, look at this draft, right?
Yep.
Of the winning team. Ori, of course, our standout player. Bristleback bought Aghanim Shard, which is, very normal on Bristleback, and Blade Mail at the very end of the game. If he'd converted that gold into a BKB against this draft, honestly, some of those lost fights I think could have looked, maybe not, I don't think they win the fights, but it could have looked different. It could have looked different.
Nah. Maybe. They definitely would look different because you'd have a shiny Bristleback. That's a bit bigger, for sure. But he'd still be dying. He'd be dying even faster. Like BKB into Venge SF. Unfortunately, they were in such a position that the only thing that would be different is the way Bristle would look. He'd be golden. That's it. But yeah, it's unfortunate. The lanes fell apart. You're losing the lane one-on-one on safe lane into the Timber. The other lanes are also being absolutely demolished by a rotating Prophet. I feel like, honestly, even with an extra item, you give him the Blade Mail, you give him the Shard, and you give him the BKB. On top of that, just give him the BKB. I still think they don't have what it takes to take these fights.
Well, unfortunately, Future Esports will have to ruminate on their loss at home because their path towards getting to Hamburg has now been officially closed off as they're the second team eliminated from our road to the international qualifiers. Vici Gaming, of course, they get to stay in the mix. They get to stay competitive, looking like they want to make a lower bracket run. I will say that they definitely look Game 1 is still a bit shaky, but Game 2 in particular, they look much cleaner than yesterday. And I think they're definitely growing into the tournament, which is not good news for anybody that's going to drop down to the lower bracket. So if I'm Tournaments, if I'm Yakult Brothers, if I'm Extreme Game, if I'm Azure, I really want to win my next series because I do not want to play these guys as they level up in the lower bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been looking better and better. Especially, I have to say, I enjoy watching Yang a lot. You know, like Kaka, of course, too. Like it's just this duo on the offlane. I feel like they can make it or they can break it for Vici Gaming in the upcoming series.
Well, with that, we have, of course, seen a long-term old-school duo in the offlane with Yang and Kaka. We move on to another legendary offlane duo as Baboka and Old 11 will now be playing themselves up against the side of Tournaments in the upper bracket matchup. That does mean that myself, Snare, and Mr. Lizard here will be moving on for the day, maybe going back to bed, and we're going to be handing things over to B-Cop and Lacoste to bring you that upper bracket madness and hopefully some very good games. So go to get a little bit of a break, walk around the apartment, go touch some grass if you can, drink some water, and then join us in about 10-15 minutes for the next series of Tournaments versus Yakult Brothers here in the qualifiers for the International.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody. It is time for some more Chinese Dota here in the closed qualifiers to the road to the International. And I'm joined here by Lacoste, ready to bring you some more Chinese Dota action. It's a fun day of Dota. I mean, it's already been, I guess, a funnish day of Dota. There was one forfeit, but the other series was Vici moving on. A lot of people rooting for Vici, and now we've got the upper bracket semifinals still coming our way. Lacoste, these are two pretty competitive matchups. I'm really hyped about them.
Yeah, I want to see if tournaments are going to be able to maybe take a game of the Cold Brothers. But Cold Bros, they are on a pretty good roll, I would say. They had a good showing at Dream League. Thought they were going to go further into the tournament, but we could check what's going on so far. Upper bracket finals. Extreme Gaming against Azure Ray as well. I think this one is going to be closer than the first series, but that's just my guess. I was kind of surprised how well Extreme Gaming played yesterday, but also kind of having the same feeling for Azure Ray.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the change for the side of you, Colt, going from Beyond to Old 11 is definitely, in my opinion, a bit of a vertical movement. It's not like this crazy move, but I think that Old 11 kind of fits their playstyle a little bit more than Beyond would have.
I think they look good with Beyond, I'll be honest. I did not expect them to make a roster change, but seems like this is happening a lot in China. If you remember PSG LGD at the time, 2 years ago, when they were playing with Zeal, they were playing with what's the guy from Astro Ares as well that played?
Shanxi,
yeah. So they were trying different offlaners. It does feel that they always go back to more experienced offlaners in the end. Like they try some new blood, it doesn't work. What the hell is Baboka doing?
Looks like he's playing with a cat. If I had to guess. Just using one of those feather toys and just having fun.
This is what you want to see during the draft. Your players being heavily involved, saying absolutely nothing. But sometimes it's a good thing.
Yeah, this seems to happen a lot with Bobica because I think it was last TI qualifiers. They had like 3 house cats when he was playing. I think it was with IG at the time. And he was having fun there too. So it was a winning strategy to having
oh shit, I didn't know that Old 11 plays with the paper tissue on top of his mouse. I just saw it on camera. You know who did it? It was Sylar. Sylar, Lycan Carey. He was the one that I was like, how does he even play? So I tested it out for a game. I couldn't, but I guess he has. Yes, his palms are sweaty. Knees, arms are heavy. Mom spaghetti. I think I saw one more guy actually do it, but never noticed that Old 11 does it. Maybe it's a new thing.
Yeah, there are a couple Chinese players that do it. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know, yeah, definitely Sylar. There's actually, when you say Sylar, the Lycan legend, there was a moment in time where I think Sylar came back to play from retirement and was in the position 5 for a series. And he played Lycan from the 5 position.
Why am I not surprised?
They lost that game so hard, and I'm pretty sure he switched to like the 1 position right after that or something. Or no, he switched to like Bane. They were like Lycan, never again. And then I think after like a week or 2, they swapped him to carry, which was very funny.
But to go back to Old 11, this guy has always been one of my favorite offlaners from Chinese scene because he was very hit or miss. Like it's literally you flip a coin, you don't know what you're getting in this game. But he's been very consistent at doing so, at being the coin flip.
5 seconds remaining.
He's always been the coin flip guy. I'd like to see him maybe play Bat Rider, his top played hero of all time. But in Immortal Cup, he's been playing a lot of Axe.
And we can see
has
the
been loving
whiteboard.
Axe.
Sorry, Benjamin. This is very important. In the background, we see the whiteboard. This is basically road to TI, I believe. And there's only one road that you can follow, and that's the road for winners.
That is true. There is usually only one road. Sometimes multiple entrances, but only one road.
They always give you this shit like that's something deep. There's something at the end of the road. There's light at the end of the tunnel. No, there isn't. It's just the way to stay positive. I don't need that positivity early on. It's 9:30 in the morning. I can be grumpy.
You're allowed to be grumpy. It's okay. It's 9:30 for you. We're starting like an hour earlier than we did yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm like jealous it's 9:30 for you because it's 3:30 for me. But which means it's 3:30 in the afternoon for these guys. In a nice afternoon Dota.
And they just had a lunch and they're ready to go. We can look at the drafts as well. That'd be very nice. Shadow Shaman Undying. This has to be probably one of my favorite combos that I've seen during Dream League that they've been using quite often. Undying started to get more popular as tournament progressed. Because this could also be Old 11's hero. This could also be a flex to the off lane. So I want to see what they're going to pick here. If they're going to try to maybe camouflage it a little bit. If they want to pick a carry. Because they already see this Bristleback. I don't think many teams want to play carry Bristle. There were a couple of those. But yeah, I like this as well. Just Magnus that can go pretty much anywhere. But also to go back to Undying and Shadow Shaman. It is a lot of damage on the ground. You drop a Tombstone, you drop Shadow Shaman wards, and pretty much you can take the fight in that area.
10 seconds remaining.
We've seen actually both wards be used for Shadow Shaman. We saw them both yesterday. We saw the Giga ward and we saw the regular Serpent wards. Saw teams try to focus objectives with Shadow Shaman. I believe it was the first series. It was the first game with Extreme where they were just kind of using Serpent wards off cooldown. They went from top lane to mid lane to Roche, trying to take Roche very quickly. I mean, this hero seems to find its way back every now and then when Serpent wards are decent enough or break or a little bit of a control from a support's good enough. This guy finds his way back, and I really like what he offers because he checks up for a support. He checks a lot of boxes in what you want to draft.
Yeah, definitely does. Also, are we gonna be calling him Erica, or are we gonna be calling him by his robot name?
YSR 04E. I'm gonna stick with Erica. I believe it's. Does it say Erica in game right now? He always changes it.
Seconds remaining.
In game, it says the robot name.
Does it say
04E?
Well,
Yeah.
this is. It actually is sometimes is different from what is even on screen here when you get into game. But I'm gonna stick with Erica. It's not the third choice either of Poyoyo.
Poyoyo. Yeah, that's the one that I like more. But Erica is too legendary of a nickname in the Chinese scene. So we're going to stick with that. And Beastmaster Warlock coming out. So this probably means that this Bristle is actually going to be played from the carry role. Because Beastmaster can't really be flexed anymore. It does feel like you can only play him with Helm of the Dominator, Aghanim Scepter. I saw a couple of those I keep going back to Dream League because this is the most recent tournament. I think we saw two Beastmasters played with the Aghanim Scepter and both of them lost. There's been good amount of nerfs to the Aghanim Scepter, especially with the Roar, where you don't get the max amount of stacks immediately. So that's a big one, definitely. Your damage is not instant. It needs a little bit of a build-up.
Team ban.
This is, leaving us needing Emo's hero. So I'm curious to see what he wants. I mean, he really does make a lot of things look really good. The self-proclaimed god of the mid lane. The artist formerly known, speaking of old nicknames, used to go as Half back in the day.
Seconds remaining.
He's been playing a good amount of Storm. Been liking the Leshrac a little bit. in the Immortal Cup.
Yeah, pretty much anything elusive. I could also see him pick up something like Queen of Pain. If they remove Puck, potentially, I could see them go for Quap. Because this is a new type of a build. I believe he was the one who played it first. Again, during the Dream League, where he did... Okay, so they take Puck for themselves, removing Monkey King, which is a bad matchup. But there's a new tech with Blade Mail, which makes him super tanky. They also combine that with Oracle, so basically you were not taking any damage, any magical damage, but you were also reflecting the damage back and also reflecting the Blade Mail. So it's pretty insane combo. Instead, they go with Puck. I was thinking Quap for the same reason. It is super elusive. They don't have any kind of lockdown other than Beastmaster, other than Snowball, but you should not be really stunned by that. And Bobaka, as you can see, checking the latest memes before he hops into the game.
You always got to be up and current with your memes, right?
Yeah.
Not a lot of time remaining for Tearlaments on this final pick, but they're quick to it, and they do the typical China last pick DK.
Oh, you know, some things just never change. I was thinking
Years of this.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe there's an option for them to pick Sniper, but maybe that's not in his repertoire if he does not want to play it, because it could be really good. You're playing against Medusa, you can outranger her, you can build onto the Fusel Blade. The only hero who can get on top of you is pretty much Magnus, but you also have relatively good protection. Instead, they go with Dragonite. I've not been impressed by Dragonite in the recent games that I've seen. So we'll have to see how he's going to do it. It's just a stun. It's a blink stun. It's something that builds into Mage Slayer against Puck, so you're not going to be dying. But other than that, it does feel overall like a good Puck game. You can be paired up with the two supports, pretty much getting the kills. They have so much objective taking. You were talking about Shadow Shaman. You also have Medusa. You have Magnus as well, which is being played with the internal empowerment. So you will have the right-click damage.
Mm-hmm. Interesting to see. I mean, not really that interesting. I started that sentence off maybe not the way I want to, but the DK is always here in China. It always finds a way back in, and it is always that last pick DK that finds its way maybe, well, this time mid lane, but we have seen it in the past be safe lane. And what keeps bringing this hero back? Why is it always just the staple of the last pick?
Stun. He has a mini stun that keeps people... That deals no damage. This has also been nerfed. It's 60 damage, level 1. It is physical damage, however, if you're playing Green Dragonite. But I do like the combination in this game that they do have. Having Green Bristleback and having Green Dragonite, they synergize pretty nicely. Plus, also, you have Tag Team. So, quite a lot of synergy in terms of physical damage output that they do have.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they work with it. And Tearlaments... Speaking of synergy, 3 of these players were on that really great qualifier run last year for Team Zero.
Yep.
You had 70 who was playing mid at the time, ZZQ who was there, and Erica. So 3 of these guys who have been in this moment before have had this experience of winning these qualifiers. So it's, you know, when you see just random stack names like Tearlaments, people think, oh, the stack's going to lose easy. Yakult's going to walk all over them. But, I mean, these guys have been in this position. The name's just different. It's just gone from Team Zero to Tearlaments this time. So I'm definitely curious how 70, because for a while, I thought 70 was going to be one of the next up-and-coming mids. I mean, he used to have some real style points over in the mid lane. Even when it's hard to make a name mid in China.
Yeah, who was the one, again, we keep going back to Aster Aries. Who was their mid laner?
Yi was their mid laner at one point. White Album was their mid
White
at one
Album.
point.
Yeah. That's the guy. That's the guy that I love to watch. He was also a bit throwy during the DPC time. It was always fun to watch. You never know what was going to happen in the game.
I mean, there was also, for a split second, I don't know if you remember this mid, Love You, Love Me.
Oh, I remember. I always feel they have at least 2-3 nicknames, so some of them got really mixed up in my head because they have like their moments of brilliance for like a half a year, then they disappear, they come back, they may get a new nickname. And looking at the mid lane, I think that's going to be the more interesting one in terms of what's going to be happening. Emo, this guy is super crazy. This guy is extremely skilled, but also loves to push the limits of the hero. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do so in this particular matchup.
Pausing and disconnecting is Emo for a moment. We saw some matchups that should be a little bit closer that went completely differently due to the fact that the mid player themselves was just, it was just a big skill difference. Definitely curious to see how Echo kind of holds on against Emo, because when you think about their two careers, like, Emo's been at the top always. And Echo has kind of found his way towards the top later in his career, where he played for teams like King Gaming Luminous, CDC, and I think towards the end of LGD's lifespan, he was on LGD at one point in those last 2 years or so. But Emo has always been really high up there. And you see guys like this who just absolutely rip up every single one of their opponents. As we see some players starting to reconnect. The equals, I believe, stands for lag. Or maybe it's lag? I don't know. It's always so confusing. I always forget. I should have just stayed confident and just said yes. That's what it stands for.
You should have just lied. A lot of damage on old 11 in this bottom lane. Getting constantly harassed. Boboka was staying out of XP range for a little bit, trying to get some extra levels to his Magnus so that he can get level 2, get a point in Skewer so that he can run away. But also to point out, this is carry Bristleback. When we see it, and we rarely see it nowadays, he is still played on red facet. You want to have that extra damage, but I guess he thinks with having Dragonite in the team, the synergy is way too good, and they want to play for slightly earlier timing, having Beastmaster, Dragonite. It is a lot of objective taking. They can go for Tormentor, they can go for Roche relatively early on. Beastmaster, his timings are still pretty much the same. When he was going for the Aghanim Scepter, you would expect him to get Roshan between like 12 and 15 minutes, depending how good of a game you're having. And then it's pretty much the same thing. If Beastmaster's off to a good start, you can still get Helm of the Dominator. You have pretty much one of the best Roshan taking lineups. Maybe you can throw in Ursa in there, but you have Tag Team, you have all the minus armor from Bristleback, from Dragonite as well, and Beastmaster. So quite easy objective taking for them. Yakult Brothers will definitely need to be aware of that.
Yeah, when you're able to go from objective to objective and start controlling the map, things get pretty difficult if you are losing your ability to kind of farm up, especially when you've got somebody like Medusa that wants to take up a good amount of the farm of the map. We'll see how Fly does. You know, as long as it's not him on a Morphling, I have faith. But 70 just kind of standing in his face. He's also got this Bleak Hallucination glitched cosmetic. So him and FY sharing a couple of glitch cosmetics. Get that quick showcase view. Always looks pretty cool.
Just a question, Benjamin. Would you die if you don't say it, that he has Bleak Hallucination? you just have to get it out of the system, huh?
I did, because it wasn't FY this time, you know? You
it's different. It's a different player.
Yeah, it's completely different. There are some other cool ones that we don't see as much. I mean, hopefully we see it maybe at TI, but Innocence has a Trail of the Burning Doom Undying, which is really cool. And there was somebody, it might have been SCCC, who has like a Trail of the Burning Doom Lycan, which is even cooler.
What happened to SCCC? I know that he had some perfumes.
Oh,
was that a meme perfume? Or did that actually happen?
That was real. That actually existed.
He was so popular at
existed.
the time that people were like, you know what? I don't care about, like, this was pre-Bathwater, right? Before people were big on that, they were like, oh man, yeah, Dota players, I want to have that scent of SCCC.
What do you think the essence of a Dota player scent really is?
Well, what's the essence? It's I don't know what it would smell like. Probably like your mom's basement combined with sweat, 3 days of not showering, and extreme skill, and a little bit of what can we add into the mix?
Excellence.
Yeah,
You got to do something because it's got to be the commercials. It's got to be, you know, you always just see the excellence. 3 days of not showering. And then you got to give it like a really cool name. And the bottle has to be shaped like something insane. Like it would be a Shadow Fiend bottle. And you'd spray it. It'd be good.
If I would be making Dota perfumes right now, I would make them in bottles that look like Dota bottles, and also the colors as well. I would call them Haste.
Ooh.
Where you can apply it fast. It would have like an insane amount of what's it called? The spray would it would spray
Pressure.
it out. Yeah, the pressure. It would spray it out faster. Double
Okay,
damage.
so-
It would have double the amount of all the pheromones and shit inside, so it would stay longer.
Yeah. And then illusion would give you the illusion of being
Invisibility.
in,
It would be
okay.
nothing in the bottle.
It's just
It would
the
just
bottle.
be empty. Yeah, exactly.
And it's a blind box, so you don't know
Yeah,
which perfume
illusion,
you're gonna get.
you wouldn't sell like 100 milliliters. You would sell 3 of those, and they would be 33 milliliters. So you would kind of split them.
I think we're gonna have to make this a reality. We'll find somebody, but we're back into the game. We're unpaused, ready to keep the action going. Emo behind a little bit in terms of CS,
As he
at least
should
for the
be.
moment. See if it continues. But Echo doing an all right job holding his own to the self-proclaimed god of the mid lane. Everything pretty quiet. Where do you think First Blood's gonna happen?
Bottom lane is not really a killer lane. Bobica might get caught, but it's 1 point in Viscous Nasal Goo. I would say probably top. I think Oli might try to square up against Tusk and Beastmaster, and somebody's gonna die. Because I don't think Fly's gonna die. He's having a good time. In terms of CS, Skewer back.
Under the tower, but these quills, they do hurt a little bit, and you kind of want to not let them stack up, as Bobica and Old 11 need to be very careful coming under the tier 1 tower. And Bobica might just get chased even further. But him and Old 11 have to hide under the tier 2 tower against this Bristleback.
Ah, look at this. One of the finest creations we had. It's been Morphling patch for quite some time, TB patch as well, but Bristleback has been very annoying for the last, like, 2 years pretty much now.
Yeah, he's held his own in the meta. A little bit surprising. Emo now level 6, by the way, so he doesn't have access to the Dream Coil while he was coming down here with the for the Bounty Rune. I thought maybe he'd make the rotation, but probably would have only happened if he did have that Dream Coil ready. You do have 7E rotating towards mid, and Warlock's going to be around the area as well. 30 seconds to that 6-minute power rune. Elder Dragon form, and there's the Illusory Orb curving and throwing him up onto the high ground. 70 unable to stick with him for the moment, but doesn't continue to go under the tier 1 tower.
Interesting. Neo just picked up Orb of Frost. That's his item. It looks... This is budget Scotty if you don't have enough damage to buy a Scotty. It's good against Dragonite. Reducing health restoration by 13%.
Interesting move by Emo to jump in right in front of Echo. They drop the Tombstone down. They've got the Shackle. But now the Tombstone staying on needs one more shot to die. And they finally get First Blood. They will. Bobica taking out Echo. And now the Dream Coil going to be committed onto the Tusk. 7E has the Shackles, but doesn't really have the life to survive. Needs one more right click to end up dying, but now up onto the high ground, still running away. Ollie will get hit by this Snowball as he gets the kill on a 7E. So 2 kills there for Yakult. They don't lose anything. They do actually give up a Tombstone over onto the DK, but overall, First Blood and a +1 is really good for them.
This Orb of Frost actually making quite a lot of difference. It is a lot of slow and range heroes. Good against Dragonite because he was in the range form. So 13% slow as well as 13% health restoration reduction. I don't think I'll ever get used to this instead of saying healing or regeneration reduction. But I guess I'll have to. Otherwise, I will not be hired.
Bad news for me. Well, you'll get used to it. I know you will. You always find a way.
I find a way. It took me like 4 years to remember Octarine Core. For some reason in my brain, I was mixing up Bloodstone and Octarine Core. I had to open, like, whenever I was casting and if I was in-game, I had to open the shop to know which item I was talking about.
What you need to do is just think of it like magic. Reading the card explains the card. Reading the item explains the item. You got this. I trust.
Funny story. So he taught me how to play Magic, and he makes shit up.
Okay.
If he needs to win, he will say that it should interact this way. Then we play another game, and suddenly it's a complete switch. If we switch the decks, then it doesn't work for me anymore. But also saying that reading the card explains the card. I have no clue with other interactions. Doesn't explain how the stack works or on any other of the mechanics in the game. But I'm slowly getting into it.
You're getting there. Respect the hustle. Well, Dragon Tail onto Emo, just about to hit level 7. He's going into the Witchblade. A couple of stacks here for the Beastmaster available. Gonna try and take it with 70. He'll do what he can to just grab some gold. He's already got this Helmet of Dominator. Who deals with these dominated creeps best for Yakult?
That's the easy question. They don't.
Okay.
It
That's
could
what I was
be
figuring.
Massive Serpent Ward. If they actually shackle and drop down Massive Serpent Wards, they can kill it. Later on, they will have no problems dealing with it because you will have Medusa. I also want to see what Fly is going to be building into. Probably going to be standard. Get Manta Style, get Butterfly. But I've seen that Medusas don't tend to pick up Silver Edge anymore. It feels like this item has kind of fallen off. Not many people want to buy it, but it could be good in this game. Great against Bristleback, great against Dragonite. Having that break mechanic could make a lot of difference.
Bringing a lot of heroes here. Missing the stun with the Centaur Conqueror. Unable to grab that. I was looking at Beastmaster for a second, got confused, realized it is SRF, but now he's AFA. So sticking to the 3-letter scheme, but different 3 letters this time around. Having a decent game as Beastmaster, sitting there pretty much even net worth with this Medusa. Primal Roar used, and Ollie's gonna drop. That'll be the first kill for the side of Tier Elements. That's only their first kill, but they are up 2,000 net worth.
They're gonna hit a very strong timing once Beastmaster picks up his helm, and he's getting very close to it. Should have it in the next 2-3 minutes, depending how much farm he's gonna be able to get. And Medusa is a super slow hero. I see that Old 11 kind of recognizes the problem and is not going, okay, Undying, move. Ollie, it happens. Every professional esports gamer, it did happen to him at least once in the career ever since we introduced Ceaseless Dirge. Yeah, what a name for the ability. Just sitting there.
Dream Coil and the gigantic Serpent Ward.
Oh, look at that damage.
And it is some real good damage for him, and that massive Serpent Ward hitting real hard.
You cannot kill this thing. 600 damage, level 1.
That's crazy. They go for Ollie again. They'll find a mid for a second time. Back-to-back kills as we take a look at the Serpent Ward inside the trees. It's as big as a tree.
No, it's called Massive Serpent Ward.
Yeah.
For a reason. And to go back to what I was saying, Old 11, he is going for Blink Dagger immediately. This is a bit of a difficult kill to get. Maybe he tried to force a rotation.
Primal Roar even committed on this. A lot of damage on Abobica, but he's got the Hex. Do they have enough to finish off
Cobalt
SRF?
Cup, let's go.
Ooh, they got him. Can't get up those steps. Shackle available again, and they use that Cobalt Cup and dig out a kill.
This is such a cool item that we added because Cobalt with the Chalice was my favorite creep ever since he has been added to the game. Croakers are definitely up there, and the boys, but something about the guy holding this cup is just way too good.
Skewer under the tower, and they're going to use that RP. Chaotic Offering comes through, but this doesn't look like it's going to save Erica. The Fatal Bonds are nice, but there's just nothing to follow it up. Bristle not surviving long enough to make those Fatal Bonds matter, and they show that they can control this Bristleback and get a pretty easy kill overall.
He's going to chase him down. Emo does have region room, but nothing to stop the TP with.
Nope.
And suddenly,
Easy TP out.
this lineup from Radiant has kind of fallen off. Like, if they make another mistake like that, the Cold Brothers, they're definitely back. This death of Beastmaster and 2 deaths from Erica are definitely going to hurt them.
Massive Serpent Ward was used over mid, by the way, so that's going to be on cooldown for a little bit. As we see it again. It's a Cobra in a pot, that Serpent Ward.
Did you know that when you are playing the flute, it does absolutely nothing to Cobra?
And how did you find this out?
The guy told me before he died. Yeah, before he died.
I thought you tried it and it
No,
still
have you
went
seen
for
how
ya.
big Cobras are?
Yeah,
Like,
they're huge.
Yeah, they're massive.
They're a scary snake. Snakes kind of scare me a little bit.
I'm sure the house spider scares you as well, not just the alpha predators.
I hate that you know that spiders do scare me as well.
Yeah, you're afraid to sleep without the light on, so.
I do have a little nightlight.
Yeah.
It's nice. Yeah. I don't actually
Well, now
have a
the
nightlight. I
chat's
have
gonna
to actually.
gonna think. Well, how does he know if he has? How does he know if Benjamin sleeps with the lights on? I did myself dirty. Back to the game. Emo continues to farm up. There's not much happening. 7 kills in 14 minutes.
It's a little bit slow, this one. We've
Yeah,
been seeing a
slower
lot
game.
more of I would say our first 2 series of the qualifier were definitely a lot more action packed, but I mean, this is kind of what you expected from Yakult a little bit with how fast you said Fly was going to make progression anyway. But now that they've got this Blink Dagger, they have RP and Dream Coil and everything, we could see Yakult start to get a little bit more aggressive if they find the opportunity.
You do have Blink Dagger available on Echoes, and then I don't know if they can kill him from 100 to 0. Let's see.
They can
damage.
try.
They're trying.
There's no tier
Stick
2 to
doesn't
get
get it
to,
off.
so there's nobody to come over. He's
Even
gonna
Warlock
die.
was there with the Golem, so that was
Yeah.
definitely kill, and nobody responded immediately. Ooh, Ollie got yeeted by Roshan. It's a lot of damage, and this is something you talked about, to drop down that Serpent Horde in the mid lane immediately, play with the catapult. So it's like Yakult Brothers, they feel comfortable going into the mid/late game without having to rush things. Maybe they can get a pick off, skewer somebody back, use a coil, get a kill, go back to farming.
Yeah, that's what I thought they would do, but I haven't really seen them get. Oh, I mean, the last kill was under the tier 2 tower. It was almost forced by tier elements with how much they were pressuring forward. But it really hasn't been Yakult kind of going out there and getting a kill. At least not yet. Which is a little bit surprising.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking at what Old 11 has in his quick buy. He's going for Hand of Midas. I don't think I've seen that item in a really long time. In theory, considering that the games are longer, like the average game time was around like 40 minutes during the last tournament, it does feel like it could fit into the meta, seeing that you can't really end the games, but people are not picking it up.
Boga getting that tower, by the way, but Erica getting that Serpent Ward, got 224 gold for it. And this is something that you talked about, objective taking for tier elements. They're heading towards Roche.
Yeah, they should definitely use this opportunity. Roshan dies basically in 5-10 seconds with the damage that you have. Tag team is maxed out. all that minus armor. Erica will pick it up, going into SNY. So this is going to be a very scary timing. If Yakult brothers lose a fight, if they're not going to be able to push the waves, I think Emo will need to be on a mission in this game as well. As soon as he picks up his Blink Dagger, try to cut the waves, because Radiant will want to group up, go together, because this is a very strong 5-man lineup.
I smoked up. Qualifier actually came through right over here. By the way, also speaking of Midas,
Bobica has
Bobica's also
Midas.
got a Midas. They're gonna have to turtle pretty hard for this. I mean, they lose a fight relatively soon. They could be pushing high ground for the side of Tyrleman. So you now have to turtle to get these Midases to pay off. We'll be picking up a second one soon, but Fly he's in some trouble. That Orchid came through from Echo. They do have AFA, SRF coming through around the bend, but don't really commit anything more forward onto Fly or try to go for those kills.
Yeah, they need to get out on the map and try to get some farm.
Now they smoke on the side of Yakult, so they're even willing to farm or fight. Let's see what they can get out of this. Maybe they get a Blink RP, but they'll start their attention. It's onto the Bristleback. They may not even need RP. They take the Aegis to start. Off to the side goes Echo, looking for his way to get back into the fight to help out this Bristleback. Can he find anybody? The Hex comes out from Bobica. They've got themselves a chaotic offering. They get the kill to Ollie, but they'll end up losing Erica for a second time. And now they've got the Shackles locking up Echo, who tried to get around the back. The RP under the tier 3 tower. This goes horribly for Tyrlemans. As Yakult, they're the aggressors, and Echo tried to take a long road around the back and ended up paying for it.
What a beautiful fight. Bristleback, usually he thinks he's unkillable, having this Vanguard being like backed up by the team. You have Rock from Warlock, but doesn't seem like it's enough. It was a very well executed fight from Yakult brothers. Skewer back into Massive Serpent Wards, into Doomstone. He dies immediately, and then they kill him one more time. Medusa did pop the ulti. They focused on different heroes, and then Dragonite as well gets skewered and gets RP'd under the tower. This is the fight that Yakult brothers needed to take, because if they lose the fight, they probably lose the side as well. They were fighting close to the tier 2 tower. They have more than enough damage. And you can also see that this Beastmaster creep, it is dying to Shadow Shaman. Serpent Wards kills it in like 5-7 hits.
Shaman was a huge impact in that fight. He instantly hexed Echo, who jumped down, trying to catch them in the back. Bobica really making it work out for the side of Yakult. That fight doesn't go on too long. They don't let it ferment for that much time. But things starting to look really positive for Yakult. The later this game goes, the better it's going to be for them. They definitely have the scaling opportunities with the Midases, with Medusa on their side. Butterfly getting close to being done here for Fly as well. They're in a really good spot.
Upgrade. You're playing against a lot of physical damage against Dragonite, tag team, right clicks, Bristleback. It also means that Fly most likely is not going to die. But again, Tyrlemans with their draft, they're very good at taking objectives, so they will take another one on the map. 70 will get it. It's a really good shard. Unfortunately for him, he has only 1 point in ice shards. So wants to max that out, lower the cooldown, increase the damage.
One of the better shards for potential zone denial. But this is, all time now that is just being spent on Medusa getting farm. That Butterfly is finished, and Fly was hard to kill in that last fight, harder to kill in the next fight. And it's just not going to get much easier for them. And they're going Ags on Magnus, so trying to get this Midas to pay off. Bobica, he's using that Midas to go for an Aether Lens, and he's got this massive Serpent Ward to try and do some damage here onto the tier 2 tower in the bottom lane.
It's only level 1 Serpent Ward. Level 2 increases the damage up to 1,000 damage, which is pretty insane to think about. And this tower is going to fall. as you said, Butterfly Fly, finished on Medusa. This is going to be a big upgrade in terms of his damage output and also defensive capabilities. Ult 11, going for the skewer back, but doesn't get it this time.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
He's only 1,300 gold away from
top tower is under
picking up this Ags as well. When you've got the constant in power, you're getting a little bit of space to farm. You farm at a decent chunk when you've got the open space. He is bottom of the net worth in terms of cores, but when the map gets a little bit more relaxed, we're going to see him start to really pick up the farm. What's Fly going for next, Scotty? Okay.
Wants more stats. It is a very good Medusa item ever since we changed the recipe back to Ulti Orb. It does give you 35 stats, and it's also very good against Dragonite, of course. Health restoration, extra slow. Ult 11. Look at him. Easy 250 gold. There's some objectives to take if we're talking about Helm of the Overlord, Mass Serpent Ward, the Giga one, and also Tombstone. So there's a lot of random gold on the map, especially if Boboka is also going to be playing like that, dropping the Serpent Wards in the middle of nowhere or just putting it behind Fly. We could maybe try to punish that next time.
I believe he's only given up one Serpent Ward for the bounty it's worth.
It is very difficult to kill it.
Yeah.
That's the whole point of it.
Hitting for 10-20 now. But they are playing a bit forward. They might want to wait on... In Erica, he went... Sanjiniasha has Halberd looking for a heart next. He's going to want to try and get that heart ready to go. But
this is what I was talking about. Kill that Giga Ward. It's almost done.
Ooh, 294 gold for AFA. Is that worth it, though, to put that damage only on a tier 1? Doesn't feel like it.
He almost killed the tower, which is fine. Nothing's happening on the map. He's trying to make something happen, draw some kind of attention, fish for information. So this required Beastmaster to show exactly where he is. Rest of the team, they are making a move in the mid lane.
Can they catch Emo, though? He's been pretty elusive. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. Has picked up the boots to travel with the blink
11.
and the Mooch Blade. But now Walrus Punch coming through. Old 11 in trouble. Silence up thanks to the Orchid coming out from Echo. And unable to skewer away. 70 gets credit for the kill and takes out that Magnus. He's just short of having the money for that Ags. But the side of Yakult are going to avoid this fight. That means they're going to lose the tier 2 mid.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Tournament slowly still keeping up, but they didn't find this opportunity with the first Aegis to go and try to punish, go for the high ground. This lineup was indeed made to be able to finish the game relatively quickly, but Yakult Brothers seems like they know about it, so they are trying to stall as much as they can. In the bottom lane, Medusa split pushing with the illusions. Boboka, again, has Mass Serpent Wards ready.
Yeah, 5 seconds. He's staying down here, farming nearby.
He's gonna
he knows
drop
this creep
that,
wave's
and
coming.
somebody
Yeah,
will
for
need
sure.
to come.
Is under attack.
Just doing 1,000 damage, forcing back the Bristle.
Almost 150 damage per hit.
All right, well, he took care of that pretty quickly. Cooldown pretty significant at 110 seconds. But he did force the Bristle back, so he has to come all the way back. Yeah?
Yeah, that's good.
Roche is up, but this could be a fight. This could be a fight for Yakult. I mean, they've got a lot. They've got just about the Scotty ready here for the Medusa. I think this is definitely a spot where Yakult should be a lot more willing to contest Roche.
What do you think about Green's Bristle Facet? I think it's not bad.
The Snot Rocket?
Yeah, it's not.
I like it a lot.
Emo.
Dreamcoil committed. Snaps, old 11, horn toss. Screws him all the way back, but they go to the primal road. It's going to be on the fly. Fatal Bonds hits 3 heroes. Ali actually ends up dying so quickly, and he's going to work on this tombstone. He'll take out Bobica. Both supports dead. Emo right in front of the face of this Bristle, but Fly now being focused by Echo has AFA over to the side, and ZZQ with the help. But can they get this kill? I mean, they've lost themselves old 11, and Fly's all alone. Everybody's here. They have the Walrus Punch to come through. Fly will be continued to be stunned up, and he's dead. Triple kill for Erica. They did not have nearly enough of the team fight that they thought they did.
No RP used, no Medusa ulti. All the green lights are pretty much ready. Mass Serpent works well. Elements showing up strong in this game number 1. Bristleback, as you've seen, almost 5,000 damage dealt by him, and he's going in with, like, trying to go for unkillable build, picking up Heart, even though there is Scotty as well available, so that's going to be some healing reduction. But they are ready to go. Beastmaster, he pretty much has every single aura. He has Helm, he does have Drums, does have Pipe, and he's also bringing something on the Courier. That's going to be Crimson Guard as well. Great item against Medusa. Ready to go for the high ground. Alpha Wolf on top of that. Extra bit of the damage plus the banner. They need some big skewer backs into the tower, into Shackle to be able to kill the heroes.
Yeah, they really do. Fly feeling like he thought he was unkillable with the Scotty and the Butterfly Fly, but he ends up dropping as he gets sold out. Old 11 popped. Dreamcoil is committed, but now Emo's in trouble.
That just might be it.
Buyback. They both die. Fly now again could be soloed out. They're going to take out the Tombstone for another 200 gold. The Walrus Punch comes in. Ollie's not going to survive this. The massive Serpent Ward is thrown down, but they'll get the kill in a Bobica. And Fly has to be the raid boss to push back tier limits.
Double buy. Both supports. They're still not done. They did manage to kill the barracks, but seeing 20 seconds without Magnus, 25 without Puck, they will push. And they have more than enough damage. This is Dragonite Bristleback we're talking about. They did have Alpha Wolf in the previous fight. All the auras already. I'm not sure how Medusa is going to be able to deal damage against this Crimson Guard.
A lot of time left on this Aegis. This is all falling apart for you, Colt. Don't look like they have the damage. I mean, I didn't even realize Ollie has nothing. He has like he has some 4,000 net worth at 30 minutes into the game.
Yeah, they've been not fighting. He's also dying. He's also been sitting in the fountain with Ceaseless Dirge for some time, not getting any gold.
He is in a real tough spot. I mean, the whole team is in a bit of a tough one right now. Not really feeling the power of Emo, and he needs to blink away.
70 has been on point. He's been getting these initiations, finding Magnus before he can get anything off. Old 11 will need some big RPs. Will need some big corny tosses into the skewer backs, because that's their only play that they could go for. Roshan is dead for quite some time, holding the Aegis for another 2 minutes, so they will still be able to use that. And again, buying another aura. Bristleback is going for AC. Not sure if he's going to be able to finish that for the high ground push, but these auras, they are stacking up, and it gets even more and more difficult for them to play the game.
They got that Tormentor immediately all jumped through the Twin Gate to go over towards bottom. Old 11 is dying in half a second. He has not been able to survive, but now they see Fly, but they've got the Horn Toss. They should be able to at least get this Tusk. And that might hold off tier limits for a little bit. He is a big part of their control.
It's the only play. Like, you need the skewer backs, otherwise you're not winning the fight. But we've seen throughout Dota history that when Magnus is on point, you can definitely be getting those kills. Fly, burning a lot of his mana with this freshly picked up
RP. Beastmaster, but there's the chaotic offering. Fatal Bonds comes through onto everybody. That's a huge problem. Ollie looking like he's going to die again, but pops that Gale Guard. They've got the snowball coming across. They get the kill on Old 11 to take out Bobica, but they end up losing AFA, and they're looking to maybe finish off Echo there, too.
Flyfly's
got the
doing the work.
damage this time, and he's going to be able to take out the first life away from this Bristleback. Flyfly's starting to run the other way. ZZQ nearby. This massive Serpent Ward was doing a lot of extra damage as Emo jumps back, and Yakult with a fight like that have held on for the moment.
It was a one-man RP, but they got the Beastmaster, and yeah, this Medusa definitely popped off. Undying didn't deal that much damage, but it is a lot of slow. Tombstone was full duration on the high ground. Nobody attacked it, but Medusa having vision provided by the Tombstone just ripped them a new one. This is also level 20 Medusa now, so Mystic Snake extra 3 bounces does make a lot of difference. And also, to point out, Serrated Shiv, like you start attacking someone immediately, 8% of their current HP. So this item, I would say, is very underrated in terms of how much damage you're actually dealing. And now he's starting to think about getting the bigger item. And he's actually going to be close to Daedalus. We're going to be seeing the fight one more time. You can see that Erika's mana got burned almost instantly, so he didn't have much mana to work with. And then Tombstone on the high ground, making a lot of difference.
I'd like to see the Serpent Ward in a little bit of a better spot in these fights, because the fight moved a little bit right as it was away from the Serpent Ward, but you can see the damage that Flyfly is doing and overwhelms the side of Terrelments.
They need to go. I think they can't really risk it in terms of letting this game go super late, because this lineup will definitely fall off. Something to point out is also the Dragonite did go for Bloodthorn, which is good because it gives you True Strike against Butterfly, but also it doesn't provide True Strike to your allies anymore. That's a really, really big nerf.
Would you have wanted him to just keep it in a work it and go for something else?
I'm just thinking if MKB might have been better, but you're also like getting MKB for yourself, and then if you're focusing Medusa, not really. I think overall Bloodthorn is a better option because your allies, they still get extra damage, and we've seen them isolating Medusa multiple times. The downside of it is it can be dispelled. MKB cannot be dispelled if we're talking about him getting the Manta style off, and now they're still in a good spot. They're 3 racks down, but they also have Magnus. And I also think that Old 11 might need to save some of his gold to have buyback potentially for the next fight. For now, I think BKB is also a good option if he's gonna pre-click his BKB and then go for the play. Because if he gets punched, he can get roared or stunned by Dragonite, he will die.
They ping. They saw this illusory orb come across and hit Echo, who had to amplify damage on him, but it's not going to matter. They'll TP Emo out. And with that, you can see Colt kind of leave the base a little bit, moving forward, taking this outpost, trying to gain control back of the map on their side. Medusa thinking Disperser after the Daedalus. Shadow Shaman even thinking of a BKB. Has both these charges on this massive Pytus.
They're killing the creeps in front of him.
He can't get a creep. He's really searching.
Nothing to be found here as well.
Nothing here. Guys?
Losing the value.
Exponentially.
There it is.
Ooh, the double Midas. Feels so good. BKB for the Bristleback. And Magnus commits to the buyout. So now short the buyback. The last time they went for Roche, it didn't go well. But Yakult, they fought back. It was an 11,000 net worth lead for the side of Tyromans. They are trying. And I will say, The cloak has been upgraded, Lacoste. It is
Not just the
now a
cloak.
Glimmer Cape.
He also has Shard, so Tombstone, grab ally, could come in very handy. Whoever gets initiated on by Beastmaster. Fly. He feels pretty much unkillable at the moment.
They're out and back. They're looking for the back lines. Horn Toss, Skewer, Primal Roar comes through in an old 11, trying to get 3 shot. There's the power of that Shard. Godacoffer comes down. They look for the RP, but they've got the Snowball to save this Bristleback for the moment. He's trying to get away. They get the kill into Bobica. They take out the Shadow Shaman. The Serpent Ward is down, but they look over at Ollie. He's low. Down goes old 11. There's going to be 3 heroes potentially dead if they can get Ollie, but he finds the Soul Rip. Heals up. Down goes ZZQ. 70 both fall. They only have buyback available on ZZQ. They've got the Shackle. It's onto the Beastmaster, and I'm not sure he's going to be able to get away, but they go to the Bloodthorn. They've also got Erica nearby, blinking to the Dragon Tail. Emo, though, he is stunned up, but not killed off just yet. Shackle connects onto Erica.
Bristle's out of
Both needs to
mana.
be very careful. He already bought back into the fight. Emo, 1 shot from dead, but Fly still moving forward. These axes are flying across. Emo, Glimmer Cape by Ollie saved and Gale guarding himself, so Ollie's able to walk away. But AFA is still on the run. The blink of the Shackle. Erica's going to turn at Bobica for a moment, but they're able to get the kill to the Beastmaster and take him out.
A very good fight for Yakult Brothers. This Medusa, again, she's not getting contested at all. They're not focusing her down, seeing that they can't really deal with her, dealing 14,000 damage, more damage than the Radiant team did. It's getting pretty insane, and burning all of this mana, Disperser has been a really valuable pickup for them. Also, a little bit of a mistake there from Bobica. They did get the Skewer back onto Bristleback. He hexed him with level 15 talent that broke him, but extra bit of status resistance kicked in, and there was no shackles whatsoever.
He was really on point, was forced to buy back, but Bobica, some of those shackles, some of those movements were so prime time for him. And they will get this Aegis on a Fly. They also pick up the Refresher as well as the Cheese. Erica needs to be careful. Hit with that Disperser. Emo into the face of ZZQ. They go to the BKB. Echo trying to get the kill. They go to the Walrus Punch. They've got it. Now the Snowball, but Emo's dead. And this Stone Gaze with the Shackle connecting, they're going to commit the buyback from Emo. Old 11 needs to be careful. He dies very quickly. They drop down a massive Serpent Ward. They go to the BKB. It's going to be off Erica. Emo's dead again. His buyback symbol's not even gone. Primal Roar now on Old 11. Snowball coming through. Hits on a Fly. They've got the upheaval. Slowing these heroes down, but they hit the Shackle. It's going to be out of 70. Echo looking for his moment to jump back into the fight. They get the kill out of the Tusk. He's dead for 70. But there's the Hairball thrown into Old 11 who pops the BKB. Bobica on the run, but he's going to be dead for a second time in the long exchange. RP comes through. Fly disarmed, but he's trying to get the kill now. Pops that Manta. Skewer away from him. Echo's gone, but he's got buyback and will use it. Fly just standing his ground so strong, looking after AFA. He tries to run, but
Skewer
Old 11's there with a Skewer. No, misses off the mark. But then it does land, but he's still trying to run.
Oh, he went back.
Oh, went back, but has the boots of bearing. He's still quick enough to go downriver.
Okay, he managed to save the day. Went back for whatever reason, and still managed to get the blink out. But again, Medusa, every single fight, the damage number goes higher. Almost 20,000 damage in the previous fight. These numbers are insane. They can't focus her down. She also has cold-blooded, so this is this is like S tier shard. You don't buy it early, but any kind of spell that you use, it's also on a relatively short cooldown, 12 seconds. Gives you use the snake, gives you the mana back, brings them into the stone. 62k damage. Okay.
Big numbers for Medusa. Fly trying to be the savior for Yakult. Looking into the Divine Rapier and picking up another 250 gold off that Ancient Black Dragon.
He also got level 25. He can upgrade his Aghanim Scepter, which could be pretty massive. You can have Disperser on your split shot. You can also have Daedalus and Scotty. I think this might actually be the better option than Divine Rapier, because I don't think he needs that much more damage. Like, you're still going to be dealing damage with your split shot, but it might be a little too risky, and you're also running out of slots, but you also need quite a good amount of gold to be able to get Aghanim Scepter.
He might think Divine Rapier as long as he's got this. Well, no, I'm saying as long as he's got this Aegis, that might be why he's thinking about it. So The problem is, though, to have it slotted, you're going to have to, if you want to have it for now, you're going to have to take something out. And what do you really want to give up?
Manta style.
But that's what's been helping him survive and be able to output this damage. The Manta's been such a huge part
of dispelling things. You have Disperser, so you probably want to take Manta style out. And there it is. It is coming on the courier. Minute and 45 seconds left on that Aegis.
A lot of time to work with this Divine Rapier. Is he gonna commit to it? Yeah, so he's not gonna lock up anything. He'll take up the Manta like you suggested, because he heard you. And now they're gonna go up onto the high ground. And they've also got this massive Serpent Ward. It's only level 2 still, but what can they do? Emo's not here at the moment, and they've got the Beastmaster pushing bottom.
Well, might try to stop his TP with the coil.
Shards locking in Fly. And now they start to go down the mid lane. They're not even going for the other sides.
1 minute left on that Aegis.
A lot of time to work with this Aegis. Yakult trying to pull one back and steal this game number 1. Disarm, Disperser, that's used. Gets himself the Gorgon's Grasp. They've got the skewer back. It's going to hit onto AFA. And the damage coming through is so massive. He is dead. So now he's going to be forced to buy back. They lose the first tier 4. They've got creeps going into the top lane. They need to be careful about that. 30 seconds left on this Aegis. Primal Roar committed. It's going to be through, but they've got the Tombstone. He doesn't have a lot of mana still. Needs to be careful, but they hit the Hex. It's on Erica. And he starts to run back, but Echo finally making the jump in, goes in with the BKB. They've got the Dragon Tail, but the Glimmer Cape saving all the 11. It goes to the RP, lands on a couple of these heroes, and now they're going to lose Europe. Another RP coming through with a Refresher Shard. 70's dead, Echo gone. 2 minutes on the sidelines. It's Dragonite dead for 5 seconds.
He's gone for 2 minutes, no buyback. It's on cooldown, so they're going to reset. Manta style back in, and he also has cheese available. Creeps are also inside the base, but there are no catapults, so they're going to be fine. They could go in and try to end the game. This is 4v5. Echoes, this is all he can do. Ping, defend Radiant bottom tier 4 tower, because he's dead for such a long time. Minute and a half.
There goes the other tier 4 tower. Fly standing tall. Walrus Punch coming through. Needs to be careful. There's an Aegis this time around. The massive Serpent Ward. They go to the Fatal Bonds, but they look over. His AFA is going to die another time. He's dead, no buyback. The throne exposed and in some trouble. Yakult looking to finish off this game. They do have a glyph, at least according to my screen, but they're not going to use it, and they'll lose the game, and Yakult take game number 1.
Oh, what a showing from Yakult brothers. They were definitely in a lot of trouble this game, but Medusa, like, she carried the game pretty heavily. Old 11 had some nice cure backs as well when it was necessary. Bobica trying to buy a little bit more time, going for these solo plays, pushing the towers with mass Serpent Wards. But yeah, what a great, like, this fight here, it looked like the game might have been over, but the 2 supports did use buyback immediately, which did keep them in the game for just long enough for everybody else to respawn. And this Medusa, she was the raid boss.
Really was the raid boss. 83,412 hero damage for Fly. A really, really tight game. Not the biggest bloodbath by any means, only 22-19, but a tense one overall. I mean, there was a point where the side of Terraments were up 13,000 net worth at about 30 minutes into the game. And they had an 80% chance of win rate.
We were talking about Terraments. Are they going to be, like, how close are these teams going to be matched? And I said Terraments might be able to take the game of Yakult brothers. I think this is the game that they were supposed to take, and then go from there, because having 1-0 advantage in a best of 3 could make a lot of difference in terms of how they can approach the second draft as well, because this one was a bit of a different one. Having Bristleback played with the green facet, again, synergizes nicely with Dragonite, all this magic, physical damage, but Medusa, Fly, he became a massive problem. This Disperser was the best pickup that he could have gotten. They were unable, like, extra damage, removing stuff from himself, all of these annoying things, the goo, as well as Bloodthorn, and then just ripping them apart in every single fight. Look at his mana pool, just gone instantly. 1200 mana.
And no mana there. I kind of want to point out a number for you real quickly. I said that the Medusa did 83,412 damage, but 28,000 of that damage was done specifically to Bristle, which is more damage than any hero did on the side of Tyrelmans. And the damage received by Bristleback was 216,000 damage.
These are some insane numbers every single time you watch Bristleback.
Crazy.
How much he tanked compared to Medusa as well. She's also like super tanky hero. In this game, the numbers are not as high. Like only 63,000 damage received. Beastmaster received like even Dragonite over 70, and Alpha received 84,000 damage. But what a performance from Fly, dying only 2 times and managing to have such a great performance. They were in a lot of trouble in this game. This could have been an easy 25-minute game. That bottom push when they were going with the first Aegis, maybe a bit too careless about what's going to happen and not respecting the skewer back into Tombstone, into Giga Serpent Ward.
Yeah, I think the jump from Echo might have been a little bit too deep, and that could have cost them, and it definitely changed the game, at least for the moment. They were up 13,000 net worth. They felt confident enough to go for it, but Yakult are the one that hold on, and it's, I would say, a standout player, specifically on the back of Fly. He really, really made the difference and was the guy who got this victory for the side of Yakult overall.
Yeah, also when Emo died, this is the classic Emo move. Buyback, die immediately after, doesn't get the cheese off, but it didn't matter in the end. Fly, he was way too farmed, and also risking it a little bit more, picking up Divine Rapier, knowing the timing, pretty much the perfect timing as well, that he got it. They still had a minute and a half left on that Aegis, and then decided to go for the push. Again, Old 11 gets the skewer back. They killed Dragonite, who did use buyback in the previous fight. And then that fight is going to be 4v5, meaning that they just don't have enough damage to kill Medusa. They tried to kill her even with Aegis, but he didn't even drop. So, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm really happy that Tournaments made such a good adjustment in terms of drafts, that they want to play it faster, seeing some of the flaws in Yakult Brothers lineup, and they got punished in the end, but seeing them having this type of a lineup, going for something different, I do kind of like it, and really interesting to see what's going to happen in Game 2.
Yeah, definitely interested to see what will happen if Tournaments can kind of recover for themselves, or if Yakult move on to the upper bracket final. But we'll find out with game number 2 coming up next after a quick break. We'll see you guys in just a moment.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everybody, to this second day of Chinese closed qualifiers on the road to the international. We've got Yakult brothers against Tier Limits. Do you know what Yakult is, by the way, Lacoste? I think it's got a dual meaning for this team.
I believe it's some kind of yogurt, isn't it?
It's I think you'd like it. It's like a fermented yogurt drink, but also the manager's nickname is Yakult, and he's the one who put this team together. So the dual meaning. But it's kind of cool. I like it. I've seen the brand recently here in where I live in my neck of the woods, and I was thinking about getting it, but I didn't have the time. I'm gonna try some.
Money. You didn't have enough money to buy a yogurt, and
yeah, well,
you spent everything on presents because my birthday is coming up, and you bought me those Final Fantasy cards for Magic the Gathering, but. Thank you for that, but still, I want it to be a surprise. I know that you did plan something big for my next and up-and-coming birthday. Thank you so much for that. And let's see what tournaments are going to be able to cook for the second draft, because the first draft, it did look good. It was a lot of synergy. It was a lot of tempo as well. It's just that the execution was kind of lacking, but if we're talking about whether they should have won that game, it is definitely a dub in my book.
Yeah, I could agree with that there. I also just wanted to correct you. I actually found something for your birthday. I'm not going to tell you what it is for real this time, though.
Oh, you
but
did?
It's not.
I found something, but you didn't buy it.
I found it yesterday. Yeah, well, I got to plan it out correctly. See if I'm going to see you for your birthday.
I can't wait.
It's gonna be good. You're gonna like it.
Give it to me earlier. It's fine. And then I'll complain that you didn't buy me anything for my birthday.
Yeah. That's why I gotta wait. But birthday surprises are good. Draft surprises even more good. Well, what are the bans right now? Shadow Shaman, Beastmaster, Darkseer, Kunkka, Terrorblade, Silencer. So no Shadow Shaman this time. No Massive Serpent Lord.
Example from the previous game is exactly why this hero is so contested. I believe he might be, he's actually the highest contested hero of the qualifier so far. 89% over 90 matches. And he does have 59% win rate.
Not bad. When TA first pick, who's also up there, top 5, right?
Yes. Her win rate is not the greatest, sitting at 41% at the moment, but still a very strong hero. Like, I think, especially in qualifiers, some of these numbers are not going to give you the true story, how good the heroes are. I mean, this hero has been kind of busted for a really long time. It also might be some of the lower skilled teams were picking the hero and then losing with it. But this is the big surprise. This I mean, it's not really a surprise, but maybe I'm a little bit surprised that people were not picking it earlier, because this hero feels insane right now. Like, with all the tankiness, you have multiple builds that you could go for, whether we're talking about Dead Prophet offlane or safe lane, with the Blade Mail as your like third, fourth item, Aghanim Scepter Rush with Power Treads, Yule Scepter. Pretty much you can buy anything, and a lot of these items, they do feel good. Plus also the Spirit Collector facet allows you to empower your first exorcism. It gets pretty insane, especially let's say you're having a rune fight, 2-3 heroes dies, it collects all the spirits from all the heroes, allied and enemy heroes. And maybe there's also something to it, something that people did do when they were playing Ringmaster, when you did go to Roche Pit to die to Roshan, you were getting carnivals for free. And you can do the same thing with Dead Prophet. I believe that one got fixed for Ringmaster, but for Dead Prophet, you could come in and die with 5 heroes, for example. It's going to take a lot of time, though. Maybe one hero will be enough.
Radiant team pick.
And that puck.
I miss Roshan level 1. I don't know how you feel about it.
I used to love seeing something crazy at level 1. I'm a big fan of it.
It's just not good enough. It doesn't give you enough gold. It doesn't give you enough XP. But just having that ability to go to Roche Pit and kill at level 1, that'd be cool again.
10 seconds.
Do you remember the cheese strat that we saw in China, the tower take at minute 0?
Oh, with Lone Druid? Yeah.
Lone Druid, Nature's Prophet, Abaddon. It was some I forget which team did it in China, but we were casting that game. It was very funny. Phoenix TA. So Phoenix also, I mean, is always part of the meta, but definitely feels like a strong support these days.
Not the most popular support, but still feels strong pretty much in every single game that we do see it. Not the best overall game for Phoenix. If we talk about Nagasiren as a counter to it, where you can sleep the other guys, kill the egg. Oh, I don't know about this one, Chief. Rubik. There's nothing really that good to steal. This Rubik does feel like it's out of place. Sure, you can steal like EXO, which would be pretty fun, but experienced Dead Prophet players will immediately drop down Silence or Crypt Swarm as soon as they use EXO. So maybe there's going to be like one steal. You also want to have some kind of a stun to be able to lock her down instantly, give Rubik a freer time to be able to steal that, and there aren't many stuns. I also want to see something from the offlane that's going to give them a little bit more control, because Templar Assassin, she needs some kind of a setup. Rubik's definitely not the one. Neither is Phoenix. So heroes like Centaur, Mars could come in very handy for tournaments.
Storm, Dark Willow. So more lockdown here for you, Colt. Emo Storm picked up.
This pushes that Prophet to the offlane.
Do you like that as much?
Yeah, I think this is a very strong hero. Usually I like the melee pairing. Maybe I'm a little bit biased with this Tusk position 4. Other position 4s, melee position 4s aren't as strong right now, but Tusk definitely up there. Maybe you could play Marcy with throw it in facet, so you have ways of setting things up for your Link, and Void Spirit is going to be their choice. It's a very good Storm game. Like, they have no real lockdown. Void Spirit could provide you with some TA with the trap later on, but both supports are very vulnerable to Storm Spirit jump. That Prophet goes in. This lineup is, I would say, kind of squishy inside of tournaments. They will need some beefy boy from the offlane. I already suggested Mars. I did say I like Mars, but I do prefer Centaur out of the two, because you can at least stampede away from Dead Prophet EXO. So that's something, but there's also a good amount of control with the Sleep, with Dark Willow, Bramble Maze. We'll see what they decide to ban. For now, it's just going to be Doom, removing the counter to Dead Prophet, stopping the healing. Could be pretty big, but I also think that they would they want to go for different offlaner.
Are you surprised to see the Void Spirit into the Storm Spirit, the Battle of the Spirits against Emo?
I think the whole idea is to have a hero that jumps with Templar Assassin. Usually Void Spirits nowadays, they do go straight into Aghanim Scepter, which would make a lot of difference when they are getting the jump onto Nagasiren, onto Dark Willow, killing these heroes who have the save. And let's see what tournaments are opting to go for. I'm just trying to think of if there's a better hero than what I suggested.
Definitely like the Centaur.
10 seconds remaining.
If they end up going for it. I mean, there are some things here for Rubik to steal, but I mean, we've talked about in the past, like, does Rubik feel good enough to be a pick in these games when, especially last patch, when Jakiro was very popular, and that's usually a go-to to pick up the Rubik, but when Rubik's not even getting picked up in that matchup, you know something's wrong with the hero.
Yeah, I think I thought Rubik is going to be much more popular because Shadow Shaman is the most contested hero, and this is one of the best counters to the hero, stealing Shackles, stealing Hex, stealing Mass Serpent Wards. You basically can't steal a bad spell from him, and he did show a little bit of a play, but nothing too crazy. At the end of the day, you're still Rubik. This hero is very slow. One of the biggest weaknesses of the hero is that you can't trade in the lane. Like, Fate Bolt doesn't deal as much damage. It reduces the damage by 3, max 4, pretty much, depending how much damage you do have. But overall, a relatively weak position 4, and also Rubik in a losing game, it does feel pretty bad. So we're going to talk about Brewmaster. I'm not seeing that like Brewmaster type of an impact where he uses his Cyclone on one of the carries Lifestealer has. I mean, they didn't see Lifestealer because he came out as a 24, but doesn't strike me as that good of a Brewmaster game. In terms of control, you have Silence, you have Storm Spirit Pool. Dark Willow is also relatively good against Brewmaster, nothing too crazy, but I do feel that they have good amount of control. A lot of the times when it's a free Brewmaster game where you don't have enough silences, when you know that he's going to be getting the split off in a fight no matter what, these type of the games are most difficult to play against the Brewmaster. And also when you have these illusions, sure, there's Naga Siren, but this is not something that is going to be impactful this game other than pushing the lanes, maybe scouting things out. We're talking about maybe you're playing into TB, so removing the illusions, finding the real one, and then cycloning him up in the air.
So, looking into the game, what do you expect from Yakult this time? Is this another longer wait for them, or can they play aggressive more early than they did in the last one?
Both supporters are really good at playing with Storm Spirit, preferring Dark Willow over Naga Siren, but sometimes Storm needs a little bit more help. And if they do start good, if Emo has a good start, he can definitely snowball this game, seeing what he's playing into, not enough control. So as long as he does have mana, he should be fine. And also, Lifestealers, they have no abilities that go through debuff immunity other than Supernova, which is not something that Lifestealers should be afraid of. So kind of feeling that tournaments, they had overall a much better draft in game number 1. This one is not going to be as easy to execute, and definitely giving you the upper hand to your Yakult brothers in this one.
We'll see if they can do that. We'll see if they can pull it off. It's game 1 that's probably still stuck in their mind, but the fact that they were down quite a bit. I do kind of worry about the support duo of tournaments, but ZZQ Phoenix is one of his best heroes. I will say that. But we'll see what it's able to offer in a game like this. And one of the things that I'm interested to see is 70 on this Rubik, just because, you know, he is more so, I would say, a mid player at heart. And when you're playing kind of this show-stoppy hero, I'm wondering if like that mid play style kind of translates a little bit.
Yeah, I can't wait to get disappointed by Rubik position 4 one more time.
I was trying to give some faith, you know?
Now, this is basically what I was talking about yesterday about Shadow Fiend anti-mage carry. No matter what happens, these heroes are not winning the games. Same goes for Rubik. Rubik has been past his prime. We've seen, Yapfor.
Actually in a lot of
this is the last time I can remember Rubik being a good hero. Good harassment coming out on Echo.
Yeah, it's been a while since Rubik's been pretty reliable in terms of winning games. My most recent game was a Rubik game. I lost. So
well, there you go.
That's where I get my information from.
I'm sure if we asked the chat, they would probably say that everybody lost their last game that they played on Rubik. Whoever says different is definitely lying. Yeah, his pants are on fire.
Yeah. His pants are on fire. Curious to see how these lanes kind of pan out. If there's going to be a shot at maybe First Blood bottom. It looks like, if anything, there's First Blood potential there for tournaments, but Fly and Ollie just deluge right now. I'm curious in that lane.
It is not a strong lane. Lifestealer, Naga Siren, not the lane that you would expect. The Lifestealer usually wants to be paired up with a ranged hero in the lane to make sure that he's getting the harassment, soaking up some of the damage. I mean, Naga Siren is fine in terms of how she trades. You're also playing against Rubik, but you need quite a lot of mana. Deluge is 80 mana. Your mirror image is also 75 mana. So if you're losing all of that, I think it's very important that they secure some of the early CS for him. And they're playing aggressive in the bottom lane.
Playing aggressive in the top lane too. But AFA, He is alive, at least for the
330 move
moment.
speed.
Deluge, ooh, Ollie getting first blood.
Yeah, she's very good at chasing. First of all, she has insane movement speed, 330. And also, it sets your movement speed, Deluge, to 230. So you're not running away from her. Good start. Brewmaster not respecting maybe the Nagasar, and as soon as they got that level 2, immediately started to play aggressive.
If, by the way, when he was known as SRF playing with RNG, Brewmaster was his go-to. So it's a little bit surprising to see him kind of get caught out, but we'll see how good his game gets. I think this is truly one of his better heroes. But yet to see anything of real contention just yet. 3 minutes in, soon to be the Lotus Petal available in the Lotus pool. Tap that for mana if you need it. But Erica getting pushed a little bit further back. Not the same game as he played on the Bristle. TA, at least for Erica's sake, maybe hoping to do or have a little bit more impact damage-wise. He did soak up a lot of damage in the last game, but this could be the difference maker. Now him on something like TA that can really blow up a couple of these heroes.
Mid lane, massive difference. 25 and 6 on Emo. Echo only sitting at 13 with 0 denies.
This is kind of something I was talking about in the last game. Echo against Emo. You know, are we just going to see Emo kind of pop off against Echo? And that's what's happening more so this time around. Echo in the last game held his own. Like, he played really well mid against Emo.
Yeah, but this time Echo is getting slammed pretty hard. 28 and 6, and it's not going to get easier for him by any means.
Emo just knows the movements too against this Void Spirit. Both these heroes very big time for him.
Yeah, Emo was the one who started the trend during Great League to start picking Void Spirit. Every other Void Spirit that I've seen didn't look nowhere as good as Emo's.
And the classic question mark was a Void Spirit game. Emo still doing some decent damage. Echo actually using the dissimilate to grab a courier. Got it right as Emo got his items delivered, so he at least gets something worthwhile in the mid lane. But 31 and 7, Emo pulling away pretty heavily, and is halfway to level 6. They need to be careful onto this tier 1 tower as well. Old 11 feeling very confident to try and go for something,
here.
and Ollie gets spotted by the tower, but now they go for Bobica. They cut the Icarus out. 3 shots, he got hit by that tower, so he's gonna die. But they hit the net. They've got the siphon onto Erica, and now Ollie telekinesis, and this is gonna be 2 kills for Terroments, overplaying their hand on Yakult.
Oof. That was on Bobica. Didn't do the math. He had 75 mana out of 80 that he needed for Shadow Realm. So he tried to bait him in, but doesn't have stick, doesn't have any mana regen whatsoever. Emo is level 6. Echo still needs a couple of creeps to be level 6 of his own.
That was not really a great move from Yakult over in that top lane, but now they're going to go for something mid. Icarus dive, telekinesis. Emo now in trouble. Ooh, the remnant lands, and he has to ball lightning away. The last
bottom.
fire spirit hits, though.
Woo. They would definitely love to pick this one up.
He's going to die, but that is going to be a secured regen rune for the side of Terroments.
Tower is under attack.
It was a nice try. Emo tried to zip in and pull him into Bramble to get an extra bit of a control. It's level 1 Bramble. It's also level 1 pull, so the distance is only 180, which is not the greatest. You need to have like the perfect timing and perfect distance to be able to pull him in.
Emo TP top. He wants to
Dire's top tower.
be very active, it seems,
have
at
dust.
level 6.
Ooh, behind enemy tower. It's still gonna be good damage to the tower. Spirit Collector on Dead Prophet sitting at 4 currently.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
7-minute wisdom. Bobica. Gonna grab that just about level 5. And Old 11's been playing pretty far forward. I mean, not punished himself for this. And Emo kind of sticking around. Void Spirit being level 6 and just having the Dissimulate as well makes him pretty elusive. But there's definitely a chance that if the TA gets a little bit too comfortable, they just go over top and get this kill with a Ball Lightning, a Vortex, and some help from Old 11 and maybe a Bramble. They'd have the tools necessary to get this kill. It's just whether or not Emo wants to commit off the jungle. He is level 7 and does see ZZQ. But alone, I don't think he gets that kill.
Yeah, CCQ is like, you're not going for me anyway. I will take the Watcher. Gonna be bottom again.
Wheeling him in. Now they've got the Vortex, Sunray, Astral Step. Very, very difficult to get this kill in Echo. And the Invisibility Rune picked up by 7E. So far, the first 2 power runes have been controlled by Tyrelmans. That being said, game 1, net worth was, at this point, already favoring Tyrelmans at 2 to 3k. And Telekinesis, Dissimulate, Ball Lightning, Emo has some mana to work with. Not a lot of health, but you know Emo likes to play on the edge, and he might be so willing to jump back in if the opportunity presented itself. Things quiet after those 2 couple of skirmishes. And Old 11 just farming up here, but now they find this Brewmaster who's still just level 5, doesn't have access to the Primal Split. That means they'll get a kill. Emo finally finding something that he can control long enough to get something.
He was playing behind enemy towers for way too long, knowing that he can't really stand his ground in the lane against Lifestealer. This is also a free Lifestealer game to start with. In terms of control, you really don't have much. And I'm also seeing that Echo is not going for Aghanim Scepter as his first item, which also means that you're not going to be able to instantly silence Lifestealer, maybe with the trap from TA, but in terms of control, he should be getting his spell off. There's nothing to stop the BKB TP with, so can easily use Rage, TP out, and I really like that he's rushing Radiance, no Armlet, no shenanigans, knows that this matchup against Temporary Assassin and knowing that he has that good of a start, so he doesn't need to go for it. And, clear some of the stacks, maybe try to stack it one more time.
Looking to control another power rune, but this time finally bottled up by Emo. They get their hands on their first power rune. ZZQ mirroring the movement of Emo as he starts to walk towards this top lane. Again, he's going to show top to try and get a kill here. A lot of traps set up if they try to make this jump, and Flyfly even joining in to get this tier 1 tower. So they may not get the kill here onto the TA, but they're willing to make the move and at least secure the tower. They have Exo if they want to play even more aggressive, or maybe even send Old 11 through the Twin Gate there too to go push that bottom tier 1, but he doesn't need to move off the lane. It's free for him now. TA's been pushed all the way back. ZZQ not showing up, so Old 11 has a free lane as this Death Prophet.
And also going for a very interesting build. Like, I know that Death Prophet is a witch, so it makes a lot of synergy to go for the Witch Blade. It's also a good way of dealing with refraction, damage over time. Having True Strike against Brewmaster could come in handy against Radiance, against his Drunken Brawler, Mischance against Phoenix.
See what he wants after that too. I mean, this is definitely something a little bit out there. The game's quiet and it worries me for Tyrelmans. You know, you're giving this free timing to Radiance for Flyfly. You're giving the Death Prophet a free lane. Emo's not really getting a lot in terms of movements, but For now, I think everybody's okay with this on Yakult, at least. But what do you think about Tournaments and having this slow start?
They will hit the timing once they pick up Deso, Blaine, Contemporary Assassin, Radiance, and Brewmaster. TA. Like, they need another good 4 or 5, maybe even 6 minutes to be able to get those items. And this is where they're going to be starting to get some fights without trying to lose too much map advantage. A bit of a slower game again. Lifestealer has Relic already being delivered on the courier. Just needs Calculate Evasion, which he's going to be able to farm in the next 2 minutes or so.
So he'll have that Radiance to match that timing. TP attempts, Astral Step, eat the Remnant. Oh! Echo. Missing that Remnant, not stopping that TP. They do end up stealing Bedouin, but that's not exactly the best spell if you can't get in close.
I think Bedlam might be one of their better overall spell. Like, Song is nice, Exo is nice. These are ultis we're talking about. Storm Spirit Zip is fine if you have enough mana to use it, but there isn't anything like super massive. We haven't even seen Exo being used at all.
No. They'll rotate over. Having control of Volt 11 and throwing the Bedlam down is definitely enough damage if they can get that solo target. And we'll have that Bedlam, we'll have that damage with the Sunray, and oh no! Ooh, pop the Exo just to die.
Not sure what the plan there was. Old 11. This is why we say he's basically flip a coin, you don't know what you're getting.
That completely slows things down.
Plan there was. Old 11. This is why we say he's basically flip a coin, you don't know what you're getting.
That completely slows things down. There will be no push with that Exo. It'll be on cooldown for the next 2 minutes. But things overall just farm, farm, farm. Lifestealer soon to have that Radiance. And if this is now the second game in which the game overall, the game state has been very quiet. And this time around, Emo going for that Orchid. So Orchid, Radiance. Old 11 going to make up for that death by picking up the Shrine of Wisdom. And after the Witchblade, now he's going into the BKB. So Old 11's just trying to be able to stand his ground with the BKB. Don't hit it.
Something just popped into my head. Was Old 11 at one point called Young 11? Or was that a different player?
Get the kill in AFA. I think he might have just been 11, but he was never. I don't know if he was Young 11. I think he was
remember
just
somebody
11.
being called Young 11, and then they had a team called like Old Chicken, Old 11.
I don't know if I might have been Young Chicken because he became Old Chicken. I don't know if maybe
Maybe I mixed it up.
Let me see, because I feel like you're right, but Old Chicken also just says Old Chicken. It doesn't say he was Young Chicken, but that was when they were together. They were together on
not again.
and Team Gaming. He just died. This might be back to back. Terrorize Bedlam. They get the kill. Steals Bedlam again. But is it going to be enough to get Fly? At least for now, it's looking a little bit likely. But Infest pops it out. Assimilate doesn't connect. Shadow Realm now trying to TP away and escapes again in front of these heroes.
They have very limited lockdown. Boboka. Nicely done. Echo even gonna tip him, but Brewmaster 2 back-to-back deaths. He's gonna delay his Radiance timing and he's simping in again.
Orchid and the Ball Lightning over. They have that extra help. They go to the Song. Ooh, 3 heroes are set up in a so bad way
if
right
they
now.
land the silence, all 3 are dead.
Oh, they go to the Supernova. They're going to be able to pop this egg so quickly. Both supports are gone. Down goes the TA. 4 heroes dead on the side of Tearlaments.
Man, this Orchid pickup, really valuable from Emo. Understanding that they need extra bit of a control. They need somebody to start a fight, and then they can layer their own spells. They can use Dead Prophet Silence. They can use Terrorize or Bedlam from Dark Willow. Manta style, Echo is very close to it. Needs another 900 gold, but maybe they can try to kill him one more time before he gets it.
They can definitely try to kill Echo again with the Orchid. Be curious to see if they make the jump again, but they don't have Exo. Fly still just pushing bottom, doing his thing. 70. Not really the best game for him on this Rubik. Not really too much of a surprise, though. And now, 70. In trouble once more and dead again. Emo getting that kill. Icarus dive looking for Ollie.
Ollie has 21 charges plus mech plus raindrop. He's going to be more than fine.
Looks like it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, there really isn't much going right now for Tearlaments, and Lifestew are just hitting away at AFA, who's gotten the primal split, but you don't want to really use it there. You won't have to, which is good for him, but nothing really getting put together for this Dire side at all. And Emo again in with this Orchid. Quick kill on a ZZQ. Pendulum's stolen again, but this is a Rubik that hasn't been able to make much work, unfortunately.
Yeah, this is supposed to be the big timing for them. Radiance, Deso, Manta, plus Blink Dagger on Tempo Assassin. It's just that Orchid and the boost from Yakult Brothers kind of ruined their timing. 11, or Old 11. They are the same player, by the way. And there was also Old Chicken, who played for eHome and Keen. So I had that mixed up.
That's what I said. Roche should be easily taken here with the Saxo. I mean, there's not really much that Tearlaments can do to deter this or stop this. They can give it a shot, but they might lose way more than they bargained for. And they're not even going to try and go for it. They're actually going to move their way towards bottom. They want to go for Fly. He seems like the only viable option at the moment.
He can always rage TP out.
We'll hit that rage. Will TP. The Astral Step. The damage not enough. Just
Essence Ring.
Not
actually
enough.
Making the difference.
Well,
Having
they have
extra
4
bit of a
Essence
spell
Rings.
lifesteal, yeah, that he did have with Radiance. And popping the Essence Ring, 240 HP, did make the difference.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
11-3. With 11,000, 12,000 net worth lead, they'll take a tier 1 tower over bottom.
Bottom tower has fallen.
But they're going to need way more. Got the BKB on Old 11. That's all set, dandy, and good. It will Steel Rage. Again, not the best spell for Rubik.
Yeah, I mean, you're playing for yourself. What do you bring to the table as Rubik? You have Fate Bolt on 10-second cooldown. You have Lift level 1, which is basically not a real stun, on 23-second cooldown. And you have a Arcane Supremacy. That's it. At least you have some magic resistance as Rubik, so that's nice.
Sure. Blinding in, they go to the Orchid. They've got the Vortex. Telekinesis used by 70. The Sunray going to heal him up. But now he'll Primal Split. And the side of the Occult will start to run the other way. But they do have Exo off cooldown now. And they will use it immediately. Throw that Silence out. Lands onto 2 heroes. They should be able to get the kill on the ZZQ. And Emo's trying to follow up onto Echo. While they'll focus their attention on the rest for this Rubik. Another Astral Step and an Aether Remnant. They won't be able to get their hands on the Echo, but they do get full supports. And they are looking to push the tier 2 tower in the top lane with the rest of this Exorcism. But eventually, Emo gets the pull and gets the kill. Meanwhile, Fly, he gets this Brewmaster too.
I think they could GG out one more fight, because these heroes are not that good at playing from behind. Like, if you look at Brewmaster's items, he did have double bracer. He sold one of the bracers just to buy Radiance, and now he purchased Windlace. That's his item. This is a very weird-looking inventory from Brewmaster.
Not the best inventory overall. Arcane Rune top. Emo picks that up. Other than the 2 power runes to start, it's been mostly controlled by Occult. Shard for Ollie,
Bottom tower is under attack.
which is always good. Especially level 2 Song of the Siren. At max HP regen per second. On the song, which is a great feeling. Smoke, they're going to have to stop this Icarus dive, or, well, maybe they don't need to, because Fly will be ready for it. He's got the open wounds, and they have the reel in. They should get a kill there. ZZQ is dead again, and it is now 1k per kill on the net worth difference for your Colts.
You know what I always say. This is the pretty much GG out territory. They're going for the high ground. Aegis still up and running for another minute on Emo.
Orchid just keeping Brewmaster back. TA finally forced the TP over. Deso has the Hurricane Pike, but they're going to need the damage. Vortex, Astral Step, and they'll dissimulate, but I don't know if it's going to matter. Erica's still on the run, gets the refraction off. They hit that Terrorize, it lands onto the Void Spirit, but the Astral Step, Infest on Old 11, they get the Aegis out of the hands of Emo. At least that's something. Supernova, Aether Remnant, Song used. Emo in some trouble, but survives with the BKB now being popped here by Old 11. The Song will heal them up a little bit. They get the kills, they'll get the GG call, and it's a 2-0 for Occult, putting them in the upper bracket final.
This one played out kind of as we expected it. First game, they were close, and then they just crumbled immediately after. 24-minute game. They were so close to actually winning game 1, but this draft in game number 2, again, we're going back to support duo, Rubik, Phoenix, then you have Brewmaster as well, and Echo got handled pretty heavily in the mid game. This fight that we're seeing right now, very good setup by Ollie. Old 11 lands a 2-man silence. Phoenix did get the egg off, but this is only level 1 egg, so they're going to immediately dismantle it. And also something to point out that Deso, they didn't get a single Deso charge in this game on TA. I think this also paints the story of the game. Bobaka having a very good laugh about this one.
Yeah, it might have been one of the times he TP'd out in front of the entire team, because he did that a couple times in this short game. And you could see Old 11 changing the scoreline from 11 to 12 in this fight. But I like this right here. Emo sticks with Echo. Meanwhile, the rest of the team just kind of continuing to fight, and they find him, and Emo just doing a great job. He really handled this Void Spirit. Playing Void Spirit into Emo, I don't recommend it. That guy knows that hero.
Pretty much.
And this final fight here, very easy. Primal Split, even committed, but there's just not enough going on. Emo does die the first time, and actually gets close to dying the second time, but the Shard playing an important role from Ollie. And they also just have these BKBs ready to move in and have the ability to just go after these heroes, pop that egg, and look to finish the game, and they do.
It was a very easy one for them. Like, this lineup wasn't even fully online for your Cold Brothers. Fly didn't die a single time, neither did Emo. Old 11, only one death to his name. Pretty much, they got 3 kills total. Bobaka and Oli dying once. Very difficult game for them. You don't really have Playmaker. One got shut down. Templar Assassin was never, like, in. And really weak lanes. I think Storm Spirit was unaddressed completely. So was Lifestealer. We saw them getting close to actually killing him, but he managed to TP out. Not sure if that would make any kind of difference because they lost the lanes pretty heavily, and Brewmaster ending the game with 0-5-0.
So who would you give a spotlight to?
Oh, I would say Emo. Again, even though Fly had a good game, it's just that Emo was kind of owning his Orchid. Did allow them to snowball, did allow them to kill Brewmaster 2 times, then they killed Echoes again, and also getting a couple of pickoffs on the supports.
I would agree with that. I think Emo playing that matchup perfectly. He starts getting active really early, picks up that Orchid, which did a lot of work for them. Overall, a really good game from Emo and Yakult. They are the first ones to be oriented in the upper bracket final for the Chinese qualifiers. And they're going to be playing up against the winner of the next series, which is the marquee matchup, in my opinion, of the day, with Extreme up against Azure. That should be a good one.
It should be a good one. We're probably talking about 3-game series. Extreme Gaming yesterday, Ame had some really cool stuff that he did show, but also Azure, like Monet, Somnus. Somnus had an insane series yesterday. JT as well, PYW and XNOA. They're back, XNOA, after being in Europe for some time, not finding success. He's back with playing on the Chinese squad, and I think this is where he shines the most.
Yeah, the post-OG buff working for X-Nova, as it's worked for some. And, we'll be going into that series after a quick break, so we'll see you guys then. Stay tuned.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back here to the final series of the day, the marquee matchup between Azure and Extreme Gaming. It is a fun one that is on our dinner plates for this last series. I am excited. I'm not like crazy vocal excited. It's still just 5:30 in the morning, so I'm keeping it a little bit less loud for the neighbors for most of the time. But I am excited. Like this,
I'm expecting your Cold Brothers to be in the grand finals, just to make sure. Maybe Extreme Gaming and Azure could meet in the lower bracket final, and then we're going to be seeing your Cold Brothers playing against one of these two teams. Extreme Gaming, yesterday, they did look good. Ame, not the build that we usually see on Monkey King, going for Radiance, no boots, dying only one time, and also playing the older facet, the one that gives you level 5, the Simian Stride. And also when he played Drow Ranger, this is the game where pretty much he got heavily focused by everybody. This was yesterday in the series against Vici Gaming. But yeah, I think they're definitely onto something. Think about Extreme Gaming, pretty much ever since they reformed, whatever you want to call it, this teammates have been playing together for quite some time now, is that they tend to lose a lot of early game. Like, this is not an early game-oriented team.
Let's take a look at the bracket real quick to refresh everybody's memory on what we got going on. We got Yakult already on that upper bracket final, ready to take on the winner of this series. It's been all 2-0 so far, Lacoste, and this feels like the series that breaks that trend.
You are wrong. Excel Esports versus Team Curtain was not a 2-0. It was forfeit, but because the team didn't show up.
Okay.
But everything else was a 2-0. I'm not sure if this is technically 2-0, but kind of expected in most of these series, I would say. I thought that tournaments might take the game of your Cold Brothers, and they were so close to doing so in game number 1, but your Cold Brothers, they showed their true strength in the second game. And yeah, not Chinese qualifiers are 1 day less compared to the other region, I believe.
Yeah, it's I think
shorter,
that and NA are both
NA
a day less. And well, that is a shorter time, but a lot of banger teams in this one, and that means a lot of good games and series coming forward for us. We are going to switch it over to the players in the draft in game number 1, and I'm excited to see something different from these teams. I really am curious to see what Somnus has ready to pull out of his sleeve.
Somnus had an amazing day yesterday. Pretty much died once combined in 2 games that they played against Future Esport. He was playing Storm Spirit and he was playing Monkey King, kind of completely owning the game as well. And PYW on his signature Clockwork as well, 2 times in a row. Seems like they are playing something that is more comfort zone for them rather than just playing what's meta, because Clockwork is definitely not a meta hero. I just want to check the stats of Clockwork if anybody else has been picking it. Yeah, not too bad, sitting at 66% win rate out of 9 games. Contested in 22 matches.
First pick, no surprise, honestly. This Shadow Shaman getting pulled out here for Azure. We saw how strong it was in the previous series. We've seen how strong it is so far in this qualifier in all the regions as well. Question just becomes, is it just Massive Serpent Word that we're going to see, or is it the other facet?
Depends on the game, depends what they want to be playing, but this is also this has been PYW's classic for a really long time. Even when nobody wanted to play the hero, they did go for it. And XM yesterday as well, he had a banger of a game when they were playing against Vici Gaming. I don't think he even died that game. He did a couple of times. He did die 2 times, but he was kind of solo carrying the game. Him and XXS as well, while Ame was being focused heavily on that Drow Ranger. Storm Spirit is that good of a hero that you can counterpick Shadow Shaman with Storm Spirit and still get away with it.
5 seconds remaining.
The Storm first pick is interesting, but it is definitely a takeaway pick. just talked about how Somnus was playing pretty well with it. So now what does Somnus have, and what do they want to really think about for him, and do they want to pick it early? Considering they know the enemy mid, because Storm doesn't really go anywhere else.
Yeah, it's
definitely
not
give Somnus the option to go for something that'll counter pretty well.
I assume there's always a debate whether you want to ban Puck or not, or if you want to be playing into it. Most of the time, you just want to straight up ban it because it's a counter. You get leashed, super easy to execute, and then you have just enough time to follow any kind of a stun or silence. Dark Willow, this hero looked very good pretty much in every single game that we watched. Good amount of control, good damage, relatively good scaling. Not in terms of like I'm scaling with Aghanim Scepter, but more what she brings to the team fights, how many round of spells you can get to be very annoying. I mean, Somnus, he had a great time on Monkey King yesterday. He was playing it into Slardar matchup. Monkey King is also a hero that does well against Storm Spirit. Before, he was completely dominating the Storm Spirit matchup when things were looking better for Monkey, when he was lifestealing more off of the creeps. And then there was this global nerf to the lifesteal in general. And also, there was a nerf to his Jingu stack. So this time around, it's going to be Ember Spirit, a lot of fire coming out, Phoenix, plus Ember Spirit, 2 supports. I want to see them play super aggressive, try to punish, like before level 6. Azure Ray needs to bring this Shadow Shaman, they need to bring Phoenix, pretty much both of the supports to the mid lane, try to punish. Even when he's level 6, if you get the slight chains on top of him, Phoenix dives in, Blood Grenade, Shadow Shaman gets close to grab him or hex him. And speaking of fire, 2 of those on the other side as well. Extreme Gaming taking Warlock and picking up Doom.
Another game where we see another game where we see a Spirit v Spirit matchup. And it's always fun to see these mid heroes, these mid spirits kind of go after one another. And now Medusa picked up for Azure.
As a counter to Doom. Medusa on 18 in most of the games does look strong. I also want to see if this is going to be carry Doom or if XXS is going to be taking the Doom for himself, because he is the Doom player as well. But there has been, I would say, shift in what Doom brings to the table. Like people started to play more as a carry with Radiance. Hand of Midas drums, you can still sell your items for 85% of the value, so that's always going to be nice with the facet.
Magnus getting banned. So are they thinking with the Magnus ban that this is safe lane Dusa?
Yeah, most likely. Medusa off lane is just a dog shit hero right now. People try to make it work during Dream League. I was really disappointed with pretty much every single performance. It just feels that you're not scaling. You like the nerfs that did happen to Medusa are way too much for her to be played from the off lane. Like even the carry Medusa, a lot of the times you can still see that she's not as tanky as she used to be.
So it doesn't really offer up that flex anymore either in the draft.
I mean, it does if you want to put yourself in a spot where your chances of winning the game are going to be much lower. So I want to see them pick up something from the off lane. I think Centaur would be a very JT's heroes, because you can run away against Doom. This is your way of saying, I want to get the Stampede. We are trying to run away. Good against Warlock to disengage as well. The stun is not the longest. And he builds into pipe. This is what actually matters in this game. You're playing against Storm, Dark Willow, Warlock.
Banning that anti-mage. See what this final ban is for the side of Azure. It'll be quite interesting to see their pick as well. The offlaners of Timber and Magnus banned. Maybe they want to go. I mean, there's definitely plenty of options. Tide, Centaur, both available in the offlane.
If we go for Centaur, like usually Centaur is the focus of the Doom.
Ooh, Axe.
Axe
Very
is
clear.
fine. I like Axe a lot in this patch. It does feel like the other offlaners, some of them did get nerfed, but Axe suddenly with the Blade Mail call-out facet, it deals insane amount of damage. You have BKB piercing tool. And the game did, I would say, slow down a little bit, which did allow... I think the big change to Axe was before he was not viable in meta because you needed to have 15-minute offlaner that joins the fight for Tormentor. Everything was centered around Tormentor. And now with Tormentor being moved to 20-minute mark, Axe has another 5 minutes of not needing to take the fight, especially if he's not having that good of a lane where he can actually farm his Blink Dagger. So that you don't need to have the perfect game at 15 minutes to have your Phase Boots, Blade Mail, Blink Dagger, or Vanguard into Blink Dagger, depending on what you're playing into and what kind of a game you want to get. So in the end, it is going to be Ame on Doom, and XXS will be playing the Centaur. So that's going to be another way for them to disengage, which is very good against Medusa, very good against Phoenix as well, where you can disengage or you can get on top of the egg and try to kill it. But there's also a good amount of control. Like every single hero on Azure does have some kind of way of protecting the egg. Ember Spirit with the chains, Shadow Shaman multiple abilities, Medusa with the Stone Gaze, you group up for Axe Call, could make a lot of difference in terms of how you're going to be able to try to fight around the eggs. And I don't know, I feel like both of these drafts, I can't really see too many flaws in them. It does feel like both of the teams kind of got the draft that they wanted.
Yeah, and it definitely now seems like it's going to be a player-to-player matchup. In terms of how this game kind of goes. And, you know, there has been talks of people thinking that Monet feels better than Ame at times, or Ame's better than Monet. That's always been the conversation between these two players. But you especially have XM against Somnus, which is two crazy mids as well. I mean, every position you look between these two teams is kind of crazy. XXS against JT. For the longest time, these two guys were the best offlaners. And, you know, you talk about Faith Beyond, he's in that talk as well of best offlaners. But this does feel like it's going to come down to a small mistake that gives somebody the advantage to really take game number one.
Yeah, I feel like the drafts are going to be solid. In terms of how much I want to see Azure play aggressive, I want to see two supports playing with the Ember, as I said, as soon as they pick these two heroes. But again, you have Willow, you have Warlock. These heroes on Extreme Gaming are also going to be trying to play slightly more active, maybe a little bit more global presence as well with the Centaur. That Stampede, XM can jump on top of the heroes. So I think we're going to be having a game where it's not going to be like 3-2 score at 11 minutes.
We'll see if that ends up being the truth. See how this goes. See if there's any first blood between either of these teams in the pre-bounty movement. They do smoke on both sides. 5-man smoke for both of them, but they do split up on the side of Azure after that smoke. Looks like they'll do the same on Extreme. Curious to see how JT ends up playing, because, you know, he's a big Magnus guy, big Brewmaster guy. Well, I don't really know how he feels about Axe, if he likes Axe a little or Axe a lot. And it could be maybe one of those breakout heroes for him.
The battle begins.
XM. Not really in too much danger. 2 for 2 on the bounty runes. Things stay pretty straightforward, straight onto the first minute. Curious as to how mid goes. Somnus against XM, Spirit v Spirit. I mean, that's where my eyes are going to be.
And both of them had, let's say, great qualifiers so far. They didn't play many games, but performances that they did have were pretty much top-notch.
Where do you expect first blood to come through?
Let's see what's... I would say bottom lane. I think Axe plus Shadow Shaman, strong lane. POW starting with Boots of Speed. So he wants to be able to potentially pull the lane, but unfortunately a little too late. As Sentry Ward available, can body block this camp as well. Lane did push anyway, because they're playing into Fatal Bond, so be closer to the tower. They can't kill them level 1, but level 2, maybe level 3, JT with 1-1-1 build could make the difference.
PYW, by the way, going chicken fingers this time, not into the massive Serpent Ward, and also just the safe lane Doom. I've never really been the biggest fan of safe lane Doom, as it feels like it kind of follows the line of off lane Doom. But what are your thoughts on it? What do you think about this safe lane Doom?
I didn't like it at first, but I've seen so many good Doom performances. I think it was 23 Savage who had some insane games. It was Nightfall as well who played Doom carry. It looked pretty damn strong. Just basically you're building into Radiant, but I also saw offlaners following the same trend. Was watching some of the games yesterday. Mar did go for pretty much the carry build from the offlane. It is a Mar, so he loves to, it was a pub game, but he also loves to play very greedy.
Things staying pretty quiet. Mid lane so far favoring Somnus, who's really just kind of fallen back into where he was. He just slots right in, plays really well over mid. He's played really well in the Immortal Cup as well. He's been really dominant the last few weeks, at least in the Immortal Cup. But for this qualifier, he's been pretty strong there too. And like you said, First Blood's going to be coming through bottom, and it does. PYW gets it with the Shackle.
Good start for them. Giving that good start for Axe, who already has Ring of Hell coming onto the career. Both offlaners are opting to go for Vanguard as their first item. Like XX says, you're playing into Medusa. Vanguard turned into Crimson is going to do quite a lot. On the other side, there isn't that much damage to block, so Axe is not going to be upgrading his. He's opting to go for more different items, but Centaur is one of the few offlaners who kind of enjoys building into both of the auras, getting Crimson and getting the pipe. Maybe Darkseer could also be the one, but Darkseer can also go for Mech Guardian Greaves. It really depends. Other offlaners, we've seen some Pangos as well. Ace during Dream League was also building into Crimson Pipe as well, so there are a couple, but most of them don't want to go full auras.
Is this where you like to see the offlane meta kind of be at, where it's just like mostly aura builders?
Not necessarily.
thought.
Auras are not as fun to watch / play, but sometimes I think auras are in a good spot. In the last couple of big patches, auras were kind of overpowered when Gaming Gladiators were on top of their game. This is where auras were kind of insane. You just needed to have aura, at least one on the team.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Wilson gonna lose his courier to PYW, and like you said, he's got those boots of speed. He's quite quick, looking for, he's got Tranquils, but he also has arcane boots.
Nah, he's gonna switch that. Probably gonna get Ether Lance. The Tranquil Boots is very good. You're playing against Warlock in the lane, which is gonna be quite a lot of harassment coming out from your Fatal Bonds. And JT for now gonna start to creep skip a little bit.
PYW being a menace by just standing here. They've got this obs that gets them some decent vision below the lane, and this courier now going all the way around to try and get this delivery over to the Doom of Ame. But if Pelosi gets caught, chicken fingers into Shackle, he could be finding himself pretty dead. Speaking of mid, by the way, it is pretty even. 33 and 2,
JT,
34
they're
and
making
5.
a move. They want to punish him.
TP out. PYW now on the run. Shadow Realm Strike lands on a PYW. The chase is on with the Scorched Earth, and this should be a kill for Ame, and will be.
JT playing behind enemy lines, keep skipping. Suddenly they find the opportunity to throw a blood grenade. Jin Q comes in with the bramble, but didn't have a point in Curse Crown level 3 at the moment. So some of that pressure was relieved from the mid lane. You can see the both supports are playing around the 6-minute active rune. Somnus did pick it up.
It's a regen rune. Just like the last series, this one's staying pretty quiet overall. GT was able to TP out, so he doesn't end up getting caught there. XXS, pretty tanky. He's got his Vanguard going into the Blade Mail. X-Nova just going to kind of throw some spirits onto him, but there isn't much damage for him to really work with. Ends up popping one of those infused raindrops, and Somnus, he is trying to wrap around. Do they have the damage to get this kill? They are. We're going to maybe snag this 7-minute wisdom.
XM doesn't have TP ready in the mid lane. They're trying to go for it. Somnus should be able to cancel this.
And now,
at least for
he
now.
needs help. The rest of the team is not coming to help him out, so he's just going to remnant away. And they'll give up the Shrine of Wisdom all the way over. PYW grab the other one.
XXS did pick it up, which means one of the supports is not going to get it. It's going to be Poloson, who did not get the XP, but at least he has Black Remor. 2 charges on it. That's going to be some extra XP for him. The good thing is XXS is level 6, so they have Stampede. 6 minutes into the game, 7 minutes into the game ready.
Searing Chains, XM. Has some help here from Zinq, but this will be another remnant away from Somnus. Just putting a little bit of pressure on for a second. Not sure whether or not we're going to see a kill in the next few minutes. Things are really just quiet. Both teams content on just farming.
Ooh, Centaur, he finds the item. Brawny Chipped West. So that's gonna be a lot of damage returned. Once he picks up Blade Mail, Retaliate, Chipped West, it doesn't get better than that. Let's see. Axe needs another Madstone to craft his neutral item, so let's see what he's gonna be getting.
He's hoping for Chip Vest as well.
Oh, for sure. Massive stack for PYW. PYW still has mana boots in his quick buy. I guess Tranquils is fine for the lane, but you also want to have mana boots since there's Medusa on your team. Let's see if he actually commits for that. I'm not sure if I would like it too much.
1 boot for each foot.
Luckily, he's not playing Broodmother.
Yeah. Don't have enough inventory slots for that. Not enough different kinds of boots either. GT ended up getting a Polywog Charm, by the way. But a Dormant Curios.
I mean, it's 1-1 and 9.5 minutes. Nobody's doing anything, so why not take it?
Yeah, I see that. I see what your point is.
And 3 Sister Shrouds. This is a very good item. I did not like it. First of all, when it came out, I didn't understand it immediately. Even in the demo mode, I was stupid that day for some reason, because there's a lot of stuff to be tested, and somehow it slipped through. And this item is actually very good. When you die, it does reset, or when you kill an enemy hero. It's basically a budget version of the old item.
Gossamer Cage.
Yeah.
Went over this yesterday. I still remembered. My memory working. All right, Hope Stomp. Bramble Maze and X-Nova. He's only level 5. Commit the Chaotic Offering to get the kill out of the Phoenix. They'll use this Stampede to get on top of Monet. He needs help, but he won't have any. And that will be both kills for the side of Extreme Gaming. They have Serpent Wards ready to be able to commit on this mid-tier 1 tower. They'll glyph it up, but other than the Dark Willow, nobody coming through just yet with now XXS making that TP. And they take up these servant wards pretty quickly. Push them off the tower and don't get the tier 1.
All right, let's do the math. How much damage you're taking from Retaliate, Blade Mail, and Chip Twist. Chip Twist is 30 damage to heroes. Blade Mail is 20 damage plus 20% of the attack damage. So let's say 50 for now. Retaliate is 45 damage, so that's 95, and 40% of his strength, which is 55 right now. So that's okay, 64. That's extra like 25. It's 120 damage plus 20% of your attack damage. It's gonna be like almost 150 per hit. And it keeps getting better and better because you're getting more strength and you're also getting more attack, which means that they're attacking themselves for more.
So what you're saying is this build is the stop hitting yourself build.
Yeah, don't be stupid. It's the meme. Stop hitting yourself. And immediately into Crimson Guard as well for XXS, which I really like. They're playing against Medusa. There's a lot of... Like, it's not just for him, it's also the collective damage for other heroes.
Somnus?
It's not going to go through. There's way too much damage blocked.
Somnus avoids the Terrorize. He's got a Blade Mail of his own. Meanwhile, JT going for his own Blade Mail, going for a Blink Dagger. He's free bottom to just farm. Medusa really far behind. A little bit surprising.
Didn't have that good of a lane. They were unable to get any kind of kills. You're playing into Centaur, which is a super strong offlaner. He can't deny a lot of creeps with insane damage. And yeah, that Crimson Guard is almost finished. Needs another minute, and it's going to be online. Right now, Azure trying to make something happen. If they can catch Ame, that would be pretty big.
If they can catch Ame, but he also does have help from Polosin, who's got Chaotic Offering ready again. They see him, and they'll drop the Chaotic Offering, but Ame's still in trouble, hexed up, Serpent Ward's there. They get the kill, they'll end up trading PYW for the life of Ame. JT also looking like he might die, but he's got some help as the Supernova explodes, and he's able to phase Boots into some safety.
He thought he was safe, but they brought all the numbers pretty much. And Doom, not tanky at this point of the game. They use Stampede, they use Rock. They'll manage to get only position 4 out of it.
You can potentially even go again, right? Now you know there's no Chaotic Offering. And there's no Doom either for another 100 seconds. Yeah, you got the fight with the help of the Serpent Woods, but I feel like he might be able to go one more time. Curse Crown is going to pop here, but Somnus, he's going to move forward, has the Remnant. Terrorize lands. But Battle Hunger making Xinku's life a little bit more difficult as he ends up getting chicken fingered and hexed and shackled. They've got the call, they'll get the kill, they'll take out another one in Azure. Well, they get the kill while they leave Xinku to die.
JT, he had the dunk ready. He also had dunk ready for Axe. This is one of the few times, 14.5 minutes in the game, where Axe doesn't have a single extra armor. No coat of blood.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
XXS? Not really doing anything. But now, they've got the call.
Stop hitting yourself.
Themselves pretty hard. And you kind of see it being really frustrating for them. And Somnus, he's silenced and he's dead. X-Nova also falls. It took all that to get XXS. JT gets the call onto the Warlock, but there are 4 heroes here. Curse Crown's going to pop. PYW needs to continue to run. And this shall be a dead JT too.
It is a lot of damage return. I want to see how much damage he dealt in that fight. 2,000 damage, and he wasn't even attacking him. I believe he got 1 stun, 1 double edge, and everything else was from return damage. Blade Mail, Chip Twist, and his retaliate. And Storm Spirit, this is the second time that we're seeing Storm rushing Orchid, wanting to have that extra bit of a control, fighting the backlines, punishing the other Spirit.
Think about the Chaotic Offering. Vortex, misses the hoof stomp. Chaotic Offering still comes through, but they're going to kill into Pelosin and
XM is very
PYW.
low in mana.
Oh, PYW is able to survive. Sunray now on XM. Stonegaze committed. And that is now another 100 gold for Monet with that golem kill. That went pretty well for the side of Azure. Also, by the way, I was looking at the death summary for Somnus in that last fight. He took 800 damage from the Centaur, 272 from Blade Mail, 224 from Retaliate, and 80 from Chip Vest.
It is a lot of damage. I mean, some of that
It's not
damage
fun.
is reduced, of course, being physical damage on Retaliate. So it's... The number is high, as we talked about, but the damage is still going to get reduced. And I really like that XXS is going for Pipe before getting the Blink Dagger, because they can still initiate with Storm Spirit, they can initiate with Dark Willow, landing some spells, counter-initiate with Chaotic Offering, having Stampede, wants to be able to tank up as much as possible. And something to point out about the other offlaner, JT, usually we see either Blade Mail Phase Boots into Blink Dagger or Vanguard into Blink back to Blade Mail, because your Blink Dagger is definitely delayed by good 2, maybe even 3 minutes if you're building both of these items, because he also did go for Phase, did pick up the magic one, so a lot of smaller items that he did upgrade, and in the end it's going to be like 19-minute Blink Dagger.
Not too shabby.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Middle tower goes down. XXS gets credit for that one. Yule's being built by Zinku, by the way. He's looking to have a little bit more survivability.
It's the Axe counter before he gets a BKB. If you jump in, you're taking quite a lot of damage whoever gets initiated on.
How's Monet? A second on the net worth now. Monet was slow earlier, but starting to really pick up the speed in the terms of farm. Happy with what he's got going. Xnova still holding on to the Dormant Curio. Anybody else holding on to Dormant Curio? No, he's the only one.
Brave.
To keep holding it?
Yeah, I mean, if nothing's happening again, it is fine to... If you find Dormant Curio with some GPM, you're playing it for later. We also saw Hand of Midas in our previous series. 2 of them, one on Magnus, one on Shadow Shaman even.
Doesn't look like that'll be the case this time.
No, not this time.
QIW, by the way, didn't buy out on those arcane boots. He did just go Tranks into
Yeah, he
Aether
does not want
Lens.
to grief the game. So did go for Aether Lens. You can pick up a couple of Lotuses, and that's basically mana boots for your Medusa.
You don't like boots into boots?
I think it's fine. Maybe on Prime. I know Primal Beast is not a hero right now, but I think it's okay to buy it on him, because he can go, if it's a good game for it, if they don't have too many stuns, or you can pick up Phase Boots and then you like get Tranquils as well, and then upgrade it to Bongo Boots.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Tormentor comes through. They're going to try and get this kill, and XM blink into the call. And that is a very dead XM.
Is under attack.
They didn't even need Monet to come over.
Fallen. Radiant's top tower is
And
under
they can go for Tormentor now. It's back towards the top area.
What is Jinku up to? He is trying to set something up, but the rest of the team is not there. He's even try to throw Terrorize and then go with Bedlam. Okay, just buying a little bit more time. That was a nice move. This Tormentor region is pretty damn high, so they need to do it again.
They've got the Sunray ready to go, and that'll queue up PYW just enough. And now Shard for X-Nova. So he has the Sunray within the Supernova.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah.
It's a good shard. It's very, very good shard. The one on Shadow Shaman is also fine. It's not an S tier shard by any means. But the Phoenix one definitely the better. And now XXS taking some of the creeps, knowing that they just killed Tormentor, so they will need to heal up. Grabs the creep wave, drags it to the triangle, to the enemy triangle. Tries to get some extra farm. 2 auras are online.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Committed the Serpent Ward top, has a couple of illusions hitting away at this tier 1 tower. That'll go down to PYW. His Serpent Wards get the job done. Well, they soon to have this butterfly, and they will find X-Nova. Get an easy kill. He still has Supernova for when he's back up. We'll see if that turns into anything, if they want to fight when he's back alive. But they're probably waiting for this butterfly for Monet. Meanwhile, Somnus, he's had a quiet game. His courier's dead, but he is getting closer and closer to that BKB. XM's already got his. Bit of a different build, though. Blade Mail Yules into BKB.
It's not a lot of
whereas
damage.
XM went
It's a lot
Orchid
of
BKB.
survivability. He definitely feels he needs multiple ways of dispelling things, playing into Orchid, playing into Bramble Maze, Fatal Bonds, and needs extra protection as well, because Centaur is about to finish off his Blink Dagger. He's another 900 gold. Solo Roshan attempt from Dark Willow, and then the rest of the team backs him up.
Runing's down here, but the axe isn't. This isn't the quickest Roche, but Azure just not even near the pit, not aware. This is going to be an Aegis for the side of Extreme Gaming. Just none the wiser. A little bit of a surprise that they just had nothing on it.
I'm looking at what Ame has in a quick buy, and he's actually committing Shadowblade Doom with Radiance. You need to turn it off and then go for some kind of a pickoff. There's also not too many good things, I would say, to surprise Doom out of. Maybe you can try to find Doom on Ember Spirit, Phoenix, but I would still prefer if this is a Blink Dagger.
A little bit surprising that it's not, and now Shadowblade into AC. We'll get the gold eventually. Eventually, Medusa starts to outfarm the Doom, though, right?
Eventually, yes, but he's still farming quite a lot. Having Devour, having Hand of Midas that he did sell. And still goes back to it if he wants to.
JT was aggressive on that move, and that is probably going to cost him his life. He was the one who blinked in, I believe, and now ends up dead. XM getting the kill and puts Extreme back up 3,000 net worth.
How many times did I call him just throw in his career? I think the funniest one that did happen was when Mars God's Rebuke, when Divine Rapier, you could have crit off of it, and people were buying double Divine Rapier.
Dire's
And there was a game where he built 2 or 3 of Divine Rapiers and never actually got to use them. He basically died without dealing single instance of damage to the heroes, and they just lost the game.
Not the best usage of Divine Rapier, that's
No.
for sure. Remnant forward, but they've got the Hex. They'll have the Shackle. The Chaotic Offering will stop that. XM's able to now move in and look for PYW. And that will be a Dish Shadow Shaman. Fiddlebond stopping the Blink Dagger coming through from JT. But the Terrorize is in. Jinku is going to survive into the
Crimson Guard
Shadow
keeping
Realm,
him
so
alive.
he is still alive. BKB popped by Somnus. They've got the Vortex now landing on a Monet. They're starting to single out this Medusa. But how long are they willing to chase? Ends up being a 1-for-1 as Pelosin finally dies to JT, but they don't get that Dark Willow. They still have the Aegis on this Storm Spirit as well. Got Dark Willow on the edge.
You can see that both teams are not committing to a fight. There's a lot of ways to disengage. Using the egg, BKB, Gold Scepter on Ember Spirit, Medusa with the Stone Gaze. They don't want to overextend. They want to get punished. XXS. Being super tanky, staying much on top of the network as well. Using Dark Ready,
Oregon's Grasp.
keeping that shift as we talked about.
Have we seen a supernova yet?
I don't believe so.
It's been 27 minutes of no supernova. Still gonna make the move. There's the ball lightning into the silence, and a problem here for this Shadow Shaman. But now you've got the blink into the call. He still has an Aegis. They're gonna have to kill him a second time. Oh, UIW dies to XXS. Somnus Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, locking down XM, and they start to back off. One for an Aegis, not the worst thing in the world.
I can still try to push and maybe kill tier 2 tower in the bottom lane. I'm thinking this Shadowblade value. Are they getting anything out of it? It gives you decent damage, good amount of attack speed, 35. He might need to sell this item. Like, I don't think he's gonna need to keep it. There's not many things that you can break in this game so that you can upgrade it. I would have preferred if this is like either Blink Dagger or if this is SNY. I know SNY is a much more expensive item, but status assistance, you're playing against Shaman, you're playing against Axe. Item has been nerfed, now it's down to 15% extra status assistance. So it's not the greatest. It did nerf it from 25 to 20 to 15 now, but it's still an item that makes you become much more tankier compared to Shadowblade.
Let's see if he sells it. I mean, he could sell it at any time. Smoke used, XM, Pelosin, XXS, all smoked up. So is the side of Azure as they are trying to search for something or somebody. Courier for Centaur in a different spot. It's got this recipe for the Lotus Orb. Call used by JT. He blinks away. That was a call into the Ancients. He'll start to run this top way out, but no BKB puts the battle hunger on XXS.
Out.
He's trying to go back towards the rest of his team. Balling all the way through with the BKB being committed here. They go to this Sunray. Chaotic offering. Ooh, pops on a 3 to actually stop the Icarus time. Stone Gaze was used. Monet did a lot of damage to himself. But now XXS has already killed QIW. He is so tanky, but he's right here by these Serpent Wards, and I don't think he cares. All this damage being done by Somnus doesn't really add up to anything. The upheaval kind of keeping the rest of the team out of the fight. They get the kill into JT. They'll look over now as it's XM who's in trouble. The Fire Spirits, they still don't have the damage. Oh, the Hoof Stomp lands. Triple kill for Ame. Looks like they're going to kill Somnus. Ame with an ultra kill. And TPing out is this Medusa.
They tanked so much damage. Centaur got stuck. It was nice to place wards from Shadow Shaman that did trap him inside. He doesn't have boots, can't get out, no phase boots, nothing. Didn't have attack speed, got hit by Fire Spirit, so he was stuck. He couldn't kill one of the snakes to get out of it. And Ame kind of cleaning up. Medusa didn't really deal as much damage as you would expect it to deal at this point of the game, but items are starting to pile up on Extreme Gaming side. AC now completed as well. Seeing that there's a lot of physical damage coming out from Shadow Shaman, Medusa, even Ember Spirit, so Ame picks up AC.
Just not the best for Azure, now down 12,000. We've seen bigger comebacks. They still are going for this Centaur, and they are just... He's 1-1 in 10.
I think try one more time, just in case. Make sure that you can't kill him.
It could be It could be a fluke that he's surviving.
It's all these auras. Gale Guard, Brawny. Look at his HP regen. Level 10 talent, plus all the items that he does have. 60 per second.
When will you be able to kill him, if ever? He's so survivable, even with the Gale Guard. He's going into the heart next.
Let's say the fights last for 30 seconds. That's 1800 HP that he's regening. If you check the HP on the heroes on the enemy side, Ember Spirit, he has exact HP, which he's regening up in a fight.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's not... it's not easy to kill the Centaur.
Dire's middle tower.
Scotty now maybe helps. Not sure how much it's going to do this far behind.
He
I
is
said one more
alone.
time.
He is not close to any of his teammates.
But Ame getting a kill in a PYW this time.
This was a kill without even using Doom. So he surprised them with the Shadow Blade, slash Silver Edge. And he also has Serrated Chip. This is a very cheap way of dealing with Butterfly. 20% chance to have True Strike. It's not like the most reliable, but it does allow you to maybe land a mini stun, get those extra hits in before he gets to MKB.
Maybe the
love when
next
you
time
hit
is
me
the
with,
time they kill him. I'm just thinking about them and being able to kill XXS. I don't think it happens. I don't think we see it happen at all.
Oh, I didn't see this one. Basically two-shot him.
Easy kill.
He got broken.
Easy
He broken his
kill.
foul play. I was thinking why it didn't proc for a second. Some of these facets slash innate abilities are breakable, and we don't see that many break mechanics in Dota anymore. Like Silver Edge is just not the item that is picked up. Like I thought we might see it on Medusa in the game, in the series before that, but yeah, there are always better options. Scotty is kind of a new meta, 35 all stats.
Smoke play by Extreme. We hit that point again. 16 kills, 16,000 net worth ahead.
Are scanning.
Although if they could just kill Centaur, I think things change for Azure. Heavy kill. The three-man stun into the four-man vortex.
This fight's immediately over.
It's so over. Extreme with just a solid combo. They only get the supports for now, but they'll start to clean up on the edge. They'll take out JT. They'll look for Monet. That's going to be 4 dead again for Azure, all off the combo of a 3-man hook stomp, 4-man vortex.
XXS, he has always shined on Legion Link initiators. Centaur, March, Legion Commander. I know Legion's not a hero right now, but this is one of his most played heroes. And just like that, with the Aghanim Scepter as well, to follow it up on XM, this game looks absolutely cooked. Level 25 on Doom as well. Doom applies mute. That's basically the old Doom.
Must have been really OP considering it's now a 25 talent. They're gonna hold on for one more fight, but they don't have Medusa for another 30 seconds.
Bottom barrage is falling.
That
Doom
being
being
said,
level
Extreme
25.
not committing.
His innate ability, Level Pain, deals more damage, deals 25% more bonus damage to heroes who are below his level, which is pretty much everybody.
Finding another. And that will give XM 18 galvanized stacks. They also find JT, who will call in dunk. on the Dark Willow. And they also find Ame.
This is the big one. Look at the amount of gold. Somnus just got 1,300 gold. 770 shared. So that's going to be PYSW, potentially BKB. For the next fight, if he can find some extra gold on the map. XM gets the haste. Let's have Shield Rune, haste. Poloson also buying into more auras. Vlad's aura available.
They can kill everybody else, but Centaur, I don't know if he dies again in this game.
So close to finishing off his part. It's about 300 gold.
Ball Lightning, they've got the silence, they'll buy back on the Dark Willow, Lotus Orb, and that'll send the Mystic Snake back towards the Medusa. Going for Roche, trying to make it happen. Bramble Maze, Terrorize, lands on 2, buying even more time. 40 seconds still without Ame. Need Roshan again in the pit. Bottom wave of creeps pushing in.
Another 2-man stun.
Winko Stomp on 2. They still have Vortex. That's an AoE Vortex with that Ags upgrade. Roche down to about a third of its health, but another Bramble Maze inside of the pit.
15 seconds until Ame's back.
They are really denying them this Roche, and XXS is going to stand forward with the Gale Guard. Hook Stomp coming in, only hits onto the Medusa for now, but they need to be careful because they might just ball lightning and go for this, but they'll Supernova, Chaotic offering, Vortex on it too. Third no Roche.
XXS got it.
Up by XXS, but the Supernova goes off. They get the kill to XM. They'll take out the first life on the Centaur. And there's the Bedlam. X-Nova falls. Ame on the run, but they'll hook stop, and now they'll get Monet. Oh, he tried to TP out. That is unfortunate.
Oh man, XXS really carrying this game. XM might need some kind of an extra defensive item, or might need something to keep him alive, some Wind Waker when he gets called, because he's been pretty much killed by Axe every single fight. And let's check the Centaur right now. Almost 5,000 HP. Solo pushing the tower.
Gets the 2-3, looking to finish off some Megas. JT very dead. Terrorize doesn't connect. But he does have buyback. Hook Stomp, Somnus. They did get XXS. They did kill him one time. Now he's got this heart. I don't know if they can kill him 2 times.
They basically need to put the snakes down. Sunray is pretty much what's going to kill him. Scotty, Spirit Vessel, these items to reduce the healing. Because he's regioning way too much right now. We're talking about 140 per second.
Can they pull off the hold? Medusa up in 6. Buyback available for JT. Yule, Somnus, BKB, Doomed, and...
Doomed and dead. Yeah, he's gone. Don't even think about it. He's just gone.
He'll die. He's got buyback. Something that he'll have to commit. Axe not even going to commit the buyback. They're actually going to just let Mega Creeps go. Or so it seems. XXS just standing tall. Has just about 7,000 health. They're going to buy back here on Somnus. They get the kill to the Dark Willow. They'll at least take out that. No buyback. Actually used it previously in that Roche fight.
Once you pop, like, if you use a couple of double edges in a fight with Shard, it increases your strength by an insane amount, and then you pop the Crimson Guard, which is 2.2% of your max HP. So you're getting more damage blocked.
Now it's to work. Now they have to work against Mega Creeps. Can't really commit to fights outside of the base for that long, and all these fights are minutes. Every single fight seems so long.
Let's say he has 7,000 HP like he did in the previous fight with 4 stacks of double edge. Crimson Guard is 70 plus 2.2% out of 7. That's like 150. So blocking 220 damage. for every hit. Medusa's damage right now is 300 plus, which is basically her not dealing any kind of damage. Because you have some outgoing damage reduction on the split shot, might actually deal 0 damage.
Then you've got the max health, the Heart of Tarask doing more regen with each double edge, right? Because it's 1.4% max health regen. So you're losing no health. Oh boy. That is Monet in a lot of trouble. Forced to Stone Gaze. They stampede the TP attempt, and he is out.
He also found Pyrrhic Cloak. Brawny Pyrrhic Cloak. Like, it doesn't get better than this. As a Centaur enjoyer myself, this is the peak Centaur performance. Maybe you can throw in some Aghanim Scepter to save people, but other than that, it just doesn't get better than this. Literally unkillable throughout the whole game.
Throne exposed. Azure holding on till the end of times, but now they've got that Vortex. That'll come through with the Chaotic Offering. Monet, no mana, no life. Dead for 90. Icarus dive into the Supernova, but it looks like this egg will be omeletted. Not looking like it's going to matter. The Throne exposed. The GG is called, and Extreme Gaming will take game number 1 in this best of 3.
This game was relatively close for the first 15-ish, 20 minutes, and then Extreme Gaming just said, this lineup, we're doing what this lineup is supposed to do. We're getting the pickoffs with Storm Spirit, with Doom, with Centaur, being in your face, being pretty much unkillable. There was this one fight, we're probably going to see it again, where they got 3-man stomp into 4-man pull, I believe, from the Storm Spirit axe. I don't think you can go for this item build. I feel it's delaying your Blink Dagger by quite a lot. I'm fine with, unless you're completely owning the game, which he definitely wasn't. So going for Blade Mail, Phase Boots, Vanguard, and then going for the Blink Dagger is delaying your Blink Dagger by good at least like 3 minutes.
Right.
You want to have something earlier, and also I don't think Samus was having that good of a game. I need to check the numbers, but I feel the damage, usually from members, it's still highest in the team. I guess Blade Mail did quite a lot, because he did go for Yule Scepter, did go for the BKB, which made him have a lot of spell mechanics, a lot of survivability, but still the damage can actually come through.
On that moment right there, yeah, that is quite the fight. And I mean, that Extreme just, there was never really a point where I felt like they were going to lose that game.
At this point, not really. Like 25 minutes into the game, maybe there was some potential comeback, but they couldn't really find any openings. This was also relatively okay-ish start until XXS gets a stun again. It was buying a little bit more time until Doom came out and then steals the Aegis. They did kill him once. This was with Aegis, and then you see the damage from Doom. This scary Doom, every single time I watch him play, pleasantly surprised how well this hero does.
Yeah, this is I mean, Doom was quite nice, but you know, the ultimate end of the day is Centaur was unable to be killed, which was crazy. I mean, that guy was regenning. He was literally taking 0 damage. Like, this is, I don't think we saw him fall below half health since the 10-minute mark. It really was just the Centaur game of games, and he's my spotlight, in my opinion. Ame had a really good game, though.
Yeah, he
12, 2, and 9.
XXS was definitely the centaur of attention for the M&A team, where they wanted to focus him down, but unable to bring him down. Like, he was soaking up so much of the damage. I want to see the damage taken in the previous fight. Yeah, 111,000 damage on a centaur.
Damn. A lot of damage to be soaking up, making sure that you can kind of do whatever you want. JT, there was a couple of good calls there, a couple of good movements, but the axe just not being what they needed in terms of the fight and the capabilities. Centaur obviously proven to be the stronger of the two offlaners.
Yeah, you need
and
some kind of
involved
an
in a lot of
explosive
kills.
damage. A lot of their damage is very slow build up. I'm not talking about you need Skyrat Mage to be able to burst the heroes with Axe. It's just that Shaman damage is very slow. It's a lot of control. Same goes for Phoenix. Same goes for Ember Spirit. It's not like he's going to triple Remnant. It's also not that much. And at one point, heroes became way too tanky to be killed. Monet also, you're playing Medusa, so you know that you're kind of playing 4 versus 5 until he gets at least 2 items, Manta-style Butterfly. And he also got shut down pretty heavily in the lane, got shut down by this itemization on a Centaur, picking up both of the auras, which made his game very, very difficult to play.
Yeah. So overall, it is Extreme Gaming who take game number 1. We'll see if Azure can recover in game number 2. But this was a very one-sided game after about the 10-minute mark. And Extreme are going to be looking to roll off of that. So we'll be back after a quick break. And we'll see you back here for game number 2 soon. We'll see you in a bit.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back here to the closed qualifiers on the road to the International for the Chinese region. Got ourselves Extreme Gaming up against Azure Ray in game number 2. Extreme Gaming taking the Extreme Gaming taking the first game. Sorry, a little early morning mind flub. It happens. I was like, did I say Azure Ray? No, Extreme Gaming. They took game number 1. We get into the draft for game number 2, and we already take a look at the bans as it is the Darkseer, Death Prophet, Nature's Prophet, Undying Doom, and Pango. So Shadow Shaman's still up there.
Shadow Shaman definitely, like, there's a reason why this hero is super contested. It just gives you everything. It's the hero that's gonna win you the game. Somebody blinks in, doesn't get a BKB off if you're too quick. Also, how many times we've seen Shadow Shaman delay the game just long enough so that you can do stuff. I mean, Extreme Gaming, Shadow Shaman has break mechanic available at 15. Takes you a good amount of time to get it online, but eventually you get there. So I assume this is going to be Shadow Shaman.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see if it is. It's tough. You need to control your wisdom runes. You need to kind of get yourself some decent experience to get to that level 15. Things are tough to do so, but they don't pick it. They actually go to the Storm first for Extreme and Bristle for the side of Azure Ray.
Just valuing Storm more. They even picked up Storm Spirit earlier, and you're not the only one who didn't wake up properly. So they have one ban. Most likely that's just going to be Puck. They don't want to play into that matchup. I would also love to see something that can kill Bristleback. I mean, since they already picked Storm Spirit, they're not going to be picking Viper. Maybe maybe XXS also wants to play it to have break mechanic against Bristle, but I'm leaning towards Shadow Shaman or Tusk to be able to kill Bristleback with the tag team damage, with the Hex breaks, and even Giga Ward, like we saw in the previous series, how effective it is. Skewer back with Magnus and then being able to just get the damage and pump it in. You can also choose if you're like in which direction, especially with the Blink Dagger, everybody else can turn the Bristle around. Maybe there's also an option for them to pick up something like Mars later on. I know XXS is pretty big on the hero. With the spear, you can always turn around Bristleback. All I'm saying, Benjamin, is they do have a good amount of options against this first break Bristle.
Okay. The options are there. Will they choose one of them? Ban the Dark Willow. The Silencer gets banned out. What will be the ban here? It is that Puck, and they go into the Shadow Shaman. Makes it all the way to the second phase of picks. This is so far decent control for Extreme. Two heroes that offer something. Of course, Shadow Shaman offering the Hex, offering the Shackles. We'll see if he goes into the Massive Serpent Ward or Chicken Fingers.
Both facets are good. They bring something cool to the table. Okay, bringing out some Eastern European / Chinese classic. Disruptor. Good, like, you need some kind of a setup as well. Not sure where this Bristle is going to go. Most likely going to be played by JT. He did play it yesterday. We saw Green Bristleback also being played as a carry. So you have some options available, but I would love to see some extra kind of a setup. Something for Somnus. Going to be Void Spirit. We've also seen the exact same matchup in the previous series. Didn't end too well for Echo when he played Void Spirit into Storm Spirit. I believe this time around it's going to be slightly better overall matchup, knowing that Somnus is a super strong laner, but I have not been convinced by Void Spirit. During Dream League, I already mentioned it during the previous series that Emo was the only one who kind of made the hero work. Others, it looked okay, nothing too crazy.
Yeah, it hasn't really been convincing me yet. but there's certainly, I would say, a chance here in the hands of Somnus. Going up against XM was a close matchup to start, but as time really went on, it did feel all XM in that second game, or in that first game. Curious as to what Extreme are thinking, and they go Drow Ranger for Ame.
Ame yesterday was staying on top of the Westward. I was thinking maybe more save, something that's going to give him. But again, if you're using the Static Storm, I was thinking Tusk. You can't really snowball save him, but you would also make her laning stage much better. But this is also a strong lane. Drow Ranger plus Warlock. If you're playing Bristleback into that, you might need to pull off some lane shenanigans, try to get some creep pulling, because it is very difficult to play the game. So PYW, let's see what he decides to pick. I'm fine with them maybe taking the Tusk for themselves, or if they want to take some range position 4. Not sure what's happening with Wind Ranger. This hero hasn't really been contested, at least in the games that we were watching. 12 games picked, sitting at 50% win rate in TI qualifiers.
Yeah, not that much in terms of what we've been thinking it might be picked up at. Where would you like to see that hero played most?
Position 4. It's an insane position 4 hero.
Radiant team back.
Gives you the kill threat on pretty much.
Extreme Gaming's turn to bat.
So it is Bristleback carry again for Azure. Centaur, after seeing what happened in game number 1, not being able to kill it, they can't really blame them. And looking at the damage, if Centaur is getting on top of Drow, like, it allows you to find Warlock, find Shadow Shaman, play with the Void Spirit, bring the Disruptor and Bristleback to the back lines. I think Azure are making the right adjustments after seeing what happened in game number 1.
Extreme Gaming's turn.
Doing a little bit of anything you guys can do, we can do better, or hope to do better with that Centaur pick. So that leads this to be safe lane Bristle, mid Void Spirit, off lane Centaur.
Yes, and they're looking for position 4 last, banning out Batrider. Let's see if there's anything that they could maybe pull off from position 4 that's going to secure the lane. Willow is banned. I know PYW is also big on playing Lion. He did play it earlier. Let's see what else is there.
What about Clockwork for PYW?
It's good in the game, but I think he would have too rough of a laning stage. That's why I would prefer something ranged. So most likely I'm looking towards Wind Ranger. Even Lion comes to my mind just because it's PYW.
Definitely PYW and Kaka having some similar hero pools.
10 seconds remaining.
Tiny also getting banned. So they need to ban an offlaner from Extreme. I mean, you were even thinking about the Mars potentially coming into play.
Mars really looks good against Centaur. Turning around Bristleback.
Radiant team pick. Extreme Gaming's turn.
He loves his Clockwork. In theory, it's good against Drow, good against Warlock, Shadow Shaman. It's just, can you get there? Warlock, not the easiest hero to kill. Maybe if they can isolate him on the side, set things up with the cogs, then get a Centaur stomp on top of it.
5 seconds
But this Drow Ranger has been answered in terms of the heroes that they do have. Yesterday, Ame had a great start, but then he was pretty much the sole focus of the enemy team, and it didn't really pay off for the enemy team, seeing that everybody else was getting the kills. They were investing pretty heavily to get the kill on Drow Ranger.
I mean, that's something that they could set up again here too, right? If Ame ends up being the one that they're trying to focus, and Storm can kind of be the leader of the team, the one who's really the playmaker in this game anyway. But you need an offlaner to kind of duo with that. I'm not sure Mars is that guy who kind of, if Ame's not the one, they go Abaddon. That kind of gives that vibe, right? That if he's farmed in the off lane, he could be the guy to keep the game afloat, especially if Ame's the one getting focused.
Yeah, you can keep them alive, and this is also a hero that doesn't die that easily. XXS didn't die more than one time in the previous game on Centaur. This hero also becomes pretty unkillable. It's a bit on the slower side, especially because you want to build Radiance on the hero. You want to scale Drow Ranger, not the hero that comes and joins in some of these earlier fights. So again, it needs to be XM. Warlock is pretty static. Shadow Shaman. It needs to be Jin-Q paired up with Storm Spirit to be able to try go around the map and get some kills until they're going to be fight ready. Because Drow Ranger, she always feels that she's not fight ready. She always needs like one extra item, whether she needs a Hurricane Pike, which is going to be very good in this game, pushing people away from you, getting yourself out of the cogs. But good amount of healing as well. Like, these are not the best saves, but you have Golem, you have Warlock's heal, and Abaddon needs to be relatively close to you to be able to get it. He's also playing into good amount of control. So I think Azure Ray has a slightly better draft than what they did have in game number 1. And if they play it out correctly, I think we might be seeing game 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see about that. Extreme, they've been in this position before with the Drow Ranger if Ame ends up getting focused, but I guess it depends on the lanes. We'll see how the Void Spirit does. I'm not really convinced, same to you, with this hero. So it does worry me, but maybe we see the same way that Centaur kind of owned the game for Extreme in game number 1, that it owns the game in game number 2. It's always a possibility. We see a little anything you do, I've done better. It's going to be tough for Azure a little bit. I think Extreme have definitely been playing like the better team, but these are two teams that are pretty close that I think can definitely go 3 games.
It definitely can. This might be the first series that actually goes to a third game. We had only 2-0s so far.
Well, I said that earlier, and you were like, well, technically there was a forfeit. And that's not actually, well, you know, I'll let you have it, though. You got it. It's we've only had 2-0s. But it really does require Azure Ray to step it up. The game felt close in game number 1 early, but I would say about 15 minutes in, it was Extreme Gaming's game to lose. And that's what kind of concerns me. If they fall back to something like that again.
Ooh, I'm looking at the facets. They are going for some funny ones. The funniest one is Disruptor, Electromagnetic Repulsion. So you can activate that manually. You can cast it on allies and it deals damage equal to the percentage of Disruptor's current health.
Okay.
10% of his current health. It's a good way of pushing people away. They don't have that many melee heroes. Maybe you can push Storm Spirit so he needs more mana to get on top of you. Good against Abaddon, that's for sure. And also Abaddon did go for the quickening one, because the other facets did get nerfed pretty heavily. Mana has been nerfed pretty heavily on Abaddon, so you need to buy Null Talisman. And also Quickening, it reduces in 900 AoE 0.2 seconds for every creep and 6 seconds for a hero kill. So you get a hero kill, once your shield is maxed out, you basically get another shield immediately after.
And that'll be good if XXS can have a stellar game here. Potentially, I would say probably not a kill lane, but one of sustainability with the Aphotic Shield for XXS and Xinq. Xnova might have to be a little bit more careful considering the damage output if the Aphotic Shield and the Ether Shock start to stack up on him.
Getting the double courier kill.
He's in trouble. JT was looking for that kill, even taking a couple of shots under the tower. Nobody here to really help out. And these creeps taking all the tower shots, and Ame just trying to juke through the trees. Goes back up, but the creeps are blocking him now. And JT will get first blood. Pelosin just nowhere to be found to help out.
That's a solo kill. Clockwork was not even in that. He got extra 50 gold for 2 couriers. So that's easy 250 gold for the rest of the team. They got a first blood. Very good start for Azure.
They need it. They really need it. And Ame gonna have to hope that really doesn't happen again. Mid's the big matchup. Spirit v Spirit one more time. We're in that trend again, where Spirits seem to be the only mids. Although we did see a puck earlier, but a lot of Spirit v Spirit matchups.
Casual co-op from time to time. We saw Dragon Knight, last pick, Chinese classic.
Ooh. Cheeky move there by Somnus over mid, but JT kind of avoiding most of that multi-shot. But Ami's just trying to keep the pressure on a JT and maybe not allow him to kind of do what he just did to him. Bottom lane, Monet on this bristleback. You're with Xnova. But as long as the lane is open for XXS, and so far top of the CS chart it has been, he's happy with what he's getting.
Bit of a mistake from Ame. JT should be pretty happy about it. It got him to his ring, which is going to be a lot of harassment. PYW maybe thinking about going on Poloson, but JT is very low in HP, sitting at only 400. Raw Ranger. Like we said, that this lane should be in their favor, and you can see in terms of CS that he's doing better. It's just that he made a mistake, got solo killed. Casual blood grenade. I have blood grenade, I throw blood grenade.
Who was it we were casting who just threw out blood grenade? That was their only impact as the hero. It was it like a bounty?
I can't remember. When was it?
God, I want to say it was at Playground, but it might have been this most recent Lakia. I can't remember, but I remember just watching just blood grenades being thrown, and that was all they were doing from the support role. They like walked over mid, threw a blood grenade, and that was it. Their spells were like pretty worthless.
Oh, I remember now, but I don't remember. I just remember some guy coming to the mid lane, throwing a blood grenade, and then going back to his lane.
Yeah, that was it. Kill there on a PYW. Polosin getting credit for that with the last few ticks of the Shadow Word. He gets that kill, he evens up the kill score. But again, still, XXS happy with what he's getting over towards bottom. We'll put some damage onto Monet. Has some extra help. Has the blood grenade, the hex there too, and the kill onto Monet. And actually, the glimpse puts him closer to Xnova. That's not what he really wanted.
Didn't use electromagnetic repulsion on his ally. Maybe that could have saved him, pushed him further away. I still want to see this in action. I think this is a bit of a meme. Maybe it could come in handy in some situations. There it is. He activated it. Huge impact.
Pretty long cooldown, level 1.
Yeah. It also levels up with Static Storm, so the cooldown doesn't go down that much. It goes on by 6 seconds, but you still need to be in
top
6.
Ame. Oh, JT, the damage. This is looking like another one of those Centaur games. Uh-oh.
2 supports, they can only watch him. There's not much they can do about it.
It all comes down to whether or not he gets chipped vest. I feel like your win rate as Centaur goes up
by like 10% if you get chip vest.
Get it on Axe, get it on Centaur. It is an insane item. First rune is gonna spawn, both mid laners with the supports. This is straight up 50-50. Gonna be Somnus picking up amplify damage.
Will we do anything with it? They're just gonna go for Ame again. Again, Ame's just been,
Dire's top tower
at least on his drow, the sacrifice. No, that is his creed, is to be the sacrifice.
Radiant structures
But
are fortified.
mid lane, XM is okay. I won't bait the observers, I'm sorry.
Is under attack.
Did have ball lightning ready to go. He is level 6.
Dire's structures are fortified.
And it is about that 7-minute mark, but nobody is really making the aggressive play, it seems, to go for the opponent's shrine. Xnova is top lane. And Ami is
Radiant are scanning.
mid. Oh,
He
okay.
came to the mid lane, used level 1 multi-shot. He is also level 4. Let's see who gets the XP rune. It's actually Ame who got it.
That is
Not a good
concerning.
sign. The good thing is other lanes are doing well. His Storm Spirit's keeping up with Void Spirit, but the big winner is definitely XXS on this Abaddon, who is going for some earlier items, picking up Phase Boots, going for Orb of Corrosion, wants to stop some of the healing. Damage over time is also going to be nice. But I also want to see him scale. Get that Radiance, get Manta Style, Blink Dagger, these type of items. Make sure, because your Drow Rangers not having a good time, they will need to slow the game down, play with the Storm Spirit, wait for support to be level 6, and then try to make a move.
Aether Remnant off the mark. XM continuing to farm. Ame is, again, ganking mid. But they don't have the control, even with the gust. And the support drow unable to secure a kill. Ooh. Another Hex and Chicken
Another
Fingers.
Just joking.
Another
Type
drow
of a move.
rotation.
From Extreme Gaming. Ame still lurking around the mid lane.
Shoo. Get out of here. Go farm something. Please. It'd be nice if you just farmed, I don't know, anything.
Level 6. Let's start
At
with
the
level
moment.
6.
Yeah, seriously. Radiant's queued up for the Abaddon or the Abaddon, depending on your flare choices. So, Dormant Curio for JT, and a bunch of Sister Shrouds just came through. And a couple of chip vests. So chip vest for the Bristleback, chip vest for the Clockwork. 2 heroes that in other iterations have liked getting Blade Mail.
Radiant's middle tower is under
They
attack.
smoke up on the side of Extreme Gaming, but who can they find? They're heading their way towards bottom. Maybe they can help this Abaddon get a kill. And we'll see if Xnova is able to use that electromagnetic repulsion well enough to keep somebody alive.
Oh, can't wait. XM didn't make a move yet. I mean, they tried to make a move, but also he's been pretty unlucky with the runes, 50-50 every single time.
Oh, he already used the repulsion, so they are going to get this kill on Xnova. They use the chaotic offering. They're trying to get Monet, but here comes the rest of the team. They're all here with the Stampede as well as the hook stop that lands on the 2. XM ball lightning further, trying to get anything he can, but
XXS,
Monet is
he's
already
in.
harm's way.
He's chasing, knowing that Hoof Stomp is still on cooldown. But
Has the
again,
golem to do some damage.
Centaur's literally unkillable. 10 minutes into the game. What is going on with this hero? Somnus making a move.
No borrowed time. XXS needs to be a little bit careful, but starting to do some damage on the Somnus, who
That is a lot of sustain.
does have Yeah, it does have a jump.
Shadow Word plus a Photic Shield, has Lotus, has Sister Shroud. Makes it very difficult to grab the kill, and if they grab a kill, if they make a turnaround play, his Photic Shield does reset thanks to Quickening Facet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I got word about which hero it was with the blood grenade, by the way.
How'd you find it?
It was Faceless Void.
Oh yeah, Faceless Void. Hell yes. That's
Time walk in, blood grenade, and just walk away.
That was when Faceless Void was good as a position for. When Time Zone actually did something when it leashed. I can't believe we did absolutely nothing in the previous 2 patches to try to fix this. It doesn't even work. Does nothing.
Ame. Hook shot, Cogs, and this might be a dead drow for the 3rd time, and by might be, it is be. And will be.
Had 17 stick charges, didn't want to use it. I guess he knew he was dead anyway, saving it for the next time, potentially. If there's going to be somebody who's going to carry the game for them, that's definitely going to be XXS and XM.
Fatal Bonds. Coming through on the 3 of these heroes. They just don't have the follow-up. Hoping that XXS gets into this Radiance. I mean, even the Sacred Relic's going to be a good amount of damage for him to right-click with, and we've seen how sustainable he is. And they should be able to get this Tier 1 tower mid. But the heroes are standing by. Stampede available. Monet is there. Drow's non-existent at the moment.
At least she's not in the mid lane. So, trying to get something on the other side of the map. I mean, the Drow has been answered. They picked it, what, on 17, I believe? And she
it's
got
pretty early.
Maybe even on 15. And she got pretty heavily countered.
I mean, just hasn't really had a good game with this Drow just yet.
The way it started also, dying solo to a Centaur as Drow Ranger, this is not something that should happen. Somebody's gonna go to my Dota bar, find the page where I died like 3 times to solo Centaur and be like, well, what are you saying? That you shouldn't die, you idiot. You do it every single
Chat
time.
detectives. Gonna need you to find that game. Thank you very much.
Shut up.
Shut up. Yeah, there's no comeback to that. PYW. Here with some help.
You idiot. You do it every
Chat
single time.
detectives. Gonna need you to find that game. Thank you very much.
Shut up.
Shut up. Yeah, there's no comeback to that. PYW. Here with some help, and borrowed time will get popped, but is anybody coming their way? They do have both support starting to show up. They don't really have anything to lock down Somnus completely. Aether Remnant lands on XM, and now they go to the Chaotic Offer. Once again, they'll throw this in. They go to the hook shot. That lands. Zinku in trouble. Zipping, looking for Monet. They might be able to get this kill. The Fatal Bonds damage helps out. They'll lose both supports on the side of Extreme Gaming, but they do get the carry on the side of Azure Ray, and they should be able to get X-Nova as well, and an easy escape for XXS as he's glimpsed back. But they might even want more. Drow ganking and getting a kill gets PYW.
Hell yeah. Picking up haste. The last 2 runes have been on side of Extreme Gaming. XM had Arcana rune in the previous fight. Now Drow Ranger getting it. It's very important that you are controlling these runes, and for some reason it doesn't even want to show that Ahmed dealt damage in the previous fight, even though he did kill Clockwork.
Yeah, it was actually a mischance that got the kill. Did 0 damage.
But still, in terms of farm, he is far behind, but he can recover. Once he starts to continue to farm up in the triangle, I can see him stacking as well for himself one more time. He's gonna get that Aghanim Scepter relatively shortly.
He's recovering. The one who's actually slowing down a little bit is XM. But just a little bit. I mean, truth be told, the core's net worths are close-ish.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
So all is good in the net worth department for both these teams. The supports, though, are getting kind of farmed on the side of Extreme Gaming. They both have about 1,000 gold lead on their counterparts.
Is under attack.
Sacred Relic picked up for XXS, so he's got a lot of extra damage now with that extra 55.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
We'll see what he can do, though, especially if he gets this Radiance. These fights aren't exactly quick. Again, it's long, drawn-out fights where this Radiance is going to make a bit of a difference.
It's gonna do a lot. XXS didn't die a single time, involved in 5 out of 6 kills. Once that Radiance is online, I said it at the start, it's gonna be him pretty much carrying this game.
Closer is very good.
Somnus with the Aghanim Scepter now. That's gonna be silenced for the Storm Spirit. XM sees it, immediately queues up a BKB.
600
no.
gold away, and now the
stealing the
stacks. Oh, Drow. All you wanted were some stacks. JT's got this Crimson Guard, he's got this Blade Mail, and he's trying to pick up some Mad Stones to see what his Dormant Curio will turn into. I've been asking this question a lot, but what is a Curio?
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm curious as well. What is it?
I mean, I've had Honey Nut Curios before, but I don't know what that is. This usually doesn't work. However, it's not the tankiest of centaurs at the moment.
Okay, are you focusing him down or not? He's still attacking with old Serpent Wards. He's still attacking the tower while everybody else is focusing the centaur.
Borrowed Time already popped early on, but they do have this Radiance burning a little bit. The Static Storm, the Chaotic Offering all coming through, and this is a problem for the Abaddon, who will finally fall, but they get the Somnus. So taking out that Void Spirit is potentially worth it.
They want more.
Now, meanwhile, gets the Ags off this top lane. He's in the bottom lane.
mana.
These 2 heroes so low won't drop on the side of Azure. So this is all opening up space for Drow. They do end up getting the Void Spirit, but they do lose that Abaddon, who has that Radiance burning at least a little bit.
Still, damage coming out from Abaddon. 4,000 damage from him. Ame against Zero, just to point it out, he was not a part of that fight.
No, not at all. He was just bottom the whole time, farming, gets that Axe. But it was all while that fight was going on top that he had that free space I was talking about. $8-8, even on net worth, 18 minutes into the game. Ame's damage only higher than the Disruptors. But he's got this axe, and he'll go to the Dragonlance, see probably the Hurricane Pike.
We'll see if he decides to get a BKB of his own or if he wants the Pike immediately after, depending if Abaddon's going to be taking care of him. BKB is a safer choice. Again, initiating to XM.
That hook shot.
Engine Q.
I mean, it's not...
Can he get a shield off? Yes, he can.
It's going to end up mattering now. I mean, it ends up getting PYW killed because they're unable to get the kill on a Xingqiu quick enough because that hook shot hit those neutral creeps. Unfortunate there because that slowed down the progression on their one kill. Could have potentially led to Clockwork being able to leave in that fight. And yeah, I kind of expected you were going to be right here because Ame only queued up the Dragonlance. If he wanted the Hurricane Pike, he probably would have queued it up in full, but he's got the BKB queued up.
BKB is just going to give him protection. They do have some abilities that go through debuff immunity, but at least with the BKB, he can stand his ground, and then this will allow him to survive the fight, get his Hurricane Pike. 2k gold lead for Extreme Gaming. 20 minutes in. Nobody has killed Roshan or Tormentor yet. Tormentor just respawned, so on the Dire side. So we'll see if they're going to be going that way. Ame, they know. Radiance can't connect him.
They're going for this Drow, wanting to shut him down. This is something that they dealt with in this first series. So Ame, not too unfamiliar with the situation of being the sacrificial lamb on this team.
As long as they're getting the farm on the other side of the map, that's perfectly fine. Also love the itemization from Jinkyu picking up Glimmer Cape, so that's going to give him good survivability, not opting to go for anything greedy, not going for like Lens, not going for Hand of Midas that we've seen in the previous series. He just wants to be as survivable as possible.
Aegis for Azure Raid. Extreme gonna actually get both these shrines, and that's pretty important when you think about it, because both these shrines giving experience over to the Shadow Shaman, and we talked about wanting to get to that 15 quickly.
That's the big one, being able to break Bristleback. Like, even breaking Centaur, it's not the biggest thing, because he still has return damage from Blade Mail, but you are removing some of the damage dealt to you. And your teammates, of course.
Mm-hmm. Ame. Just trying to find a place where he doesn't die.
Triangle is the safe one. They do have good Observe Ward in the river, which is scouting things out. Unless they are smoked. And speaking of getting smoked, Jinkyu was smoked. Did show in the mid lane.
Ooh. They thought about maybe going for the Void Spirit for a second, but instead focused their attention on the Centaur, hitting into the Blade Mail. Now Samus making the jump. He's got the silence on the 3. The hookshot lands on Ame. The Chaotic Offering is going to be thrown over from Pelosin. They'll stampede on top of Ame, trying to get this kill, but JT very vulnerable. He's going to end up dead here. They've got themselves one. They'll look over at Monet. They'll take the Aegis, and they haven't lost anything yet on the side of Extreme Gaming. They'll take Samus's life in PYW, and this is Monet in trouble and dead, shredded through by the side of Extreme Gaming, who take a very decisive fight.
Ooh, these rocks from Pelosin, they've been hitting pretty heavily.
On point.
Yeah, he's ready to go. Like, that rock lands pretty much on the whole team. And also Jinkyu. Again, I pointed out his itemization. He is super tanky. He gets the Glimmer. I believe he also got shielded by Abaddon. Then he gets the Shackle, heals by, what, 450 with the talent. So that is the insane amount of heal. And look what he queues up immediately after that. He knows that it's all about survivability. If they go in, if they use Hookshot, if they use Static Storm Stampede to get on top of them, it's not going to be enough. And all eyes on Jinkyu. Gets the Glimmer Cape.
Glimmer for now has that wand. Serpent wards surrounding himself in the golem, maybe counterintuitive a little bit.
And then another Glimmer Cape immediately after.
Glimmers again. Works out. Now Ame sitting top of the net worth here with the Storm Spirit, and he's close to this BKB. And he wants that Hurricane Pike, of course. Storm, he's got the Kaya almost finished. XM, we'll see if he wants to, say, go for an Ags like we saw in the previous games with Storm. Have that extra AoE control with the Vortex.
Probably Kaya Sanj, make him super tanky so that he can't get bursted. As long as they are not dying, if there's going to be a Rock, if there's going to be a Photic Shield, Glimmer Cape, Solar Crest, any of these defensive tools that they do have, he's going to be fine. It will allow him to jump out. And speaking of defensive tools, BKB has been finished on Ame, and now he's good to go. I don't think they can kill him from 100 to 0 anymore, especially if he's playing around the team. So this is going to be a massive upgrade for Ame. Roshan has been killed relatively early, and that also means that it's not going to respawn if they just lost the Aegis. So I want to see Extreme Gaming put slightly more pressure on the map. XM and Jinkyu have been paired up together in most of these fights, trying to go for the kills. If they need the extra bit of damage, Shadow Shaman can drop the wards. And there's also amplified damage available on Storm.
XXS and Jinkyu are going to try and... Ooh.
That's a big shackle. This is the old shackle when we had cast range items, enchantments, whatever, and when Lens did give you even more. Full screen, Rubik stealing shackles. This is also when Rubik was popular. I think Rubik can only be popular if Shadow Shaman's popular.
But Shadow Shaman is popular right now. Rubik's still not that great.
Yeah, well, First of all, you need to pick it against Shadow Shaman, then it works.
That is true.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Very curious kill there too on the clockwork, because both XXS and Jinkyu were going through the Twin Gate, and I don't know if they necessarily knew immediately because they cooked it at around the same time that PYW did, that PYW was going to show up through the Twin Gate.
Jinkyu dropped the wards, playing with Catapult. This is not Giga Ward, so they will die much easier. Electromagnetic Repulsion, it did push him. Storm had to use extra 5 mana to be able to close that gap.
Not too amazing against Storm.
Yeah, this facet might be really bad. It doesn't feel like it's doing much, especially in a losing game.
Hasn't been all too fun. Roche down for another 2.5 minutes.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's
Take the tier 2 in the mid lane, and honestly, this feels like they could be ready to take another fight and potentially push. This fight happens close to the tier 3, and that could be at least a tower. And Sanj is flying out, so it will be Kaya Sanj for XM.
As tanky as possible, and it seems like they're ready to potentially even close out the games. Abaddon cutting the creep wave in the top lane with his Manta style. They are not allowing them to leave their base. Farming, not gonna say the whole map because the map is massive. And now Azure Ray
They land
try to go
scan.
for a play. Scan did connect.
Blinko stomp, and they got the silence. And they get the kill. The hook shot comes through. They got the BKB though. Now it's going to be the ball lining out of the Static Storm. Drow's on the other side of the fight. PYW hit with that Orchid. Fatal Bonds on a 3, but XXS in the face of Monet, who pops his own BKB. Going after this Shadow Shaman who's got that perimeter cape and stays out of vision. Link hook stomp Ame vulnerable for a moment, but the BKB's going to run out here on this Bristleback. So Monet, he'll get shredded down, ends up dying. PYW's dead. Jinkyu finally falls on the side of Extreme Gaming, but Sam is going in and looking for something. He'll dissimulate, and now he needs to be careful. XM, he will get this kill onto Somnus, become godlike, and that is 3 years dead on the side of Azure Ray.
They just don't have enough. Everybody is super tanky. The survivability, like we talked about Storm, if he's playing around the team, wasn't playing around the whole team. It was pretty much 2 supports. Poloson, he gets the rock again, beautifully done, gets the Solar Crest on top of him, just enough time so he can get his BKB and jump out of the trouble, and then they can reset. Now Ame ready to deal some tower damage. Maybe, like, I don't know if they watched the series yesterday where Ame got heavily focused by the enemy team. And again, it was XXS and XM who were carrying the game pretty heavily. Pushing 2 lanes at the same time. One side of barracks already gone.
That's kind of what I mentioned during the draft, right? Like, they were curious to try and make it so they had 2 heroes that could make the game work with Drow getting focused and give him space and time. And that's what that last pick Abaddon allowed them to do, especially with XXS having a really good lane. He's got 4,000 gold on his way to an AC as well.
A lot of auras. They're buying all these smaller items, like all these team items, Mech, Glimmer Cape, Force Staff, Vlad, Solar Crest, AC now, as you said, about to be completed on Abaddon in the next few minutes.
He's 700 gold away from it. Should have it. He'll take this tower. He'll get some creeps. Gotta find a fight. Roche is a bit of a longer spawn, so this leave from the base isn't gonna find them in Aegis. And it's just left their base kind of wide open. They're gonna wrap all the way down and around, but they are down quite a bit, and this is gonna be a tough play for them to make.
That's
but they are
full
gonna smoke
wraparound.
up.
Seems like they should know about it. Jinkyu is in the trees. Poloson in relatively good spot.
Smoke's gonna break. Link who stomp finds
spot to
themselves
die.
this Warlock. They'll get the kill. He doesn't have buyback with the BKB being popped here, though, by this Storm. The starts to pull in, but the BKB's been popped by Monet. They've got themselves the hook shot that lands on Ame, but they have nobody to follow it up. JT as well as Somnus just kind of away from the fight. The Aether Remnant lands onto the Shadow Shaman. They get the kill into PYW. They look over at Jinku, who's got that Glimmer Kit as well as the mech. Static Storm onto 3, but they'll find the Shadow Shaman. They get the kill there. Somnus, he's still fighting back, but Ame, he's got this BKB. He's got the damage. They'll get that kill into Monet and Somnus, and they will not lose this Drow. They'll try to TP out X-Nova, but Ame just doing way too much.
I was watching him. He was so patient with the BKB. His positioning was really good. He gets Eagle Song in the middle of a fight, plops it in with the courier. It's just way too much damage. Like, he dealt 8,000 damage. Both supports, like, this is 4v5 fight pretty much, where they take out Warlock immediately. Poloson did die. They found an opening, stunned him with the Centaur, but yeah, I think they have one fight left in the tank on Azure Ray. There's just not enough damage. And again, Void Spirit, seems like he's about to lose another game.
Yeah, this potentially should be the last time we see this hero get picked. At least currently it feels as though he's not offering enough. This time the side of XG will smoke, and they have smoked on Azure Ray to try and make a competitive play, but the smoke gets broken as XXS is on the high ground. Airball, blink, post stomp, but they pop the BKB on Monet. They've got the Static Storm around on 2. Hookshot actually hits Ame as well as Pelosi. PYW in the face of both of the Drow as well as this Warlock, but the Chaotic Offering's getting committed as well as the Fatal Bonds. They get the kill on Monet. They take out PYW, and they'll look for Somnus. They've got the silence. They'll take out a third. They don't have buyback on anybody. They'll call GG and Extreme Gaming. They'll be in the upper bracket final against Yakult's brothers as they win this series 2-0.
This was, have in mind, first pick Storm Spirit again, and XM didn't die a single time. Having a blast of a game. Spirit meta, but Storm Spirit's still on top of all these spirits. Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, they're not even close to what Storm Spirit brings to the table.
Yeah, Storm is just overwhelming, and this game started slow for Ame. He's even trying to gank mid at level 4. He wasn't really able to make it happen, but this is a draft lineup they've shown before. It's a draft lineup that relies on XXS and XM to make it work for Ame, to open up that space. And you can see, once the space was there, Ame just outputs so much and is able to survive. And he gets this BKB, and you talked about his patience. It shows. Like, Ame plays, he doesn't get tilted in this situation, but he plays it the way his team needs him to.
Yeah, he also, like 10 minutes in, lowest network score. I'm checking the graphs. 20 minutes in, he's in the middle of the pack. Suddenly, 25 minutes in, on top of the network. I really love his itemization, rushing this Aghanim Scepter, which does allow him to farm even more, getting Falcon Blade's Treads, which makes him slightly more vulnerable, I would say, compared to some other Drow Ranger builds where you are building into Hurricane Pike or Manta style as your first item. Aghanim Scepter doesn't give you that much other than raw stats and raw HP and some of the stats, but I do feel that this is the carry build for Drow Ranger that you do want to have.
Yeah, and Ame proving that he can get it done with a little bit of help from his friends, and he got that help, and overall it felt like a really good game again from Extreme Gaming. They take another 2-0, nobody dropping a game to the other side yet on any of these series. It's all been 2-0s, and you can see these fights like Ame here, patient on the BKB. He ends up getting that kill, and then they have the control to get the kill on the Somnus. Everything just working out for them, and this is the final fight in which, you know, it looks good from Azure Ray. The two-pronged attack is okay, but it just isn't enough.
Way too much tankiness. You have Warlock, you have Shadow Shaman with Guardian Greaves, with Glimmer Cape, with Force Staff. Really love the itemization between two supports, kind of taking care of each other. One is going for armor with Vlad's, with Solar Crest. The other one's going for magic immunity and just tanking things up, plus also getting the Force Staff against the Clockwork, pushing people out of trouble. And you mentioned it as well, him going for the XP rune on the enemy side of the map 20 minutes in, while the rest of the team is also picking up the XP rune on their side of the map. So he's getting double the XP rune. Then they take the fight in the mid lane. He gets to level 15. Suddenly you have break mechanic against Bristleback. Monet forced to buy a BKB of his own to be able to remove that. And just a difficult game. Again, like we're seeing Storm Spirits win and win time and time again, even after being first phased.
Yeah, it's crazy how you can just first phase this hero and it doesn't get punished enough. And it ends up being 11-0 and 12. He's by far the MVP in this game, the spotlight hero. Him and XXS, truthfully, 2-1 and 22 for XXS. He got this Radiance, and it proved to be a lot. That one death happening over top, actually happening right after he picked up that Radiance, but he had a couple of good saves. Everybody kind of working in tandem for the side of Extreme, and that's really the reason that they won this 2-0, is because of how well they play together as a team.
Yeah, they understood that somebody will need to soak up some of these ganks because they had a good start. XM had a bit of a slower start as well, but then again, just exploded in like post 15 minutes. This Orchid, I'm not going to say it's a new build because that's also the old Storm Spirit build, but we were seeing quite a lot of Kaya, Soul Ring, but we were also seeing in the previous series when Ema was going for Orchid without even picking up the Soul Ring, being able to punish these elusive heroes, especially if he's playing against other spirits in the mid lane, that this item is super viable, and then you pick up a BKB, and then you can go for Kaya Sanj. And we can take a look at some of the results that did happen earlier today, because first series was not the most impressive one, seeing that the team did forfeit. They were like, okay, I guess we don't have a team to play in the qualifiers. I assume they didn't show up, and again, another day of 2-0s.
Yeah. All 2-0s, XL, Vici, Yakult, and Extreme all winning their series in the minimum. And it sets up for a good final 2 days, because tomorrow is the penultimate day. We're very quick in these qualifiers. There is a lot of speed in which these qualifiers will be done. And here's the schedule for tomorrow. It's Tearlaments and Vici Gaming in an elimination series, and Azure Ray and XL Esports in an elimination series. The winner of those two play each other for the final series of the day, but before that is the upper bracket final. One of these teams of Yakult Brothers and Extreme Gaming will put themselves in the grand final and give themselves a chance to go to the international. And this road to the international for China is short, but the trip can be sweet if done correctly.
Yeah, tomorrow we are going to have some banger of the games. Yakult against Extreme Gaming. This one should be the closest one we had so far. Kind of expecting both of these teams, seeing that they've been the top two teams out of China in this year, maybe even last year, if you want to think about like some of the players that were on the team. And then you have Azure Ray as well in the lower bracket, Vici Gaming as well. These teams can cause some upsets, but seeing that there's a big difference between Yakult Brothers as well as Extreme Gaming. They seem to be staying one step ahead of the enemy team in terms of what needs to be done, how to win the game, how to itemize.
Yeah. At the beginning of this series, I said this might be the final, but after seeing the series, it does feel like it leans more towards Yakult and Extreme being those two in the grand finals in some way, shape, or form. And that is really to be determined tomorrow. 4 series on the penultimate day, which is tomorrow. We're going to leave you with that, and we're going to say a good night or good morning wherever you are in the world. It is only 7:30 here, but it is a good early day of Dota, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope you have a good one.